weaker party makes it more likely to use.
$10:30. I'm sorry I didn't come on sooner. I think I'm live. For those of you who've never heard of it, I get gout, and gout is a very painful, debilitating thing. And anyway, I've taken my medicine this morning, and hopefully I can sit here without chills and without pain. I have pain, but everybody has pain. So sorry I didn't come on sooner. I know there must be interest today in Fngr. The volume is 2 million shares. The stock is 250 basically, and it was as high as 309. So we're here to talk about it. I'm going to try to call Ham right now. I think he's might be flying to Singapore, but let me just try. He didn't call me this morning, and he may not be available, and we'll see if we can get him. Yeah, he's not picking up. All right, so you saw me call him. If he calls me back, he'll be able to talk. But he's traveling today, as far as I know. So, we may be on our own some. At least till he gets through security. But anyway, let's go over a couple of things. Let's just quickly go through Fngr Motion's last news announcements, just to get that in our head for discussion today. I'll use Yahoo, and I'll just go from their headlines. Well, I'm going to hit view more, and we'll see how many they give us. All right, it goes back 10 months ago. So we'll just read off the headlines. 10 months ago, Fngr reports full year 2024 financial results. That was 10 months ago. So I guess we're looking for 25 numbers here in a month. So I guess they were slightly late last year. Anyway, then 9 months ago, Fngr Motion debuts advanced solutions for nationwide emergency response management. Let's see what that says. So July 9th last year, they announced that its contractually controlled subsidiary, Shanghai Zhiji Information Technology Co. Limited, Zhiji Technology, has ventured into the development of crisis and emergency response solutions, specifically for collaboration with dispatchers, first responders, and healthcare agencies in the event of emergency situations in China. Zhiji Technology has received its first order for its advanced mobile integrated command and communication, C2, command and communication platform to be installed in all vehicles, and apparatuses involved in the country, China's civil emergency crisis program. This C2 platform is to be installed in all vehicles involved in the country's civil emergency crisis program. The C2 platform is designed to efficiently unify various disaster communication systems, such as emergency vehicles, satellites, mobile cell towers, and unmanned aerial vehicles. The platform integrates voice, video, and data into a unified interface, streamlining workflows and offering comprehensive insights for enhanced decision-making with better focus, accuracy, and speed. The C2 platform, Command and Communication Platform, is expected to be initially installed into the Mobile Command and Communications Vehicle. Mobile Command and Communications Vehicle, a technological collaboration with SAIC Motor Corp. These vehicles are equipped with integrated audio and video conference systems, providing seamless communications with satellite systems, video systems, including live video streaming from drones, and other radio communication networks. All of this ensures accurate data is transmitted in real time between incident sites and emergency response centers, spelled the British way. This will provide the federal, provincial, and local emergency response centers, spelled the British way, with enhanced real-time visibility to access, assess, and analyze the situation at remote sites, allowing for quick decision-making, unless it's a woman with 45 hours flight time sitting in the pilot seat with 2.5 minutes to move her Black Hawk out of the way of a American Airlines jet full of human beings. In that case, the decision-making won't be quick. And effective resource management, driven by the PRC's nationwide initiative to improve response capabilities for crisis and emergency situations. Demand for both the C2 platform and the vehicles have dramatically increased. The first contract with Zhejiang province is for 2 vehicles, and Zhizhou technology or Zhuji technology has already been engaged by local authorities in Zhejiang and other provinces to install the C2 platforms in more vehicles to be purchased, more vehicles to be purchased for additional areas. This marks a significant milestone in Fngr Motion's commitment to expanding the company's suite. Yes, Carl. The next item that you can win is a lounge suite. The Hammers is the nickname of what English football team? The Hammers. No? In Fngr Motion's commitment to expanding the company's suite of technology products and services in and outside of China, we are thrilled, innovative, tailored, support, enhanced, mission, harness, tangible differences, improve effectiveness, anyway, so on, it goes on and on. All right, so that story was put out on 9 months ago, July 9th, 2024. And then on August 19th, they put out Fngr Motion's Advanced Communication and Command and Communications, C2 platform, awarded national certification from China's Ministry of Industry and Information Technology. So they got an award from the government. We'll skip that. You can look it up. It's on Yahoo. And I'm trying to go back, but the speed, I feel the need of speed, and my system is not giving me speed. All right, then they announced their earnings 6 months ago. A couple of announcements, and then 4 months ago they did a $5 million registered direct offering, and they had a couple announcements on that. And then 3 months ago they reported third quarter earnings, and then the couple announcements on that. And then 3 months ago, Fngr Motion awarded multiple contracts to deliver vehicles equipped with advanced satellite communication command platform. January 23rd, 2025. Fngr Motion is pleased to announce it has been awarded contracts from various agencies to equip emergency response system vehicles with Fngr Motion's advanced mobile integrated command and communication platform, the C2 platform, in order to enhance these agencies' communication and coordination capabilities. These contracts had been previously secured through a competitive public tender process that rigorously reviewed our technical capability, cost effectiveness, and regulatory compliance. I'm sorry, my tongue is feeling thick. Our subsidiary, Shanghai Zhuji Information Technology, emerged as the clear and preferred partner, offering tailored solutions. All right, here we go. Where are you? Where are you? At the airport?
I'm in my car. Why?
All right. Well, I'm live. Everybody wants to hear from you if you're free.
All right, listen, I'll pull over. Let's go.
Yeah, pull over, put it back in your pants, and wash your hands first.
All right, so you got a quick run to 3, whatever it was, right? You had a quick run to 3, correct?
Yeah.
And they pulled it back. And if anyone has a half a brain, you buy these dips because they're trying to get people to sell. I told you, they create volatility. Volatility had to come to the upside. You finally got it to 309, then they came right back down on it. Anyone who paid 290, they want you to turn around and sell it. That's the same pattern always. It doesn't change. People are not running in to sell it down to 250 when it went to 3. If you wanted to sell it, you sold it on the way to 3, and you buy it back here. People, this is the easiest trading pattern ever. The opportunity is getting bigger. I told you yesterday I had people that were going to take it to 3. I posted it. If anyone can find that post, I told you that last night they were taking it to 3. These are real buyers putting stock away, not trading it. When the buying ends, these guys keep trying to mark it back down. There's nothing else to tell you. Guys, you have in front of you the greatest opportunity ever. You got the President of the United States. You got Fidelity telling you. What else can I tell you? It's all right in front of you. We know the short. We know how big it is. We know the company's doing a special dividend. We know the Roth report's coming out. Blah, 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 blah. It's all there. Those options that people bought at nickels, some have sold the 4s. The 2s went to 3. I told you that. Think about it. They went from 5 cents to over $1. I'm sure the 3s, I don't even know what they went at. I'm not seeing them. I'm sure they're 50 cents when it went to 3. Each one of these things, you doubled and tripled your money. And when you sell the 2s, you buy the 4s. When you buy the 4s and they go, you buy the 5s. I have guys who started with 50 calls. They have 1,000 of them now, 1,000 of the 5s. If this thing runs to 10, all right, for no money, just profit, they'll make $500,000 for nothing. That's if it went to 10. If it went to 100, it's not even telling you how much money to make. The opportunities here and those cheap options. Hold on, tell this guy I'm on with him.
Yeah, all right.
So your opportunities right here, you can't miss it. I don't know how to tell you. Where's the stock at, William? I don't even know.
It's 253.5, 253 by 254, 37 by 38, 2,420,000.
All this volume trading, these are real buyers taking it up. When the buyers are finished, they mark it down. Buy the dips, buy those cheap calls. If you sold your stock, buy the options. There's nothing I can tell you. It's right here. You got the president, you got Doge, you got Devin Nunes. Susan Trimbat told you yesterday on Twitter that this is a major problem by Fidelity. It's all right in front of you. I'm not making it up. It's right. Everything I've been saying is coming out now. The only thing that hasn't happened is a big run. And I spoke to my older brother this morning. He's laughing. My brother was a risk arb, an option market maker, you name it. Brilliant. He's like, why don't they just let the stock go up? Well, obviously, they don't have the money. We all know that. So there's your one answer. Number 2 is there has to be someone in some risk department somewhere. The way it looks like there's no one overseeing this risk. This is a, what do you want to call it? A satellite that's out of control. There's no one controlling it. And that's where it's going to cause the most damage. This thing is completely out of control, or it's a plane that's coming in for a crash landing. I don't even have to explain it anymore. These guys are so dead, it's not even funny. I told you I'm meeting 2 businessmen from Malaysia, 2 billionaires. All right? After I see them and I get them to buy, I'm going to wait for my instructions to go to Asia. There's nothing else I can. It's all. This is about now is this game is over. People, this game is over. It's just you having the balls to play it if you don't want to play or not. That's all it is right now. All the information is out there. William and I are telling you the same stupid story. Now you're getting into trading. Run it up. You could sell the rip, buy the dip. Sell the rip, buy the dip. If you wanted to do that, you could sell it, but there's always the opportunity. And when you do sell it, let's say you sold it at 3 and the stock goes to 300, how sick are you going to be? That's why I said if you did sell it, just
just trade on the margin. Trade 10%, 25% of your position. Keep the rest.
Yeah, listen, William. I disagree on that.
All right.
This is something that's a once in a lifetime. There's not many opportunities you're going to see like this ever, ever, ever again. Never before has the government of the United States told you a stock has to go up. Never. Donald Trump is going after the short sellers. Short sellers mean what? Everything they sold, they have to buy back. That's it. It's right in front of you. When this thing turns back up again later, it goes to 3, you'll see the 5 before you blink an eye.
Yeah, I said that this morning to somebody.
Right. 100% when it goes back up.
It was very strong.
My friend had his daughter call Fidelity to buy stock and place to trade. They didn't let her place to trade. So she went out and bought options. They had to go 2 levels up on people to get answers. There is no answers. They don't even want you to buy it anymore. Susan Trimbat said it. If they're not letting you buy it, it's because they have a huge problem. They're telling you they have a huge problem. 2 million shares ain't going to do it. Hold on, let me just tell this guy. I'm just going to have a conference call at 12 noon. People asking me, no big deal. I'll just put it up for 12 noon. My meeting's at 2, so I don't see these guys till 2. So, but again, you guys have to understand the opportunity is so right in front of you. I don't even know what to say anymore. All right. I don't know what to say. You have any questions? Let's go.
Well, what's the telephone number to call in for your conference call?
Oh, yeah. I don't know. Hold on a second. Give me a second. Give me 1 second. You know, I dial in it every day. You'd think I would know the number. I am a numbers guy, but I can't remember this stupid number. Give me 1 second. I'm sorry.
It's all right.
I'm hoping everybody's watching the stuff that's on Twitter. People are posting it. Give me 1 second. Let me get this stupid number. And
all right.
Okay, the number is 425-436-6326. And the code is 3766434.
Okay. Noon.
William, if you can do me a favor, William, if you could post that on Twitter, that number, and tell people I'm going to do it at 12 o'clock, so this way I can tune in. I can get my footing.
425-436-6326, code 376-6434. I'll call when you do it. I'll call in so everybody can listen from here.
Yeah, call in, and this way I can go over it. But again, the opportunity is just showing you. This stock was 7. It's 3. It's 254. December 31st, 2018. I bought 2,500 shares. The first trade that I did. 287. All this company did was the top-up minutes. Here we are, 2025. The company's got 7 avenues, monster clients, business, and the stock is 254. You tell me, this company's being held down unfairly. The opportunity, I told you, with William, the people we met at that conference when they rang the bell, those people know more about it than anyone. And they told me a while ago, this is a $100 stock.
You can ring my...
So here you are. You have a stock that's $2.55. You can see the activity. Fidelity's telling you everything is right here for you. Not more I can say. It's right there.
All right, let's see if there's any question. When are they going to put more strike prices on options to make more?
That's the option, guys. We can't do anything about that. If anyone can tell me what are the $5, the $4 and $5 calls trading for May?
Let me see. Let me put my glasses on. My eyesight is.
I'll say the 4s are 25.30.
Now the 4s for May right now are 15.20. The 3s.
So there's your buy. That's your buy. That's it.
The 3s are 25.30.
Right.
The 2s are 60.75. That doesn't make any sense. They just.
Well, the stock is at 260.
Yeah, that's right. So they're not putting a premium there.
The premium disappears once you go into the money.
Yeah, that's right. That's right.
That's why I keep telling you to roll up.
I thought the stock was trading higher. I didn't look at
the $4 calls are 15 cents on the play, or 20 cents, whatever we said. Yeah. That's the ones to buy. And if you owned August, any month past these months, sell those, take the premium, and go forward. Go to the options that don't have the premium. Take advantage of your price and the premium and go forward to the cheaper options. You get them for free. Let's say you bought the August 3s at a dime and they're 40 cents. You sell them, you make 30 cents. You could buy the 4s for 20 cents. You could buy 1.5 times for free and put your original investment in your pocket. Because William always says, auction people always lose. Not if you listen to me.
I know.
You got it for free. I'm only busting you up, William.
If you trade like a professional, you're all right. But it's the dummies like me.
Don't be a Statue of Liberty. Listen, if you can trade options and make a nickel and you paid 10 cents for them, 2 trades, you own it for 0. Just think like that. You sell half, you buy them back, you got a full position, they pop up again, you sell them again, you got them for free.
James has, that's interesting, 50 January 16, 2006 calls. He bought them at 15 cents? That was pretty smart to do. They're now 50 to 75.
So you sell them at 75, put them out there. If you sell them at 75, you buy the May 5 for no money. If it's going to happen, it's happening now. Do you understand that? This squeeze is happening now within 2 weeks.
Try to find questions. Significant gap on the 4 hour. Okay. A gap between 225 and 235 need to be closed. Well, maybe that's 4 hours. Not everybody trades on 4 hour gaps.
Listen, trading a gap, what you're just describing, that's for Costco. This is not that type of stock. This is a stock that's got a fire raging. It's a rocket ship ready to lift off. And sitting here and waiting to make an extra, to save yourself an extra 10 or 15 cents, I have to tell you, you're in the wrong stock. You don't understand it.
Benjamin wants to know if I think G-Bucks will go before Fngr. Nobody knows what happens, but
my friends have been accumulating Fngr a little at a time because they know we're coming there next. Where is G-Bucks? I don't even know.
Let me look. 290 down 30. I think it's down 30 cents. I'm not positive.
So I'll make a bet with you right now. I guarantee it's going to close at 330, 340 today. Easy. My friends are sitting here waiting for these guys to knock it down to get cheap stock. And every day on the close, we take it back up if you're not paying attention.
David says over 2,200,000 shares is huge today.
Why?
For Fngr.
Why?
Why? I don't know. That's what he said. 2.5 million shares.
I just don't understand why. Volume, I told you, when the short sellers stop selling, this volume will be through the roof.
Yeah.
What could be happening is that the real short could be out here trying to cover. You got to remember, the option short is trying to cover. The real short is trying to cover. And the naked short is holding it down.
Yeah.
But their biggest mistake is trying to sell it lower.
Yeah.
The biggest mistake is them trying to sell it lower because guess what it does? It brings in the buyers.
There's some shills from Virtue posting crap about Fngr. Well, that's probably a good sign for the good guys.
And some guy posting from Virtue, Dirty Doug.
That's what somebody's saying here. Yep. Lots of hedgies talking smack on Twitter.
So I know somebody knows Doug's his brother. I'm going to call him up when I get home, and I'm going to put up dirt on Dirty Doug. His brother calls him a fucking retard. His younger brother, I think it's his younger brother. Because I had people that bought Virtue because the brother told them to buy it. I made them sell it at 37 to get out of it by Fngr. And I told them Dirty Doug is going to jail when it's all said and done.
Dirty Doug is going to have to marry Kamala Harris. That's going to be his punishment. June, thanks to him, I was accumulating Fngr when nobody wanted it. Between $1.05 and $1.29, I bought 2,000 shares. Good, June.
There you go. What I told you to do. So June, GBUX. No one wants it. See the pattern yet, June? That's how it works.
Yeah. Yeah, it's a funny thing in the stock market. We're all the same. We want to buy when the stock price goes up. We don't want to buy when it's down. But if
look at the people who bought today. Oh, I'm buying it today. I've only been watching it for 2 years. I'm going to go buy it today, close to 3. You could have bought it all you wanted at $1.50 below. And the best part about it, William, is we've been pretty out loud about this stock, meaning that we've been telling the story to everybody for a while.
Look, everybody, this guy Giannis is going to stream the conference call. So I'm going to stream it, but jump over to Giannis. He has a better call experience than I do. So at noon, you have a choice. You can call into Ham directly on 425-436-6326, code 376-6434, or go over to Giannis. I'll sit over here and talk to myself. All right, Ham, what about funds that squeeze GME were exercising calls to force buying? I'm not sure that's what was happening, but
I think they're trying to force. They think by exercising the calls, they got to get delivery of the stock. Is what they're trying to do.
yeah.
Do you really think we have sophisticated investors to do that?
Yeah. Why does G-Bucks close higher at the end of the day? 3 straight days now.
Because we come after it, we let these guys try to sell it cheap. After they get tired of selling it, we take it back up on them every day.
Bygone says, Bogey One says, I have 700 calls for May.
If you own the 3s, if you roll out of the 3s to the 4s, the 4s to the 5.
Dirty Doug is going to marry his paid shill troll, hairdresser Amy. I have Ham on speed dial.
That's okay.
What could GDC do? I don't think.
When you put an order in and crystal cancel, you basically taking your stock, you put it out for sale, and because it's out for sale, they cannot lend it out. So for the idiots that don't know their shares are being lent out, you're taking it off the market. That's why you put it in. Or you can think about it, if you're going on an airplane and you want to sell, finger motion at 10. If the stock runs to 10 and it goes to 10 and back down, you should make that sale because you have an order in, right?
Right.
Think about it. If you put it in at 3 today, you would have sold it at 3 and you could have bought it back at 260.
Right.
You can't sell it unless you put an order in.
So
people, you don't understand. I got to say it again. You guys have no idea. You have Wall Street professionals with their fingers stuck up their ass right now. They don't know what to do. It's just like GameStop. We have the opportunity to decapitate them. And the best part about it, you got a $3 stock versus a $30, $50, or $100 stock.
Casey Valerio wants to know, he owns 75 contracts for $4 calls May 16th. He's up 130%. What's his best move?
How many do you have?
75.
You sell 30 of them at, let's say, it's 25 cents to 30 cents. If you sell them there, then you buy the 5 at 10 cents and 20 cents. It's the same thing. And you keep moving up and you take money off the table.
Yeah, take your original money off the table. A lot of people asking if you're driving with your window down.
I have the roof. I have my wife's car with the roof open. I'm sorry. It's so nice out.
It's all right.
I'm almost home. So.
If I have Fngr in Fidelity, is there a broker I can move it to that would make Fidelity squirm? That
you
would
can move it to E-Trade, move it to Ameritrade, move it whatever you like.
He figures if he moves.
If you want to move the stock, move 25% at a time. They'll move it for you. Say, hey, want to sell? I own 1,000 shares. Move 250. Tomorrow you do 250. 250. This way you don't get caught if the stock screams where your stock is in transit.
Right. Right. He wants to put pressure on Fidelity to have to go buy the shares.
No, it's a good idea, but you know what? For me to orchestrate people to do that, it's very hard.
I mean, you can answer this question. Have the market makers covered the $2 calls?
I'm sure he's out there trying. You got to remember, you got to buy 500,000 shares. Think about the guy. He sold it. He was selling them at a nickel and a dime. They went to 70 cents. He's down 60 cents 5,000 times. It's $300,000. Who wants to sell 5,000 calls, all right, at a dime to make $50,000, and he's down 300? Do you understand how stupid the trades are now?
Is he still going to Singapore?
Yes, I am. I'm waiting. I'm going to see 2 billionaires this afternoon from Malaysia. After I'm done with them, I'll get instructions on what I'm supposed to do. People, I don't fuck around. If I'm going, I'm going.
I bought 5 Fngr calls August 3s at 20. They're now 60 cents. Let them ride.
So you sell them at 60 and you can buy 10 or 20 of the 5s. Forget about it. And you go forward. Instead of August, you're going forward. Whatever's going to happen is happening now, not in 7 months from now.
How does Ham feel about $2.50 for the $2 million, $2.50 for the 2 million real short? How does Ham feel about $2.50 for the 2 million real short?
I told you they're short at $1.20. They're down $1.30 on 2.5 million shares. The most they can make is $1.20. And their stock they're down $1.30. You tell me, how would you feel? People, these are moronic trades. This is someone who has got no one overlooking his shoulder, overlooking him, and it's a terrible, terrible trade.
Fngr's still my #1 play. Dollars from Fngr can go into GTII. There's no reason to buy GTII right now.
GTII, you're wasting your time till it's actually in play.
Until you have a deal, you're just pissing money away.
Right.
You'll have a chance to. That guy's gonna. Once it's done, he's gonna offer you a deal, and then you can do something. But until then, you're just guessing. He said, "Forget about it." Okay. Yeah, he did say forget about it.
What do you mean forget about?
You said forget about it. I guess everybody in the country.
I'm telling you, until the CEO gives back his shares, there is no deal. You're wasting your time.
Oh, that's GTII. Yeah.
Yeah.
Do you have a updated trigger?
Forget about it. The guy in Texas. You're right. There you go.
Yeah, he
Sorry.
wanted you to say that, so you said
I'm
it.
sorry. There you go. I'm sorry.
You sound like that guy in that TV show that
My
died.
cousin Vinny.
Yeah, forget about it. What are the two Utes? What is that word? Utes?
I was watching that the other day.
The two Utes. I love the scene where he says, where she's upset about her clock ticking. And he says, can you pour, is there anything else you can pour on this minute right now? And she's beautiful in that. She's just gorgeous.
Maria Tomei, is that it?
Yeah, Maria Tomei. She's a gorgeous woman. All right. Do you have an updated squeeze trigger price for the naked short?
We're there. It's there. I told you that yesterday. We're here. I said that.
John,
You're in short squeeze territory. It's in motion. Sell the August and go forward. I've been telling you that.
John McFarland, Ham. I bought 25,700 shares at $1.90. What is the exit plan? What should he do?
Well, he's in for 50 grand, right? Go 25,000 times 2, 50,000. Mm-hmm. Number one, when it goes, again, this company's value is much higher than where it is. So you're not going to hear it in my voice. Hurry up, it's going back to $1. It's not doing that. Okay, so that's number one. Number two, when it goes, the key to everyone on this call, whatever you have invested, you start making small sales to get your money off the table. So at 10, if you were to sell, you got 50,000. If you were to sell 1,000 at 10, that's 10,000. You're only in for 40,000. Sell 1,000 at 20, you're only in for 20,000. Sell 1,000 at 30, that's 50. That's 60,000 for 3,000 shares. You got 22,700 still in your pocket for a home run swing. That's how you play it. And you say, well, what makes you think it's going to go up from that point? Well, I made the mistake in GameStop. I sold it at 118, and it went to 500. This one, I believe this stock is more viral than GameStop. Retail understands it. Retail knows what's going on, and that's what makes it the most dangerous, and that's what makes it the number one short squeeze stock, because everybody who owns the stock understands what's going on. Everyone in GameStop, 5% of the people knew what was going on. Roaring Kitty and every other stupid bastard had no clue. Brian Cohen knew. Michael Burry knew. I knew. They knew. Retail had no clue. Retail was running in, buying it, no matter where it went. It's going higher. You need to buy it down here and let the shorts take it higher. Let the hedge funds take it higher. Not you, because no one on this phone call is, wealthy enough to run with those horses that run $10 billion. These guys are gambling. The big hedge funds are playing with billions of dollars, and it's not their money. So it's a different game for those people. They can keep buying. They can buy 1,000 calls at $5 and then demand that they exercise them and give me delivery of the stock, because they'll pay for the stock because they have the money. You can't do that. Remember, if you buy, let's say the stock is 30 and you buy calls and you want to exercise it to get delivery to stock, you got to pay $30 for the stock. You need money to play this game. Right now, you don't need money. And that's why all of us, all the peasants, this is for us to rise up and get rich off of it with no money. Of course there's money, but I'm not talking that you need $10 million. People here, this guy's got 26,000 shares at 190 average. You know what? He's making a nice payday here when this goes.
Are they down more than they can make on the short?
Yes. Yes. The naked short is right around here. The real short is $1.20. He's done it. He's toast already. Whoever's allowing that guy to stay short needs psychiatric treatment. They belong in jail for allowing the guy to do this position. They should never be allowed to help tell anybody how to invest.
Does Ham think this squeeze will be like the Volkswagen squeeze, or just go to 50?
I put it up 6,000 times. I did the math. If these guys weren't shorting it today, the stock would have been $30 already. On 2 million shares, $30, $40. Remember, I told you Root was going up $12 on 500,000 shares because the selling stopped. When the selling stops, the thing will just rocket. Right now, they're still playing, trying to hold it down, right? Once it turns, it goes back up to 3, forget it. It's going to do a slow grind back up. 255, 256, 255, then it goes to 58. Where is it right now, William? I don't even know.
It is 261.05.
Yeah, see, it's starting to move back up again. Sell the rip, buy the dip. All right? I told you they need to create volatility. Their volatility, again, is a mistake. They let it, the volatility, they let it pop to 310. And then they came in and say, charge, hurry up, knock it down, and make people panic. That's what they did. That's what they're trying to do anyway.
I'm too Joe Biden brain to figure this out. Tasty Trade. I know he means somebody else. I just can't.
Oh, that's Steve Rosenberg. What does he want?
Tasty Trade is blocking call purchases on Fngr as of this morning.
Rosenberg, go get a real broker. Even though I gave you that guy.
Did Ham say to sell the August calls and purchase November calls?
Yes, May, forward. You're going forward, not backwards.
Explain what you mean by forward.
You got premium in the August calls. Your August calls are all premium.
So he's saying forward, he means closer to
today.
Closer to today, less time premium. Bring it forward. Yes. The front of the line is today. Bring it forward.
Right. So you got the August calls. So instead of August calls, the reason they're higher because they have premium, time premium. I'm sitting there saying, fuck time premium. You want to buy the May calls because whatever's happening is happening now. There's no real premium in these stocks right now. The options are very, very little premium. You got 60 cents in the May premium and you got 10 cents in the May premium. Excuse me. In the August, you got 50 or 60. Now you only have 10 or 20 cents in the May. So take your money off the table, put your original investment in your pocket, whatever the profit is, if it's 20, 30, 40 cents, take the 20 cents, 30 cents, 40 cents, buy the May 5 calls with the profit, and you have a position for free. Each 10 options is equivalent to 1,000 shares. Imagine buying 50 calls of the 5s, that's 5,000 shares. Think about that. My friend I told you, my friend has 1,000 calls now, and he owns them for free. 1,000, that's 100,000 shares. For free. He's not even going to look at them. If the stock takes off and goes to 100, he's going to make $100 on 100,000 shares. For free. And that's what the killer is. Because if the stock pulls back, guess what my friends will do? They'll come back in and they'll start buying calls again. Because everybody's free now. But the trend is your friend. The stock's going higher. Breaks 3, it's off to the races. William, I'm going to sign off with you. I'm going to go sign on the call. I'm going to get a drink of water, and I'll get ready for my call. And everyone, if you want to join in, I'll go in complete detail there. I'm going to look at the computer and go over everything with you.
All right.
William, I appreciate you calling in and keep your line open because if you have any questions, please, I want to know. All right?
All right. Okay.
I'll be I have to leave at 1:30, so that's where I'm free to. All right?
All right. All right.
Thank you.
Okay, so Ham is going to have a call at noon, which you can dial in yourself, 425 436-6326, code 376-6434. So the number is 425-436-6326. The code is 376-6434. The best place to go is Giannis. He does live, and he's the best source of information on Fngr and Ham. Giannis is on YouTube. I'm sure you can find him. You can go listen to him. He will stream the call. I will stay live, but I think you'll get better service with Giannis or calling directly into him. And of course, Lion of All Trades is here. He runs the live. He wants you to go over there too. I don't know if there's anybody else's live I can promote, but what the hell? How about that investor, that guy, the constant investor that was live and came on here and said that I'm just full of myself. Why is anybody listening to me? You can go to his. I think his live was constant investor or consistent investor or something like that. So you don't have to stay here. Just go where you feel best. You can call directly to him. Go over to Giannis. He's got the best access to Ham and Ham's calls on the internet. So go over to Giannis. That's YANNUS. I will stay live, but there's nothing better than live with Giannis. Oh, that's very funny. You should tell that one to Richard. What do you get when you put your grandmother on speed dial? Instagram. Look, the toughest thing during this period of time is the action seems to be in finger motion. So we're in these other stocks and we go, gosh, oh God, it's not moving, whether it's GDC or ZJYL. One thing I've learned, at least in this circle, I can think of 3 groups, possibly 4, 5, 6 groups that were all separate 2 years ago. They all seem to be intermingled now. The guys in one stock, start talking to the guys in another stock, and they're all end up in New York sometimes. They all know each other. They all got the monies. They all got big accounts. So Ramon, everybody, just like you, even guys with big zeros in their accounts, they are focused on Fngr today. They're all looking at Fngr. They're not looking at GDC. They're not looking at ZJYL. So I don't expect GDC or ZJYL to go up. However, this morning I didn't look at ZJYL. GDC was up this morning, and GDC is slowly drifting upward. But the excitement isn't there. Every human being somehow is created with the same stupidity. I want to buy more of the stock that's going up. I don't want to buy the stocks that are dead in the water. We all have that exact same emotion. We lose our mind. We're like cattle. We're like lemmings. We're like mobs. We're like crowds. We're like riots. Once we get something in the lizard part of our brain, all of us want to go that way. The way you make money in this market is be the place that crowd is going to come. The hardest part is waiting for that. It's the hardest part. If you're bored with GDC and ZJYL, maybe take a flyer on Fngr motion. but I want to talk to you first about finger motion before you do that. Ham will be on Giannis's call. Please, I want everybody to go over to Giannis' call. He's trying to make money on YouTube. I'm not. He needs viewers. He's a great guy. He's always been supportive. I mean, look how many times he's helped me out. And now it's the same audience, but the only way to get his likes up, you got to go over to his calls. It's going to be, I'll have the same call here, but he's a better guy. So go over to Giannis, or call in yourself at noon on 425-436-6326, 425-436-6326. And the code is 3766434. I really appreciate that Giannis and others have decided to create a business around him. I've been ineffectual at it, so I think you got to go with Giannis. His service is better, and Giannis is the man. Please go over to Giannis on YouTube. He can give you his experience, and he has access to him, which I do not. Do not do this. Middle Ground wants everybody to buy a share of Fngr on every platform. Do not do this. If we collude and buy, we're breaking the law. We're breaking the law. You are not allowed to form a group, even if it's 2 people, to manipulate the price of the stock. If you're on the short side, they look the other way. But as long as if we do it, we're breaking the law. Simply do not follow Middle Ground's advice here. Yeah, Singapore Air is the best. Singapore Air is the best. Jeff Easton is not selling. Jeff Easton is not long or short Fngr. I mean, there might be, you might prove me wrong on one of his filings, but it's not significant to his overall trade. Jeff Easton is a front. He's just a bird dog. He's a loser. He's a bird dog for the Anson funds, probably. They all work together. I'm not going to point out their characteristics. They're just human beings that happen to meet together. They don't have trust. They don't trust each other. They don't meet each other outside of trading hours. They don't know each other outside of trading hours. They're not referred to each other by their buddy from other organizations outside. It's just all coincidence. But Jeff Easton is just an idiot who was trained by somebody. Could be Steve Cohen, could be, but at arm's length. You'd never be able to prove it. But it could be a lawyer that's out there in the shadows, like a Nadich. It could be a lawyer from one of the big firms. But a guy that works with Steve Cohen goes up to this day trader, Jeff Easton, and says, hey, you want to make a lot of money? Hey, bud, you want to make a lot of money? You want to make a lot of money, bud? So what all Jeff Easton does, Benchmark has conferences. Benchmark has conferences. These CEOs who trust the system, which doesn't exist, The CEOs come in, they've spent 15 years working on their idea, building their team, building contracts, building revenue. They come to a conference and they go, wow. And then up walks John Gotti or Jeff Easton. Hey, sign this document. The lawyer's given it to us. Is this big, thick thing. It's at the market, or it's the warrants, or it's a whatever, but it's all drawn up for the lawyers on the other side. And we'll do the financing. We'll raise the money. Once they sign it, once the selling starts, those companies are on their way to oblivion. Nobody believes it. Oh, where's your proof? Jeremy Frommer, Genius Brands, COSM, Vocal, same thing I know, MULN, MMAT, Fngr for a while. Now they're fighting their way out of it. On and on and on and on and on and on, Root, and now they're fighting their way after they've been reduced. Jeff Easton is simply a bloody bird dog for the Anson funds. And when I say that, you're going to say, oh, well, no, it's a different fund. All right, it's a different fund. It's conceptual. Jeff Easton is not short. He's not buying it back. The guy who's short is the Anson funds. And my understanding is there's 4 funds that Jeff Easton works with. It's probably more, but he's lazy. He's not going to go. They're directed. Somebody, for example, that works with Steve Cohen says, here, Jeff, come meet me. They never meet at the temple, and they never meet at the Jewish Rec Center. It has nothing to do with being Jewish. It's just they happen to meet. So they meet on neutral ground, away from the SEC, away from tapes, away from Goyim, who might rat on them, and they meet. Here's how you do it. Go get Benchmark. The guys at Benchmark will give you, feed you some companies, get the CEO to sign this, fill out this document, let us know early so we can start selling stock that doesn't exist, and then we will fulfill the contract. We'll give you a kickback. And we'll split it 70-30. 70 for the big guy, 30 for you. He's not short. Steve Cohen's not short. It's a pool of money that he put at arm's distance, and then that guy gets started. And then a guy like Moaz Kassam, who might have gotten started with Steve Cohen, goes out on his own because he gets so big. And then Wall Street loves it, and Steve Cohen loves it. Everybody loves it because it's commission, and it's stock loan, and it expands assets under management, and they just keep selling. But it costs money. It costs money. But it's good for everybody. Just look the other way. And then you have friends all over the place. Burner phones. Think movies. Burner phones. Hey, Jeff, help me out here. Do you know anybody? We got in trouble with GME. Do you got anybody out there that we can hire that can start selling that? Yeah, here. It's all a close network of criminals. They're probably not all Jewish, but they're largely Jewish. If I were in law enforcement, that would be the first check on my box. Why is it everyone in every educational system in the world can say if you're a white straight male, you're part of the patriarchy, you're part of the problem, and you can have advertisements against it, against male toxicity, and that's okay. I can't point out to you that the guys doing this are all Jewish. I can't point that out to you. Oh, you sound like Hitler. I'm not Hitler. I'm talking about 50 guys. I'm not talking about 18 million people. I'm talking about 50 guys who are corrupt. That's one of their characteristics. Greed is another. Fat is another. In the shadows is another. Rich is another. Protected is another. A lot of characteristics. But Jeff Easton is not doing anything. Jeff Easton's job is simply to get the CEO to sign the contract, give the business, in my example, to Anson Funds, Moez Kassam, who knows for sure. They short the stock, they sell stock that doesn't exist, drive the stock down, give that money, Easton makes a kickback. That's all it is. That's your Wall Street of today. And this is the engine that Donald Trump is counting on to bring us back to the top in the industrial world. The only people it's going to help is the banksters. And right now in history, you'll notice most of the top banksters are also Jewish. It's not always been that way. It used to be other people. It just happens now. Guys, this system is so big and is so interwoven. To count on someone to rescue us is silly. It's really silly. I think Ham might be onto something. Please go. I want everyone to go to Giannis's call. I'm going to stay live. I'm going to continue my own call, but Giannis is a better place to be to stream Ham's conference calls. Giannis is better. Giannis didn't start his own YouTube, but he sees something good. Ham, hey Ham, let's do it together. Go to Giannis. Go to Giannis. Make sure you donate to Giannis. Hit Giannis's like button. Hit his subscribe button. Hit his alert button. Anyway, I really, it's not an issue about Judaism. It's an issue about what's going on in the banking system. And a group of well-trained guys, competitive guys, always eye on the ball, always argue, every day move it forward. Over the last 50 years, 40 years, particularly starting when Bill Clinton changed the section, I think it was Section 8 of the UCC law in 1994. They just keep going. And the difficult thing, which I cannot square, I know Ham said that Dr. Trimbath came on Twitter and said they're in trouble. I don't know how they get in trouble. Dr. Trimbath, I do, I've got my theory, which I've shared with you. But Dr. Trimbath has stated in her book, which I've read 3 times, and it could put you asleep reading it faster than if someone knocked you over the head with it. But she says in her first chapter, and I don't know where, that must be in the other room. I'd read it to you again if I could find it quickly. They can settle non-delivered stock with non-delivered stock. Ham talks about that. They move the trades. That's what they do. But if they don't have enough time to get the system going, they can get in trouble and get bought in. And I think that's what Ham thinks is happening here. Now, you have 20 minutes before you go to Giannis's call. Remember, when you go on Giannis's call, hit the like button, subscribe, and hit the alert button. Move your business to Giannis. He's a great guy. He can carry Ham's call. He needs the business. Giannis is your man. I'll be live for the stragglers who want to be with the guy that was there when Ham had 2 listeners or 12 listeners. Fngr right now is 262. Now, I want to get something in your head. I didn't read all of that news. You can go back to it. But the contract that Fngr has, I think, is a wonderful contract. It is company changing. They won it at a tender. It's for all the vehicles in the country, and in the news I just read, they have to purchase the vehicles to install. So we know it requires money. We know that. Now, in the news, you can read the Roth Capital financing. It happened in December, $5 million. They raised, all of a sudden my ear popped and I'm talking loud. I'll have to quiet down. I apologize. They raised $5 million at $1.50. A week earlier, the stock was trading at, I don't remember, 260. Please be on the alert for this. Please be on the alert. This does not mean that the stock cannot run, that the stock cannot squeeze. I'm not saying that. Anything's possible. Anything's possible. And particularly, imagine if Fngr Motion did a raise away from Roth. Imagine if Fngr Motion did a joint venture that involved money or forbearance on the bills, or they did it with debt guaranteed by a JV with SAIC. That would blow the shorts out of the water. Absolutely blow the shorts out of the water. That's possible. If there's institutional investors, Ham's talked about a wealth fund, or there's just a bunch of wealthy investors that come in away from Roth, and they just do a clean, plain vanilla financing. A price that values the stock not on what the criminals do in the stock market, but on an agreed price that might be above the market. No warrants, no derivatives, no derivatives, no derivatives. That would blow the stock out of the water. But if they do a deal with Roth, I think Roth has possibly good people in the investment bank, and then they have some that just funnel the business to Moez Kassam. When I'm using names, I'm doing it to tell a story. It could be somebody else. So if Roth Capital becomes a source of financing, which is my point, in order to maintain that contract, Fngr Motion needs to go from building 2 cars, I'm making up, to building 200 cars a quarter, 300 cars a quarter. Well, you need money to buy the cars, you need money to employ the people, money to rent out the factory space, money to build out the computer systems that link to the satellites, money to build up your command center. So how do you expand from let's say 2,000 a year? How do you go from 2 to 2,000 without money? You need money. And what's the risk that the criminals want? Just like MULN, just like MMAT, just like Root initially, just like story after Adina Friedman story. Let's just sell the stock down. Just sell, 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 sell. I don't care how good the story is. If you have 50 million shares that grow to 5 billion, your stock's not going to go up. That's how the criminals think. And they collude. They meet each other. They're trained by each other. They use the same attorneys, and they're kicked back by the same people. Anson Funds, maybe Steve Cohen, maybe Ken Griffin. It's a group of guys that have designed a criminal strategy, and they pay off everybody. And it's so complicated, Ann Wagner can't figure it out because she's multitasking. Women can multitask, men can't. Bullshit. Nobody can multitask. Nobody can multitask. At least not with full attention. But this is the bullshit we're sold. Anyway, the thing I want to bring to your attention is I have to give it 80% odds. No, I would go higher. 95% odds that Fngr Motion needs to raise money. I can't think of a scenario, in fact, where Fngr Motion doesn't need to raise money if they want to keep that C2 contract. Now, on the one side, you've got the criminals who want to raise the money necessary and expand the capital, the cap table to 1 billion shares or more. On the other side, you've got all of us fighting to have a fair market. And I think this is just instinct. I think the odds of an SAIC joint venture are probably 25%. I think the odds of major investors like a wealth fund or institutional or wealthy investors coming in with a non-Roth capital broker deal, probably same, 25%. I think if a deal is brokered through Roth capital, I think it has a 30% odds of being clean, no derivatives, no trailing toxic pricing, no warrants, etc. I'd give it 30%. So if you heard me, I'm giving 50% odds that the financing is going to go through Roth capital. I give a third chance that it's a clean deal through Roth capital. I think it's 2/3 chance that Roth capital screws the pooch again, whether they know it or not. I think Moez Kassim and the rest of the shorts will be in there playing. They'll set up a fund. They'll say they're a family fund. They'll say they're a mutual fund, and they'll buy the stock. Roth capital will act as the agent. They'll buy stock from the company that they're selling right now. I think there's very strong odds, just like with GME and AMC. Let me put it this way. You would be foolish to not think that that's a possibility. Well, Martin's too smart for that. Well, that may be. Martin's a pretty smart guy. Martin's not greedy. Martin's looking out for you, and he's a very good man. But Martin might need to take the money to keep the contracts. Well, the big investors will never let that happen. Well, what if the big investors are part of it? And what if the smooth talking guys from Roth Capital say, hey, there's no warrants in this? Or the warrants are at the same price as the deal. Or it's at the market. And no one takes time to read through what the lawyers who Steve Cohen hired, and I'm using his name as someone to lock on in the story. Who knows? It's guys like him do this, and they contact Jeff Easton, they contact Benchmark, and then it's all out arm's length. There's too much money in this. They all do it. Anyway, so you've got 9 minutes. Look up Giannis. Please go to Giannis's channel. He can give you better access to ham than I can. And he's got his insights. He's a great, terrific guy. Please hit the like button for Giannis. Please donate to him. Please subscribe to Giannis. What I'd like you to consider for the gentleman who owned all that stock, I'd like you to remember last time Fngr Motion ran up, and I was part of that. And so I'm probably talking from my own experience. Options give you a lot of black and white on your computer screen, and in your statement, you go, oh my gosh, look at all the money I have. But they can take it away just like that too. So don't let your emotions, I understand what Ham's saying. He's 100% right, 100% right. This is the trade that could give you $500,000 or $1 million. And if you don't push it, you're not going to get that. So as long as you understand that. So what, just to be clear, what Ham's suggesting, and he had several guys do it, they bought calls, they sold those as a profit, they came closer with less time premium, and now they have 1,000 calls. They took their original money off the table, and they know, and Ham would admit, that you could lose all of that money. You could still be right on the trade, but the 3 weeks could go by and you lose all that money. But you're playing with house money. And what Ham is saying, you're pressing your bet, because if the stock does run this time, which he believes it will, it's going to happen now. Susan Trimbath, Trump, etc. And I can't tell you he's wrong. I cannot tell you he's wrong. That's going to change your life. But what there's part of me wants you to think about is you can sell some, if you own stock, you can sell some of the $4 calls. Right? All right, you got 8 minutes to go to Giannis. You got 8 minutes to go to Giannis. Giannis needs your business. And Giannis has a much closer relationship with Ham. So please go to Giannis. So right now, you can sell the $4 calls on your stock for May. It's May 16th, 2 weeks. You can sell them for 15 cents. And you're thinking, oh, that's not enough. You might be able to get 20 cents. But you can sell them for 15 cents. So for 2 weeks, if the stock goes to 4, you might lose your stock. But for 2 weeks, which will end, I don't know, if you sell 100 of those, I mean, I know that's a lot. That's 10,000 shares. You might not want to do that. But you bring in $1,500. I'm not saying the stock's not going to go up. I'm not saying that. In fact, I think the chart, the volume is telling you it's going to go up. But that's just one. You could go out later, but I'm not suggesting that. What I like is you can bring in small premium in 2 weeks. The likelihood those are going to expire worthless in 2 weeks. What if it punches through 4, goes to 450? Well, then you have an option of buying those back and selling the next month, or you just let your stock go. and then reestablish your position. But just bear in mind, I'm giving you a caution. If this stock goes to 4, if it goes to 350, if it goes to 450, even if it just goes to 3, I am telling you to put in your mind that Roth Capital is going to try to do a financing. And you ask yourself, will Roth Capital make phone calls to 1,000 investors to do a deal with real retail? Or will they just pick up one phone from Moez Kassam and he'll say, hey, the stock's trading at $4. I'll do it at 325. What do you think? All right, you got 5 minutes to go over to Giannis. I'm going to stay live. You don't have to go. In fact, I'm going to call in right now to make sure we're on the call. But please, the gentleman here came on to my call to tell you that Giannis is going to be live. So because that gentleman, who I do not know, came on to my call to tell you to go to Giannis's, I'm going to join him. Go to Giannis's call. It's incredible to me. Absolutely incredible to me. Where's Giannis every single day? Where is he? Probably at the gym. It's probably where I should go. Start going to the gym. 425-436-6326. All right. Let's see if I can get into the call.
Welcome, and thank you for choosing freeconferencecall.com. You're helping people around the world communicate for... Muted.
All right. You're in the call. You're going to hear the call here. But please, a gentleman came on earlier, and he is telling all of you that Giannis has a conference call. I would not want you to detract from Giannis's ability to build Giannis's website and his following. So please, I'm here every single day. I've tried to work hard for 3 years, but please, go to Johnny Come Lately. Go to Giannis. Go to Giannis. Go to Giannis. Hit the like button on Giannis. Donate to Giannis. Subscribe to Giannis. He's there for you thick and thin. All right, I'm going to get off of Giannis after all. Nixie is 172. We've got 2 minutes before Ham comes on. I really emphasize, I think Nixie, this time next week, this time 2 weeks from now, will be what everybody's talking about, in addition to Fngr. G-Bucks 284, I agree with Ham. I bet that's up 50 cents by the end of the day. That's a buy the dip, sell the rip, maybe. And then what else? Oh, Railtown. Let me see if I can get that. Railtown is 28 cents. I still, my opinion, you're going to make, when that reprices, that's what I think it will happen. It will reprice. I think it's 10x. Am I wrong? Yeah, I could be, but I'm giving you my target. So Fngr right now, before Ham comes on, 261.5, 261 to 263, 3 million, no, sorry, I'm sorry, wrong. That's my eyesight. 2,750,000 shares. Absolutely unbelievable. That is a sign of strength. So all the cautions I give you right in front of our nose, my big nose, is a lot of evidence of strength. And we're about to hear from Ham. You'll get a better service with Giannis on YouTube. He is going to carry the conference call live with Ham. This gentleman wants you to go to Giannis. Go to Giannis. I'll carry it here as well. And it should be coming on any minute. We're on the call as we speak.
12 o'clock and another day of guess who the fraud is, and let's go right to it. Number one, Fngr Motion. I just got a call from a friend in New York City whose client is a $3 billion hedge fund that owns some stock. He told me they told him 5 minutes ago they expect to see a huge margin call in the name, and the short squeeze they think could begin today. So, people, this is getting around the street. All right? For brokers on this call your hedge funds up. Have them look at it. This is right up their alley. All right? You guys wanted volume? Here it is. The shorts are giving you volume to buy all you can. If this guy's correct, this thing can explode this afternoon. All right? Cheap options, they're a must. You must own. I don't give you own one. All right? These are frauds. They're criminals, and they're getting exposed, and the word gets on the street. Wall Street's a small place. All right? These stocks are not ripping like $20, $30 because these guys still sell into it thinking they can hold it down. But they can't beat the world. This stock, Fngr Motion, is more viral than GameStop. How do I know that? I posted about GameStop on February of 2020 when it's $3.75. I did a report on it. Out of 100 people, only 5 or 10 people bought the stock because they all thought it was a piece of shit, blah, 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 blah. All right? So the people didn't understand the naked shorting. And I was there because I was telling and pitching people. In Fngr Motion, I've been pitching for a couple of years here. Everyone knows about it. Everybody understands it. Everyone knows the short. Everyone knows how big it is. Now you got the president. You got Fidelity shutting it down because they're bad. Remember, Susan Trimbat said, every person who's long has a failure to receive. That's what they call it, a fail to deliver. I mean, someone's not delivering the stock to us.
They never ask.
Right? They use different terminologies. As a brokerage firm will have a failure to receive, they didn't get it. A failure to deliver is from the short seller. They're not delivering the stock. All right, so Susan Trimbat is a little more technical, and she uses it that way. But an FTD is a fail to deliver. These guys are not delivering the stock. That's how it works. All right, so again, the street is talking about it. Excuse me. And the street is talking about it, and this thing's coming to a head. I believe there's a good probability that it happens today. You don't got 2.7 million shares being sold. All right? Who's selling it from 3 back down? Those are the naked shorts trying to take the momentum out of it, and hopefully people would give up on it. That's what they're doing. That's all that's going on. All right? This stock is ready to explode. There's no selling. You can see it. It got to 260, 262. It stopped. All right? These guys have a huge problem. They can't get out of it, and they're upside down. Now what do you do? And now it's getting viral with the hedge funds who before haven't been here. I told you hedge funds like to come in later. Hedge funds like to join the fight when it's in motion. When they know it's going to be a lock and it's going to go, they'll step in and start buying 500,000 shares. You'll see them come in. All right? I told you last night, I found a group that was going to take it to 3. It went to 308. All right? They wanted to own the stock, and that's what they did. They took it up because they wanted to own it. The short took backing away. It got harder to buy. Once these people stopped buying, they let the stock drop, thinking that everyone's going to bail out. People, the whole game was a short seller, a naked short. Is they want to make sure that you buy it, and then they push it down and make you think twice about why you bought the stock. That's all it is. They want you to give up on it before you even pay for the trade. They want you to think, oh, I just paid 3, it's 260. Oh, fuck. I bought 10,000 shares, I'm down 40 cents. And they want you to turn around and sell it. That's what the shorts do. It's the same pattern all the time. And trust me, they've gotten me over the years. I didn't know what was going on. All of a sudden, there's a big, massive seller. If you wanted to sell it, why didn't you sell it when it's going up to 3? Why would you sell it if you paid $2 and it's 3? Why would I sell it back down to 2.5? If you want to sell it, you sell it when it's going. Everybody knows that. But they create the illusion that people are bailing out. Hurry up, sell, get out. Complete opposite. We've been in this game for a long time. This stock is down from 7. Okay? Well, people go up from $1.20. It's been unfairly held down. Okay? A friend of mine just told me that he's watching all the trades, and there's so many odd lot trades, meaning 12 shares, 15 shares. It's like a machine gun. This is a way for them to hide their sales. You know, when you're selling small amounts, people don't detect it. They can't. Who's going to look into, the SEC is going to look into it and say, hey, wait, someone just sold 20,000 shares of stock in 10 share lots. They don't look at those things. The SEC is looking for people that sell 100,000 shares, 50,000 shares. That's what they look for. Not people selling 12 shares. We call it an odd lot sell. And there's so many of them because my friends watching time and sales all day. Okay, they're all looking at it and they're saying, look at you guys, they're telling me, have you seen all these small sales? It's like a machine gun. I put it the other day. Someone sold 7,000 shares in 100 share lots in 17 seconds to knock it down like a machine gun. That's what they do. All right? The stock, the trend is your friend. It's going up. The options, everything is there for you. And now you're hearing that it could possibly happen today. You guys keep asking me, what's the time frame? I just told you what $1 billion fund just said. I think it's now. I think Trump is putting his foot on and neck on the guy at the SEC. They can't hide it anymore. Devin Nunes, all these people are stepping up now. They're doing it the political way, where they got to get it into the mainstream, and then that's when this thing is going to happen. Donald Trump just can't walk into the SEC and demand, hurry up and fix my stock. He can't do that. We said that a long time ago before he became the president. But now that he's the president, it's 100% that he's going to kill these guys. There's not even a question about that. Right? So you now got a feeling about what the timeline is. I keep telling you, the August calls, sell them into the run, and you go back into the maze. So if you make 60, 70 cents, you can buy the maze 4 to 5 for 20 cents. You put 50 cents in your pocket, and you play for free. You don't need to have August calls for premium because things are supposed to happen now. The writing is all on the wall that it's showtime. It's not me saying it. Everybody's saying it. You got the president. You got Elon Musk and the Doge team, and I'm sure they're in the SEC. Elon hates the shorts. All right? Trump hates the shorts. Devin Nunes is telling you Fidelity's screwed up. They're blocking people. I put shareholders on the phone that told you about it. Now they say, what was the firm? Vanguard is blocking people from buying it. Remember, everyone who buys it, all these big firms that buy it, they have the liability of the short because they owe it to you. So when you are looking for your stock, your brokerage firm has to get you the share. So they get on the hook. So let's say Lynn Partners goes belly up this afternoon. Fidelity is going to take their loss. Let's say they're short 20 million shares. They buy it in, and they lose $2 billion. And they say, okay, we lost $2 billion. Hey, take this bill, and whoever we short, go give it to them. Oh, with Lynn Partners, where are they? Well, they're out of business. They're broke. Then Fidelity takes the hit for it. They have to go chase down the prime broker. They'll be chasing, everyone will be chasing and suing each other for their money. Or Fidelity can just say, screw this, we're short. We called the DTC. We have a discrepancy of about, 20 million shares that we're short. Buy it in. I don't give a shit about Lynn Partners. If I cover my ass, you know what? I don't care if Ameritrade takes the beating for it. I could care less. And that's what's going to happen. And I'm being told the guy thinks it could be today. All right? So all I own is May calls and stock. I own nothing out in the future. I own it for today. I mean, for this cycle. So I don't believe it. I don't believe in that. It's showtime. You guys ask me, what's the timing? It's showtime. It's 255 million shares. You know, with today's sales and what they've done the last week, we're probably getting close to 255, between 255 and 260. If this does continue and the company gives out the special dividend on June 1st, that's going to be a 10% dividend. If they're short 260, they're going to be short another 26 million with the snap of a finger of a special dividend. All right, so that number is going to be up to almost 300 million shares. And the option play here, there's over 35,000 calls, which is 3.5 million shares short. Throw that in the pile. Then add in the 2.5 billion of the real short. That's borrowing, and the rates are going up now. Everyone, put your orders in, good till cancel. Call your broker up. I don't care if you have one share. Do not lend it out. If you they have no shares to lend out, that means they got the 2.5 million's got to buy it back. All right. If you can't borrow the shares, you can't be short. So the pressure's on. Everyone knows it. The street knows about it. And Wall Street loves one thing, everybody. The best business plan on Wall Street is a short squeeze, where you can have a company, a small company like GameStop that was going out of business. All of a sudden, GameStop is now what? What's it going to be added to the Dow? It raised $5 billion off the backs of shorts while it was going out of business. The best business on Wall Street is a short squeeze. AMC was going to bankruptcy. He squeezed to 70. He raised enough money to pay off his debt, whatever he had. He paid off most of his debt, whatever, or he changed up his debt. I forget what the term was. And that's what you're supposed to do. So you've seen short squeezes. You see what's going on. The problem with DJT is I don't know exactly what they're doing with raising money with this York show. I don't know exactly what they're doing. All right? I'm not playing it anyway. I'm renting on it. So I think it can squeeze, yes. Are there shorts in the stock? Yes. How big? I've heard it was 1 billion shares. But with the algorithm going back and forth, I lose track of it. So let's cut it in half, like 500 million shares. All right? So it's very difficult to tell you about DJT. But DJT is going to go. Is it going to 50 or is it going to 500? It's hard for me to tell. Fngr motion, it's been straight. We know everything that's going on. We see the trades every day. We see them sell. We don't see them buy anything back. We talk about it every day. Everyone has got a chance to see that. I call it fraud in slow motion. We got to watch this in slow motion. You got to watch the fraud every day. Super slow motion. You name it, we've seen it. When this stock breaks 3 today, I think it's going to just rip, because now you put the $3 options in play. That guy has to cover his calls. As it goes to 4, the $4 options, let me see what they are. The $4 options, another 2,000, so at the 15,000. All right? People spreading rumors that the company's raising money. The company's sitting here waiting for the shorts to die. No one's raising any money. That's all BS. All right, so don't believe that story. I'll put that up for it. They're not raising any money. That's the shorts. The shorts are trying to get people to sell, but if they're raising money, it's all bullshit. We all know short squeeze will drive the stock. And when the stock is 2,000, they can go raise money. The company knows about the short. The company knows they have friends and family that have been tortured in this stock by the short. You think they're going to go out and raise money? No way. They hate the shorts as much as you do. All right, so don't listen to any of that nonsense. Anybody who's posting that is full of shit. All right? Complete opposite. The company's giving out a special dividend for what? To squeeze the shorts, not to assist them. All right? These guys are criminals. They belong in jail, and they will go to jail. I spoke with my brother about it this morning. Hey, get out of there. Hold on a second. Get out. everybody. My dogs are eating my wife's little ottoman. They're eating the bottom of it, and that I destroyed that. These two puppies have been up since 5 o'clock and out of control. But again, so the company knows about it, the street knows about it, the hedge funds know about it. Listen, it's easy to spread the negative stuff. Oh, the company's going to raise money. CEO, he's a transvestite, this, that, and the other thing. All right? It's all bullshit. It's a piece of shit. It's a pump and dump. You name it. We put the truck in front of the SEC 15 or 16 times. The SEC, if it wasn't a problem, they would have shut us up. This is a monster problem. Fidelity's telling you, Vanguard's telling you, everyone's telling you, Tasty Trade, Steve Rosenberg's firm. I think he's the only client there. All right, these small firms, no one wants to get hooked, get stuck with the problem. Okay, when the shit hits the fan, these small firms will go out of business if they get stuck with these traders. That's why they don't want to take them, because they get stuck. All right? Fidelity's got a huge problem. They're already 99% in. They can't get away from it now. They're stuck. Remember, when the dividend comes, the record date, Fidelity is going to hit a button and say, okay, we own 20 million shares of stock. Call the DTC up. How many shares do they have for us? Oh, we got 1 million. That means they're short 19 million or bigger, whatever the number. Remember, Fidelity is a monster retail firm. And they have, everyone who's long is basically has a counterfeit share. All right? And I'm just watching the stock. It's trading 200 shares, 100 shares. They're going back and forth. There's a lot of wash trades in here. When there's no buyers around, they start washing it and then start hitting the bids. Who's in there rushing? Anybody on this phone rushing to go sell 200 shares? Hurry up, let me sell my stock. Nobody's doing that. These trades are all manipulation. All right, you have to understand that. It's easy to see. The trading you're seeing now is all manipulation. What happens towards the end of the day when these guys got to square up? Okay, all these day traders that came into the stock trying to knock it down, these guys need to buy back all the shares that they sold. No one's going to stay around this stock. It's $3 fucking, not 30. At 30, I can see guys coming around to fuck around with it. At 3, you're a fucking idiot. You're risking to make $1 down. You can lose 3,000 on the way up. No one's going to do that. This isn't like these other names that we know nothing about. All of a sudden, we see these Chinese names. They take off whatever the names are. They go $10, $20. No one even knows anything about them. How are they going up? What's going on? We don't know. I don't know. This stock, everyone on this call, okay, everyone who's been listening, they know the details of everything that's going on here. And if you fuck it up, it's on you. All right? This is we presented, or I presented, or anybody else around me, everyone who's helped out, we presented every inch of data and physical information we can get. We went to the police, not one, everyone, from the DOJ, the FBI, the Secret Service, Homeland Security. We had people reach out to everyone. The SEC, Chairman Gensler, Graywall, he quit. The enforcement guys, we went everywhere to report this crime. They let it continue, and now it's out of control, raging fire. It's an inferno now. And all of a sudden, we got all the little bashes coming out. Oh, the company's raising money. That's all bullshit. I would say the same thing if I was short. All right? Every company needs money, and they do it at the right time. All right? Fngr Motion has a monster contract with the Chinese government to install this equipment, emergency response equipment, in every emergency vehicle in China. Everyone, go look at how many emergency vehicles in your little town where you live. Don't think about that. All right? China is not the size of Maine. China's got 1.5 billion people. How many fire trucks, police trucks, ambulances, gas company, this. Everybody has to communicate for disasters. That's what Finger Motion's doing. And the Chinese government gave them that contract. Finger Motion is working with Munich Re. I told you before, no big company will give a small company a contract unless they're a real deal. It just won't happen. Because if the company's a fraud, the big company gets in trouble for doing business with them. So they're vetted out very diligent. There's a lot of due diligence done on that. All right, so these guys are playing the game. They picked the wrong company, as Donald Trump says. They picked the wrong stock. This stock is going to get viral. When I get off the phone, I have a 2 o'clock meeting with 2 billionaires from Malaysia. When that happens, I'm going to get my details of when I'm going to go to Singapore to speak with that big $1 billion fund, $350 billion to be exact. We will not stop. You can knock it down. We're just going to keep accumulating until you pop like a pimple. That's it. You're not going anywhere. You're trapped. You trapped yourself. You're a fraud. You're a counterfeiter, and you belong in jail. And if the stock was 20 or 30, morons, it'd be a tough fight for me to talk about it. Because the volatility would be crazy. And it'd be tough because if you buy it at 20 and it goes to 17 and I bought 10,000, I'm down 30,000, that's tough to do. People get nervous on that. But when you're a stock that's $2, $2.50, $3, where are you going? There's no volatility. They're trying to create the volatility to make you shit your pants. And this is where you have to stand tall if you're an investor, because there's always a moment of doubt in every stock you ever played. And I've done it myself. I've been in stocks that I got good scoops on, and the stocks went down. You know, I can tell you a story about a very famous money manager giving me a tip. And I bought 300 calls, I think, at $3. I put up 90,000. I bought it. The stock went down $2. My options were 90 cents. I was down 60,000, and I didn't even pay for the trade yet. The stock got killed. The next 3 days, I bought it on Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, and got back to even. My options were back to 3 bids. You know what I said? Fuck this. I'm breaking even. This is too crazy for me. I don't want to lose 100,000. I can't call the person who gave me the scoop on it because I don't want to sound like a little kid crying. So you just sell it, break even. The next thing you got taken over, I'm 20. But I made the decision. Got me even. I was too big. I said, you know what? I should have played smaller. I didn't. I made the mistake of not holding on to it or buying something. But we all make that mistake. I had that moment that I had to make a decision. And getting back to even, I told you before, on Wall Street, do you break even? You know what? It's a good thing sometimes. I made that decision. Obviously, it was the wrong decision. I bought it, and I thought it would just go up like everybody else, and it didn't work that way. It worked at the end, but I got nervous, and I bailed out. I'm not nervous now because I don't need someone to give me a scoop on it. I've told you everything I know. Everything I know, from when I have a meeting to what I see, what I'm hearing, I tell everybody. Win, lose, or draw, I tell you. All right? If big hedge funds are talking about it, it's because the shareholder that I know, they talk to these people, and they come back and tell me. All right? But the stock to be trading in a penny range, 260 to 261 back and forth on 200, they're dead. They're washing trades. Whenever you see a 10,000 share trade, no one's selling the stock. It's all nonsense. All right? So again, do you guys understand it? William, if you wanted to call in, if you had any questions, I don't know what they are. The options, if you do own options and you want to sell them, try not to hit the bids. Put them on the offer side. For example, like the June 2, the 80, 85. Put them at 85. You sell them at 85. And let's say you paid 30 cents for them. You make 50 cents. You can go out and buy the May 5 at 20 cents. You think about that. Let's say you own 10 of them. If you own 10 of the June calls and it goes to 10, you're making, $2. You make $8 times 10. All right? You're making $8,000. If you buy 50 of the other calls at 20 cents and it goes to 10, you're making $5, you're making $25,000. In a case where you expect the stock to go high, I mean really high, you need to own the cheap calls. So you take the expensive calls, you trade out of those, and you move to the cheaper ones. Put some money in your pocket, and you get the cheap calls, and you have a free shot at the cheap calls. That's how you go for the home run swing for free. If you own the stock is an option that doesn't expire. The stock is $2.50. If it was $22, I would say something different. It's $2.50. It's an option that doesn't expire. Hey. I'm sorry, I gotta yell at the dogs every once in a while. But, so again, as long as you understand the options, each option, just remember, you get 100 shares for every one. So, 10 options is 1,000 shares. Imagine if you sold your stock and said, I bought 10 calls. You get 1,000 shares. If you sold 1,000 shares, you get 1,000 shares back, and you're only using a small amount of money. If you were to buy the 5 to 20 cents, to buy 10 of them, it's $200. I'm going to call my friend who bought a ton of the 3s at a nickel, tell them to sell those, and then to go out and buy twice as many of the 5. You have to be there, because the more you own, and the more you can own for free, the better you are. And a play like this. If you're buying Costco to trade up and down, it's a different story. But we're not doing that. We're doing something, you're here to own the stock. I don't know what that is. Just that people texting me stuff. Hold on a second. So you need a new target price. A friend of mine just texted me. He owns 4 million shares. He's a big Browns fan. He told me if it goes past 5, he's going to send me a brown Rolls Royce. I told him if it goes past 5, make it purple. And just goofing around with them. He owns 4 million shares. All right? He owns it at $2. He's not selling. He's been here a while. There's a lot of big players that have been accumulating for a long time. And you can see when the stock is about 20, there was no trading, nothing going on. It was just accumulation. Each day, these guys are selling us 50,000 more making shorts. Now, making shorts in the last week, they sold us $1 million last week. What did they do today? Another $1 million? So that number of 255 is moving up towards 260. And like I said, if they do the dividend, that could be another 26 million up to 280, 285. And if you take in the option money, the option short, that's another 3 or 4 million shares. You're getting towards 300 million shares. This is getting to be a massive, massive short squeeze. And the best part, and I'll say it again, is that everyone's educated about it. You all know about it. All right? There's no reason to panic. The company's not raising money. The shorts have no edge. The short team is going to jail. Andrew left, Capybara, Hindenburg. That game's over with. The play on Wall Street is on the long side, squeezing the short. It's no longer short the stock. It's no longer short and distort. Now it's getting long. That's where you need to be, is on the long side, not the short side. That's what's going on here. I'm sorry I can't answer any questions. I'm trying to think of it as we go along. I spoke about the options. If you own the August, I like to see them move forward to the Mays. It's more risky because the time, but if it's not going to work, the August is not going to work, right? Remember, the August only, if the stock works, they all work. But I believe in owning more of the cheaper ones than expensive ones, because owning more is going to be better. Because again, we're looking for a home run swing. We're not looking for up to 50 cents. We're not looking for that. This is not a stock that's going to move $1. It's moved $1 already. All right, this is something that is going to be off the charts on the upside. And like I said, people are talking about it now. Fidelity.
See if he answers.
Liam?
Yeah, do you want me to try to ask you questions?
Yeah.
Okay. Are you there? Hello?
Now, William will give me some questions. I want to make sure I answer everybody. I have a 2 o'clock meeting, so I got to leave at 1:30. So let's go, William. What do you got?
Let's see. I don't know how to do options. I own the stock.
William?
Yeah, can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Oh, let me try to get it back. Give me 1 second, everyone.
All right, let me just call you. All right, there you go. Can you hear me?
Hold on a second.
I think one of
I
us.
got you now, William. All right, William,
All
let's
right.
shoot. What do you got?
Lucid says, look, I don't know how to do options. I hope it's still good to just own the stock.
Yes. Listen, the stock is an option that doesn't expire. If you have very little money, options are a great way to play. If you don't have a lot of money, you could buy 10 calls, which is 1,000 shares of stock. You could buy the $5 calls for 20 cents. That's $20 times 10. That's $200 you can get into the game and own 1,000 shares. If the stock goes to 10 minus 5, you make $5 times 10. You on it by 1,000 shares, you make $5,000 minus your expense, which is 20 cents. So you make $4.80. It's a cheap way to get into the game. Not everybody's wealthy.
Will Ham be on for the actual squeeze to advise us?
Wow. I'll be at a meeting at 2 o'clock. I hope it happens this afternoon. William, a friend of mine, who's a broker, a big broker on the street.
Yeah.
He has a hedge fund, $1 billion plus fund, told him that they expect a margin call and a short squeeze could be today.
Wow.
And I told everybody on the call, I don't know if you missed it, I said, people always ask me, when do you think it's going to squeeze? We just got it from a Wall Street major hedge fund saying he believes he's hearing today. So, again, the stock is 260. There's nobody selling it. It's just going back and forth like a ping pong. These guys are just trying to con you to sell. That's all that's going on. William, someone just texted me saying the bashers are saying the company's raising money, sell the stock. That is completely false.
All right. That's something I speculated about too, but that's great to know.
No, my friends own millions of shares. They're in communication with the CEO. All right, people were just with the CEO in Las Vegas. They have no reason to raise capital now. If the stock runs to 500 to 1,000, they can raise capital. They do just like GameStop did. But they need these guys. Listen. If you work for the company and you own stock, okay, that stock is given it to you for a reason so that you can sell it and help your family. That's your bonus. If your stock has been held down unfairly, do you think the people at the company want to raise money, just make their salary and make their stock not worth anything? They know it's showtime. Do you think the people that own GameStop, all right, the old management team and everybody, when the stock went to 500, what do you think they were doing? They were selling it and getting rich. Well, that's what the Fngr Motion employees want to do. They want to sell it and get rich, just like the rest of us. No one's here to put a blanket and put out the fire. We're here to throw gasoline on it and burn these motherfuckers alive. That's what it's about. And they got the wrong guy. Fuck you. We're not going away. Go ahead.
If it begins to squeeze today, do you think it'll take all done today, or does it go over a few days?
I don't know. It depends what times they start. It's going to gap. It's going to gap. It's going to gap.
You are around New York City now, but he's going to be going to Singapore shortly. He's got meetings.
I have to meet with these guys. I just don't. These guys are in from Malaysia for a funeral, and they asked me to make sure I go to see them. And I said, absolutely, I'll see them. I'll take the time and sit down. I don't know if they're drinkers. I don't know if they have to eat. I have no idea what I have to do with them. So I know they're going to put me in a plastic bag and kill me.
You're going to have to play mahjong until 3 in the morning.
Is that what they do? I don't know.
Whatever it's called.
Super wealthy people. These guys came with the highest regard from someone that I really respect. And it's the only reason I'm going, because he told me that these guys want to buy a lot of stock. Can you please sit down with them? And I said, I'd take care of it.
Is it May
Now
2nd?
just think about when they get back to Asia and they tell their friends. And they all know this stock is down from 7. So it's not like, it's not like we're overpaying.
Is it May 2nd or May 12th? Is there still the rumor of the banning of short selling?
That's what we heard from the Trump camp, the 12th. That was not the 2nd, that's the 12th.
12th, okay.
And today is May 1st, correct, William?
Today is International Labor Day. For you
I'm
communists.
pissed off at you, William, for not telling me that it was May 1st, because it's my daughter's birthday and I forgot.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah.
You forgot your daughter's birthday? Or tell her you forgot the day, not her birthday. You forgot the date. That way you'll get out of it.
Wednesday. So I'm getting punished for that.
What are you going to buy her? Give her.
I did give her the gift.
Oh, good. All right.
It was 20,000 shares at $1.30.
It's a nice gift.
Right?
Can brokers be on the hook for options?
I said it again. I missed it.
Can brokers be on the hook for options?
Of course, if they're buying them at that firm, yeah. Anything you buy through your brokerage firm, they're on the hook for.
The Bollinger Bands are getting tight. I know that's probably a good thing, but I don't know what it really means. GTC that Texan is putting in is too far away from the current price. How do I limit sell higher if Fidelity won't allow it?
When you put a good till cancel order in and you put it up high, some firms don't want you to do it that high. So they say you can do a certain percentage. So if the stock is 2.5, you put it out at 8. If you're watching it, you can always cancel it once it starts to go and move it back. The reason you use a good till cancel is because if your stock is out there and you're traveling, you can always make a sale. For example, let's say you bought Fngr Motion at $1.50 and you put it out there at 3, good till cancel. When it went to 3 today, you would have made your sale, correct?
Right.
That's why you do it.
Right.
That's why you always put a good till cancel it. And then you can get off the plane and say, oh my God, I sold it at 3, it's $2.50, I can buy it back. And that's what a lot of people do. But also when you put a good till cancel in, your firm can't lend your shares out because your stock is for sale. Do you understand?
Right.
Once your stock is for sale, they can't lend it out. It's for sale, even though it's not going to sell, most likely, it can't be lent out. And you can see, based on everything that you're seeing, that these guys are looking for stock to lend out. I told you they called my friend Paul a bunch of times. Schwab is calling him up.
All right. It looks like we've answered a lot of the questions. How do you play puts on Fngr? That's a decent question. I would think once it's up, you might want to buy puts if they're available. Anyway, do you know? How do you play puts?
I'm not a put player, but why would you buy puts on something that didn't even move yet?
No, I know. I think he must be talking about after it goes to some high number.
Yeah, no, listen, when it goes to that high number, okay, everyone's going to be trying to buy puts, right? And
right.
The puts, let's say the stock is, I'll just say $200. You're going to sit there, the $100 puts, because everyone knows it's a short squeeze and it's going to come back to earth. Those options could be $3.
Right.
But the stock at $200. Because the fear of it going back down is going to be so high. It's a tough game to do.
Yeah, I think the premiums are going to be really high.
Because you won't be able to borrow it.
Yeah, the premiums are going to be really high. And you've learned a lesson, I think, right now, that when any stock is just depressed, that's the best time to buy calls because the premiums disappear. If you have a story, if you believe it's going to go up. If you're only in options, do we need to call the brokerage
No, you don't need to do
All
anything.
right.
When
Any
it goes up, it reaches the number, you sell it. That's it.
any buy under $3 is a great buy on Fngr.
I think that any buy below 3 is free money. That's my opinion.
The price isn't moving. Well, let me see the volume. Yeah, even the volume's not moving a lot. So you're just it's a stall. I think Ham's right. Some point this afternoon, they'll go back to work. There'll be volume.
They gave the attempt. They attacked the stock trying to knock it down. They threw the kitchen sink at it, right?
Yeah.
They threw the kitchen sink at it, and now it didn't work. Now what do you do? Right? This is a typical trading pattern that's been around for 100 years. They spike up, push it back down. At the end of the day, they're going to come and grab it and take it to the moon.
So this gentleman, Stan the man, he sold his 250 May $2 calls, purchased 500 May $4 calls, and he took his money off the table.
Say those numbers again.
So I don't know what he paid, but he sold 250 May $2 calls, bought 500 May $4 calls, and took his original investment off the table.
Congratulations. Whoever that was, they graduated from option school.
That's Stan. Yeah. Yeah. So you got to look.
That's the way to do it, Stan. That's the way to do it. Stan is now long 500 or 50,000 shares at $4.10 or for zero. He owns it at zero.
And with no cost basis, really.
No cost, zero.
I mean, from a tax standpoint, you do, but you know what we mean. You took your profit, so you have it for free. And if it runs, you're rich. If it doesn't, try again next month.
That's how you do it. Perfect execution. Perfect.
God, I feel
that's
jealous.
How you play. And that's how I always played.
I feel jealous.
Okay. There's nothing to be jealous.
I'm never talking to Stan again. I'm too jealous of him.
Stan just did what you're supposed to do. The game of Wall Street's about pennies. Put those pennies in your pocket. The game of pennies on the naked short side, it doesn't exist. They're willing to throw pennies out the window all the time for fraud. That's what they're doing. And what I mean by that, these guys are willing to take losses, do whatever they can to try to hold the stock down. They drove the stock down from 3. Instead of staying at 3 and shorting it, they were nice enough to drag it back down to 235. I don't know if that was the low, 250, whatever it was.
The low was 235. 235.
The opening.
Yeah, 235 low.
So they were willing to sell it down from 3 back down here just to get it to go red on the day. That's what they were trying to do.
2.9 million. 2.9 million.
Think about that. But they just think about what I just described to you. These guys are willing to sell a stock lower at all costs to knock it down. So their job of playing for pennies, they fuck it up every day because they believe fraud is more powerful. And there's your answer on that.
What about rolling up calls high up?
Absolutely. If the gentleman who bought the 4s, if he can sell them and double them, let's say he sells it at 40 cents, he should buy the 5s at 20 cents and buy 1,000 of them. The problem is, though, as the stock gets hot, the option buyers, the option sellers, they're not that stupid. They understand what you're doing.
One thing on a GTC, this guy put it in at 100 on Webull. You can always change it. So
that's exactly right.
It takes it off their loan desk to the extent that they even follow available shares anymore. Ramon wants to know, when GME went to 500, it came back to 160 for a while. Where do you think Fngr will sit once
That's going to be the hardest thing. It's going to get wild. It's hard to tell. Would I be a buyer on those dips? Absolutely not.
Do you think there's been any covering so far?
Zero. Yeah, they covered. They drove it up to 3, which was my friends.
Yeah.
So my friends took it to 3, and these guys beat it back down. So they didn't cover. There's your answer.
Do you think
if it went to 3 and people calling up and saying, "Hey, I sold it," everyone said they sold it, then you would understand it. But no one's doing that. People are, and that's people. Let me just stand up for a second. The reason this is the biggest play is because everyone's educated. No one's been buying this stock at $1.50 to $1.20 to sell it at $2.50 to make $1 and been standing around for 3 years listening to me and William, 2 mental patients, for 3 years. If you're listening to us for this long and you sold it to make $1, you're a fucking fool. Go check yourself in the fucking nursing home. You're out of your mind.
Bellevue?
No, Bellevue's closed, I think.
Do you think they've covered those $2 calls? I doubt it.
Oh, I don't think they covered. I think they're trying to cover. And I think at the end of the day, you're going to start to see a panic on the stock going up because that guy's going to need to cover because he knows as it goes to 3, he's got the next set of options. He's going to cover 600,000 in.
This is interesting. Vanguard is blocking all sales of Fngr.
Really?
I don't know. That doesn't make any logical sense to me, but maybe. At least Fidelity lets options go through for now. He just rolled his June's 4s to May 4 and bought more contracts and kept the profit, some of the profit. Update. I'm not sure on options yet, but now I own 8,000 shares finally. Good. That's good effort.
Options are a cheap way to play. The problem with options is that you have a time limit. So we all don't know when Trump or any of the SEC is going to address this, right?
Right.
But based on everything we're seeing and hearing, it's showtime because they want to address it and they want this to end.
Right.
So if they were to speak about it in 10 minutes, everyone who's waiting for them to speak, Fngr motion won't be 2.5. It'll be $150 working its way to the moon. That's how fast it's going to go. The shorts have their opportunity to cover. Trump has been sending the message, with Devin Nunes, that they're coming for them, right?
Yeah.
These guys don't want to cover because I told you before, anyone who's short, you're going to lose all your money. You're over leveraged. You're going to go broke. And most likely you can go to jail. Or you can go put a gun in your mouth and blow your brains out. That's what these guys are facing. And they're doing what anybody would do, including myself, would be what? Do whatever I can to stop it, or maybe get lucky and the company raises money and everybody helps and the company falls apart. That's what they're trying to do. That's it. And it's not happening.
James wants to know if you'll have time to get a hot dog before you meet these guys.
I don't want to have hot dog breath. No, I won't.
He wants the stock to break out, of course. E-Trade is rejecting GTC orders. That's interesting. Never heard of that before.
If your stock is not for sale, they can lend it out. Someone just sent me a text by, I can't remember, Crystal, something like that. Vanguard is so fucked on the 20 minutes on the phone. They're giving every excuse why they will not allow me to buy this. Funds not available, blah, blah, blah. I could buy anything else online, however. Every brokerage firm that is long, okay, long meaning owning your shares, is short. They have no shares to back your position. Everyone has an IOU.
What do you think the float is, the real float?
The float in this company is 26 million shares.
But how much do you think of that is closely held?
All of it. The people we met when they rang the bell at that dinner, the people at the table I was at with represented 10 million shares of stock. There were 8 people at the table, their friends, their family. That was one table of 8 people. And they were from Singapore, Malaysia, and China. And they own all that stock. That was one table. Other people in the room own the same amount. The whole float is owned by people in Asia. Everyone on this phone owns a counterfeit share. I'll make that bold statement.
That's for sure. Will other stocks start to move? I won't read the symbols, but okay.
Yeah, I don't know. But, again, if your company's not, one stock, I told you I follow is GBUX. The shorts have been attacking this stock 15 days in a row of selling. But the problem is, I know people that are buying it 15 days in a row. And they try to hold it down. And my friends that I know are buying it. They wait to the end of the day. They scoop it up all day, and they mark it up unchanged every day. Because they know that these guys are selling it, trying to push it down. And they make them have a loss of 30 cents a day, 40 cents a day. These guys think they're cute. They're not getting away. That stock is not going to be as big as Finger Motion, but it will be as powerful as Finger Motion, because once they stop selling, the people who own the stock are never going to sell it back to them. They're going to torture them to death.
Yeah.
All the other names out there, GTII, it doesn't trade, can't talk about it, waste of time. MMTLP, it doesn't trade, waste of time. Northwest Bio has too many shares for me. Unless they cure cancer, has too many shares for me. You can play it. The company's going to do well. They're going to win money in the lawsuit, and everybody else is going to get nothing unless the company cures cancer. CBM, CEO is looking to reverse the stock, waste of time. So other names that you want to jump into, good luck. I don't know them. I find it too dangerous because I don't know if the companies are playing ball with the shorts or they're not. I don't know. It's too dangerous for me to recommend it, so I stay away from it.
Fisher.
Like I said, I don't even know what that was going on in DJT. How am I going to recommend something?
So this gentleman sold the January 2 calls, bought the May $4 calls, kept the profit, kept his money off the table.
Beautiful.
This guy's asking about the gamma squeeze potential on the $2 calls. I don't.
It's right there.
Um,
The gamma squeeze goes from the 2s to the 3s to the 4s to the 5s. That's how a squeeze works.
okay.
I gave you the numbers. 520,000 of the 520,000 shares they're short of the 2s. 560,000 of the 3s. The 4s, it's 1.4 million. So between those 3 strikes, you're up to 2 million shares already, 3 million shares. That's the gamma squeeze. Boom, boom, boom. On top of the real short at 2.5 million. On top of the naked short at 255 million. That is the fuse that can light the candle right there. And the biggest fuse, the biggest match that's lighting this candle is Fidelity's telling you. Fidelity's standing with a flag saying we're fucked with a white flag. Fidelity's telling you. And if you don't believe Fidelity, then look at Devin Nunes and the president. Those are the people that are telling you. Not me. I'm just reading you the news. I'm reading it to you in English that you probably don't understand. And it's right there.
I only speak Malay. As Ham knows, TD Ameritrade refused to allow me to sell 10,000 shares of CVM in 21 when it short squeezed to 40.
All right, Steve Rosenberg, get lost. Get out of here. Next. I don't care.
You're so hard on him. I don't know why.
I'll listen to that. He's reading an old newspaper to make it lost.
What option would you buy now? Ryan wants to know.
There's the 4s or the 5s.
I'll tell you the prices.
I got it right here. I would buy the 4s at 20, the 5s at 20 cents. You can buy 100 of them for $2,000. You could buy 50 of them for 1,000. You could buy 25 for 500. 25 calls is 2,500 shares that you will break even at $5.20, 25 cents. 20 cents is today. There's no reason to buy the 4s at 25 cents. If it's going to go, the 5s are worth it at 20 cents. It doesn't make a difference, either one. But if I bought the 4s at 25 cents and sold them at 50 cents, all right, let's say I had 100 of them. I make 25 cents for $25. I can buy the 5s for free 100 times. And that's how you get rich in options, is by moving up from the 2s to the 3s, the 3s to the 4s, the 4s to the 5. Not just buying 25 calls at the 2s, selling them at 70 cents and say I made money. You want to be able to be in this play for the home run swing. And it didn't even move yet. We're up 60 cents, 70 cents, whatever it is. From $2.30, we're at $2.60. Like, that's a big fucking move. But when I hear on the phone, people are in position now to play. A lot of people have positioned themselves because of this little move that they own things for free. How's that one? That's pretty good on a small move.
That one lesson is very valuable, which no one teaches. This is an institutional trader, Ham. No one ever taught that lesson anywhere else. So,
I'm going to give you the roaring kitty. I'm going to put a picture of a fucking cat up later, and you figure out what's going to happen. Fucking idiot. Everybody that got on that call with that guy, shame on you for listening to that idiot. Shame on you. And for that idiot to go on a call with 600,000 people call me up. You getting on it? I said, this guy doesn't know his ass from his elbow. You're listening to him? I'm not asking you to invest with me or anything. I'm just trying to teach you every little trick as they're doing it. We're fighting criminals. The brokerage firms are trying to protect themselves. They don't even know what to do. That's how big a mess this is. Everyone I played pickleball with, I put into the stocks. 100 people, easy. I had a guy told the other day with the Schwab, he went to buy 10,000 at 196. He bought 25,000. So if you don't think I tell people to buy the stock, I tell every one of my friends, cousins, everyone. I'm like a fucking broken record down the street.
Who do you think you're fooling? Do you know anything about HUHU? Guys, the stock of today is Fngr.
When it gets to $6, get the hell out. My friends bought a lot of stock. They told me to get to 6, they're going to start getting out. I told you that. I have no information on it, and I'm tired of hearing all this other shit that I know nothing about. Yeah. I don't like to do that type of stuff. I don't like it.
A new guy that calls, if you buy the end of May, end of June, and it starts to run, do you sell them before the end? Yes. When the calls, the premiums expand, and you can sell them at any time. You don't have to wait till the end. You shouldn't wait till the end, probably. This guy, Michael, just sold August 2 calls and bought May calls, 5 calls, and I guess kept his original investment. So Ham has never beaten this gentleman in pickleball. Are you there, Ham? Did I hang up on you? We might have been disconnected. Oh, it's 1 o'clock. Maybe he hung up. He might have put it.
I'm sorry, I'm here. I'm sorry. I hit the button by mistake.
Yeah.
I said, I'll play anybody you want me to play for money. I'll play. I don't care.
Since my twin brother Ham verbally assaulted me on this call, I want everyone to know he has never beaten me in pickleball.
Rosenberg, get out of here. I should put my friend on the phone. And he's about 40 years old. His son is a fantastic football player, baseball player. And I was with his family. And I told him I had my pickleball paddle with a couple of balls. And they asked me how fast I hit the ball. And I put his son against the garage, and I was 25 feet away from him. Both the dad and the son couldn't believe how fast I hit it and how much movement is on the ball when it comes at him that fast. And one day I'll put him on the call, and you can let him tell you the story, how fast I can hit this ball. That's my special skill. This is hitting rockets, both backhand and forehand. So it's a little different. I don't play that game you see on TV where they go back and forth nice and easy. If you're standing in front of me, I'm putting a hole in you. And I told you, people ask me if I have anger issues, and I really don't. But I guess it looks like that.
Well, anger management.
I pitched a woman yesterday. She worked on Merrill Lynch in the fixed income department. She said she was going to buy the stock. That was 2 days ago. I hope she bought it below 2. It's funny, William, when people say to me, what do you do for a living? I says, well, it's kind of interesting. And they go, now I need to know. I says, all right, you asked me. I didn't want to tell you, but now you know. And after I'm done with them, they all buy the stock.
You know, a lot of that's because people on Wall Street no longer talk about stocks, and everybody likes a stock story. But all they talk about is tiger funds or whatever bloody fund is out there, ETF.
I told you my friend Ira, he raised billions of dollars, and it's all managed money. He got paid like $40 million to put his book. I don't know if it's UBS or Morgan Stanley.
UBS.
And whenever I see him, I always say to him, hey, Ira, what do you think of the market? He goes, I don't fucking know. Just let it go up. He has no idea.
Yeah.
He just raises money. And this is a sophisticated guy, a 60-year-old guy. And he doesn't pay attention to the market at all. He doesn't know anything about it. Leaves it to a money manager. And
I wish I had done that, you know.
Yeah. Well,
he stuck it out. He stuck it out.
He did it when no one wanted to do it. While I was day trading, making $15,000 a day, he knew who I was. And he
was building his assets.
The tortoise and the hare, right? Who wins the race? He did, right?
Yeah. That's good for him. What does it mean when they fill options between the bid and the ask? Does that mean anything to you?
And it could be listen, they make a market, let's say the market's 10 to 20 cents. And you go to buy them at 20 cents and they sell it to you at 15, there's a seller there, that's all.
Yeah. They sold his calls to him at 18 cents instead of 20 cents.
That's a short seller. Because no one on this call could sell options at those type of prices. You can sell options at 15 or 20 cents. You can't say, they won't let you make a market at 18 cents.
Wow. Radin says since he's been on the call, he's had to refresh this video twice. Somebody doesn't want. He's never had to do it before. Yeah, it might be. Might just be my other comment. I don't know. Playing Rod Stewart the other day. When is Ham going to switch to a man's sport and play badminton? Badminton is a.
I play against a lot of guys from Asia, and
you're going to have to wear long white pants and white shoes. And
I played against guys that are very good. You could tell that they played that sport. They got very good hands. I played that Padel the other day, Padel, which is a new game. It's not a new game, but it's new to me. Super, super fast. That's out of my league. I don't have the speed to play that game right now. So, and I played squash the other day for the first time in 35 years. And because I play with a pickleball paddle, it's much smaller than a squash racket. And I couldn't hit the ball because I kept hitting the handle on the squash racket because that would be where the head of the pickleball paddle is. So it takes a lot of time to jump from game to game. So it's not easy.
That Matthew, they'll give you other strike prices, maybe
I would doubt
after.
I would, you know what? I think if its stock goes over 3 today,
tonight or
you
tomorrow.
may see a $6 strike tomorrow.
They want to suck as much premium. That's how they see it. Suck premium out of the market.
Well, no, the guys that open the strike price, it's not the company. They may need more strikes to try to figure out how they can hedge.
Or to hedge,
calls, right? So that's the only reason they open.
They have all those strategies. How reliable is the information about a margin call? I'm excited.
If you had to bend my arm, and say, okay, you heard it from somebody, I would sit there and say out of based on who told me, I would say it's accurate an 8 out of 10. Could be a 9 out of 10. Those people are not in the rumor game. They're not rumor people. They're here to, it's facts. They deal in facts. We deal in rumors because rumors affect every one of us. Just like the shorts are trying to say, hey, the company's raising money. There's your rumor, right? That's what Wall Street's about. It needs someone to address it. Now, if I wasn't here addressing it to you, the company would have to come out and address it. Meanwhile, their stock would be selling off because people believe in that bullshit. But we happen to walk right into it, and we've been on top of everything. And I know the biggest holders that are talking to the company, and they're not doing anything. Everyone's here for one thing. Everybody wants to cash out like GameStop. It's the best business plan in the world, the short squeeze.
I'll ask this question, but I don't think so, James. I don't think they can. Can they stop trading like the way they did on MMTLP?
No. MMTLP was a fraud. Not a fraud by the investors. It was a fraud by the market makers. Okay? And when the SEC and Fngr finally caught up to it, they needed to shut it down because it was out of control. Okay? There's no company. There is no management. There was nothing. But they let it trade, and it turned into a major problem. That's why they shut it down.
And the U3 halt with MMTLP was an obscure rule, and it was based on they didn't think they could settle the trades by that Tuesday deadline. There is no deadline here. So no, they can't do that. I mean, they can do anything. They could shut the markets for 20 days, but it's not likely. If we get a squeeze, can they only do a partial buy-in? I'm not sure what that means.
That question makes no sense.
I don't quite get it. I'm not.
Let me address that. So this guy thinks that if they short 250 million shares, they're going to buy back 125 and wait to see what happens.
That won't happen.
The whole game is about money, right? Margin ends the game. If you have no money and no margin money to put up, you're out. You're out of business. You're out. You're done. You understand that? How you need money to play? No money, you're done. So if the stock goes up and they call you up and say, hey, you know what? You got to put up $10 million today in margin money. And the short seller says, you know what? I don't have any more money. Well, we're going to take the stock up. The stock goes up. They're going to start buying you in. And they're going to call you back and say, hey, you don't need 10. We need 30 million now. And 40 million. It just keeps getting bigger and bigger. And listen, if you were a short seller, would anybody come and rescue this guy? That's the bigger question, right? Like they did in GameStop. Stevie Cohen and what's the name put money up.
Griffin.
They won't put the money up until the guy gets squeezed to death. Then they could do it. Until then, it's basically they're sitting here saying, go ahead, kill him. We don't care.
What's the loss that the short is experiencing today? Do you know?
Oh, it's up 40 cents times 250 million. It's an $80, $90 million loss right there, right? Just on I'm just giving you from yesterday.
What about the real short? It's got to be four.
Oh, God, he's down 1.5 points.
Yeah, and he has that money.
He's down 2.5 million plus 1.2
I'm sure
million.
I'm sure his wife will give back the jewelry that he bought her.
Hi, honey. I shorted the stock at $1.20. It's $2.70, and she'll say to him, "You can make is 2.5 million, and you're down 4 million. You really are a genius."
Yeah.
All right, we got 15 more minutes, and I got to go to my meeting.
Well, there's no more questions. Let me go up and see if I missed any.
Well, I'll stay with you for another 15 minutes. I got to do.
Let's see if it's 3 million shares yet.
2,963,000 to be exact. I'm watching it.
That's a slow walk.
The stock was 63 to 64. They're selling stock back and forth to each other, trying to manipulate it down.
We should do over under on 5 million by the end of the day. I think that might be reaching, but 4 million, that may be over under on 113.
So let me just go over the activity here today. Someone has bought or sold. Oh, there's no open interest. Someone purchased 280 puts of the $3 puts at 70 cents.
Synthetic shares.
So they bought the puts there. So altogether, there's 300 puts in the May and June series that have traded. 300. On the call side, 1,000, 2,800, another 3,000, 58, another 6,000. What did I say, 58? That's about 11, 12,000. It looks like about 15,000 calls in 2 months versus 200 and whatever puts I just said, 300 puts. That is a stock that is gaining momentum in a big way. And the best part about it is the options are basically all trash options. If you went to go do this in Tesla, the Tesla 300 calls are probably $3, you know, the stock at 280 or whatever it is. There's no premium. The premium is garbage.
Is the margin call that you're hearing about related to the real short, or is it?
I don't know. That's a good question. I don't know. Listen, the longer the stock stays here and goes sideways, that means it's going up later on. They don't want to sell it down because people are buying the dips. So where are they going? It's the Chinese handcuffs right now. They got both fingers in the thing and they can't get them out. I told you, if you're in New York, walk in the street because they're going to be jumping out of windows soon.
Do you eat your Jersey whitefish rare or well done?
I could never even look at a whitefish, a real one. I would never look at it.
Or well hung, I guess.
I gave you with it. The guy wanted to know from Texas. That's what those are the type of things, you know, that we talk about. And people, when you're in Brooklyn and you're having a slice of pizza, remember, I don't know where you are in the country, but in Brooklyn, we fold all our slices, we fold it, and then we eat it.
Like
see people.
John Travolta in Staying Alive when he gets.
Did he fold it? I don't remember.
I think he got two pieces, folded it over, and ate it as he's walking.
I grew up 6 blocks from 2001 Space Odyssey. I was on 8th Avenue and 65th Street, I'll say.
Oh.
I grew up on 60th Street.
60th Streets.
I was right by the Rex Cabin where Maria Bartolomo's dad owned it. I didn't know. I told you the story that my uncle was the bookmaker in the Rex Cabin. And my other uncle was a bookmaker someplace else. And I used to run the numbers back and forth and go into the
What's that scene when the guy closes the door to the bikers and he says, "Now you ain't leaving"?
I can't leave.
No, you can't leave.
My kids went to school with Chaz Palminteri's kids. He's a good guy. He's a Brooklyn guy. He's a Bronx guy. Bronx and Brooklyn people are different.
Okay. 24,777 calls traded today and only 347 puts.
Yeah, something like that. That's today. I just add up if you start adding up all the open interest, it's enormous. Listen, and I was watching, in GameStop, the options were at the height when everybody was talking about it was 100,000 options for trading in strikes. And that's, the whole world was trading it at that time. 100,000. We were at 30,000. So we're getting there. We're close.
Do you think there'll be any halting of trading at some point? No. I don't think so either. But, even if it does happen, it's like putting a top on boiling water. The pressure builds up, and when you pull it off, everything explodes. It's not something to worry about, I don't think.
Right.
Biggest call trade today, 500 January 15 calls at 20 cents. 500 January 15 calls at.
Yeah, that's what Rosenberg's been talking about that for a while.
It's Rosenberg that's pointing it out.
Yeah. Rosenberg is my option guy. He sits there like a dog watching these things. He was a point man in the military. Hold on a second. Come here. Come over here.
Carmelitas.
Where do you want to go? Dubai. She wants to go to Dubai, the baby.
Oh, Dubai. How about Mumbai?
Going to Dubai.
Why don't you go to Mumbai?
You heard me talking about it, that I may have to stop in Dubai. I'll be right there. You heard me talking about that I may need to stop in Dubai. Now he says he wants to go to Dubai.
He just wants to be with you. So Vincent says Carmela's Pizzeria is the best pizza. Franklin Square, Long Island. Carmela's Pizzeria. I can't make some people happy, although I think it's a serious question. Why hasn't Fngr been moving? It's dead in the water for 30 minutes.
It's dead in the Listen, guys. Okay, I'm going to tell you what I really believe here. Okay? And this is as a trader. When the stock does this, you need to be piling into it because later on it's going higher. These guys, the short sellers, if they had the firepower, would have had the stock below 2 already, right?
Yeah.
They can't push it down anymore. There's too many buyers around. So it goes sideways a little bit. They keep trying to manipulate it, going back and forth, trying to see if people are going to come out of it. If you're not coming out of it, at the end of the day, it's going up. That's from a trader. If I was trading and I was winning money right here, I'd be all over it. The more they keep holding it down, the more I buy. That's what I've seen. That's how I learn from everybody. And at the end of the day, the thing's going to turn. If we're right and there's a margin call and the thing's going to break, you kill them. What's my downside? 30 cents, 20 cents versus 100 points on the upside? I wouldn't even think about it. I'd be all over it.
Vincent doesn't agree, but he looks like he's maybe 25 years old.
He's what?
He's young, so he hasn't learned your lessons. He
Vincent,
doesn't.
I worked on the desk with the best traders on the street, and they're all managing billions and billions and billions of dollars. And those are the people I learned from. Now, I got it. You're younger, and you have no idea what you're talking about because you don't have the experience. I won't hold it against you, but I watch people do this every day. It's the same trading pattern. When you see this pattern, you're supposed to go after it.
And that's
But I got it. Guys like this, the young guys, all want to buy stocks, and then you have them trade millions of shares, try to make 25 cents, and they go home and they high-five each other. I'm not here for
and
25
that's what
cents.
makes a market. So.
No, I'm just giving you the difference. And that's the problem. The problem is that people who work on the street, people don't work on the street anymore. They have no idea what the proper way to do it. If you worked on the street as an intern, you would understand exactly what I was saying. You'll see it once, twice, 3 times. You say, hey, fuck this, I'm buying the calls. That's how it works.
If Fngr were dead, it would already be below $2.
They can't knock it down. Where they going?
I wonder how many shares are sitting in book entry in people's accounts compared to 57 million shares of the whole company.
Mm-hmm.
But more on the dip. Rosenberg agrees with him. Wow, you guys have a
I'm completely wrong then. If he's agreeing with me, I'm completely wrong.
You guys have a rapprochement.
I told you, if Rosenberg was in my platoon in Vietnam, I send him out on point and go see what's going on. I pack up everybody and I make us all run away. Hopefully we lose them. But he was the type of guy that would always come back. That's the problem.
If you had 32,000 both, if you had 32,000 to spend, how would you mix it? Stocks and calls.
I would buy 5,000 shares of stock. All right. When the stock runs to 5 later, let's say it runs to 5, you sell the stock and you buy 200-300 calls and you sell the stock and you got the calls for free. You buy $7,500 worth of calls, you buy $10,000 or $15,000 worth of stock. The stock goes, you sell the stock at 5, you make $2 on it, you make $10,000. You spent $7,500 on calls for 300 calls. You're plus 2,500. You got a position of 7,500 shares. How's that one?
Okay.
If you wanted to hedge it. If not, you could sit there and, I would break it up that way.
We're still not.
But with the stock going up, it's like you're betting the, I don't know if anybody plays dice. It's like you bet the pass line and you bet the number 6. And if the stock goes up, the options are going to go up. So you hit the number 6 on when the guy throws the dice, you get the 6 and you win the pass line. You win both bets. It's the same thing.
Wow. Donald bought the June 4 calls at 4 cents 2 weeks ago. It's 30 cents now. The
Sell
fours.
them at 30 and you buy the February, you buy the May 5s at 20 cents. And you made, what would you say? You made 40 cents?
Doubled it. He would have doubled his money. I would do that. Sell the Junes,
buy the Mays.
Buy the Mays, and make sure you keep twice your money in cash, and you'll feel good.
That's all. There you go.
Ham is a wimp. That comes from one of your listeners. That name begins with an R. Rosenberg. I saw this happen with my own eyes when AMC shot up.
There you go. People don't remember the AMC or the GameStop 6 Gs. I never watched AMC. I wasn't even aware of it. I was too focused on GameStop. I had no idea why AMC went, and I have no idea why KOSS went. I can only believe KOSS went from $1 to $125. I haven't even heard of it. It was some shitty headphone company. The only thing I could think of is that was a hedge fund that was big into that name and spread the rumor, and they pushed it up themselves and helped create the street coming into it. That's what I believe happened in KOSS. AMC, the same thing. I don't understand why that went.
We're still not at 3 million shares.
So that tells you that the short selling is stopped. All right. Because when they're selling it, they're trying to get people to panic out, look for sellers. If there aren't any, the volume's going to dry up.
Yeah.
And what's going to happen later on, what's not going down is going to turn and go up. That's it.
Yeah.
It's not like everybody on this call is going to say, hey, it's 20 to 4. Let's hurry up and sell all our stock down to 2 again. No one's doing that. If you wanted to do it, you do it now. You wanted to sell it.
Busy Brand says hello.
That's my man. People, that's a good man. All right? He's a good man. That's a good man. And that's the guy I want in my platoon, not Rosenberg. I know I can live Busy Brand on the front line and come back and get him a week later, he'll still be there.
I knew you'd set them against each other.
He's a good man. Rosenberg, forget it. Rosenberg, I put a grenade in his pants every day. Get out of here, this guy. I met Busy Brand, great guy, a guy that, he's been fighting. He picked up the fight, him and Anna, they picked up the fight not knowing anything about it. These people came from Mars. They know nothing about the equity market. And now they talk like an expert. He still can't trade his way out of a paper bag, but he's a great guy.
Well, there's no evidence that you can yet either. That's not true. You've made lots of calls.
I put him up here.
You've
I had
made
to give you
lots
guys
of calls.
50 calls over the last few years.
I know you have. You've made a lot of trades.
I gave Bill Bed Bath & Beyond at $3 before Ryan Cohen even bought it. They went to 30. I told everyone to go buy calls because I heard something was going down. I told you to buy DJT when it was 17, 18. I said buy the 20s, 20s, 21s, 22. Buy cheap calls. Boom, they all went in the money. Listen, picking the time of a short squeeze, it's very difficult. As you can see, we've been doing this a while. But think about it. I missed the whole market getting crushed. I would have got killed in NVIDIA or Costco, any crazy name I would have been playing. I would have lost a lot of money. Instead, I went to the sidelines. I jumped into something that's doing nothing. And now that nothing is starting to turn into something. And let's see how it all plays out at the end. That's what we're here for. All of a sudden, I turned into Warren Buffett. I got to sit for 10 years in a play now. That wasn't me. I was a day trader. Doing this is very unusual for me.
Could it run after hours and then sell back down after hours so you can't?
Forget that after hour nonsense.
What about if you're trading options?
If it runs, but your options don't trade. If you like, let's say the stock runs in the aftermarket, runs to 5. If you like, you can exercise, call your broker up, exercise your $3 calls, right? That means you're long at $3 and you sell the stock at 5. But you got to call your broker up to do that. If it's going to gap to 5 or 6 in the after hours, tomorrow it's going to gap to 20, 30. That's all.
So Elon Musk and Trump.
Let me just finish that.
Yeah.
If it's gapping, all right, and no one's selling into the gap, what's the difference? It's going to go to the next day. That means the buyers just got to go to the next day and buy more. That's all.
Busy Brand says that Trump's going to send him back to Mars. Yeah, nothing there. No more questions that I see.
All right, everybody. I'm going to go do what I have to do and go close these guys. And
it's 2,990,000 shares.
I'm going to get it to 3 million once I see these characters. I'm going to bring these 2 guys. I'm going to hang them upside down by their feet, get the change out of their pockets. I'll do whatever it takes. All right? They're going to get in. They're going to get in. We're gonna get them in, and then we're gonna send them back to Malaysia to get everybody in those countries to buy the stock. I told you before.
It's a lot of people.
The shorts can be who they want to be here. They can't beat the world. when we join forces with other countries and everyone's rowing the boat the same way, they're dead meat, and that's what they are right now. They're dead meat.
Still not 3 million.
Just to touch base. When I'm done here, I'm coming after G-Bucks. I'm gonna go roast those guys at ASCM.
All right.
All right. So everybody,
Have a good meeting.
I always will have a good meeting, and thank you very much.
Thank
I'll see
you.
you later.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Bye. All right. So first off, let's see if it's at 3 million. It's not. Secondly, sorry, maybe I was too dramatic in my response to that the whole thing was going to be carried on Giannis's channel. So forgive me that. And then I did try to find Susan Trimbath's book when I turned the screen on. I looked everywhere. I don't know where it is. I can't find it. But I know that she said in there that you can settle a fail to deliver with another fail to deliver. I've read it to you before, but I just cannot find the book. I'll find it before the next call I have. Let me go down some of my notes. I probably won't remember everything that I thought of. But in terms of this being a rumor that Fngr needs money, that might be true. But I think, let me put it this way. You have to have your game plan. I mean, one example I can think of is if you're playing rotisserie baseball or football. Are you playing to win this year, or are you trying to build the team for next year? That's a stupid example. But are you in this Fngr motion trade to double your money, triple your money, or are you going for the gusto? Both are reasonable approaches. Are you trading these stocks to make money, or do you want to be able to say you were in the stock that went to the moon? Both are reasonable strategies. I think for me, I keep reminding myself that this is about trying to make money, and it doesn't matter which stock you're in. But so you have to have a thesis for why you're in it, and that's up to you. But there's no one right answer. For sure, there's no one right answer. But I just really, I don't know how to say this without, I don't want to contradict anything, but we know that the C2 contract is exclusive. We know that the C2 contract is for all vehicles in China. So we know it's a big contract. We know they won competitive bidding. So we can assume they have to perform on that contract to keep it. I mean, I know it's an assumption, but I think part of the back and forth on winning a bid is you perform on that bid. Well, we also know that Fngr did 2 vehicles. I didn't find the news story when we were talking, but what is all that? Did 2 vehicles sort of in the third quarter. We also understand that Roth Capital raised $5 million for Fngr in December, and in the interviews, it was pretty clear that the majority, the big majority of that money was going to fulfill C2 tenders. I don't know if that's the right use of that word here, but C2 uh, uh, requests from governments under that contract. And so they raised 5 million. I don't know how much it took to do the original two. They raised 5 million net of fees and net of G&A. I don't know, 4.5, 4 million went to this fill out the C2 contract. We also know it takes 90 to 120 days to get paid once they deliver the vehicles. So knowing all of that they need to fulfill the requests, that there's a delay in getting the revenue, and they needed to raise 5 million to fulfill the last request. I just think I personally, I'm not working for the shorts. I'm not trying to start a rumor on behalf of the shorts. I think they need to raise money. I think it's self-evident they need to raise money. The real question is how they raise the money. And all growing companies raise money until they don't need to anymore. And so I really doubt that Fngr Motion is going to raise enough money this time so they never have to raise money again. But it's a possibility. And if that happened, we'd have to say bravo. Like I've already said, I think it's a small odds that SAIC is going to come in. To me, it's blinding. It's 3 million shares, 3 million shares at 137. But that would be huge. That would be huge. If they did a big deal, big cash deal that looked like they didn't need to raise money for another 18 months, it'd probably be dilutive. But I think on the flip side of it, it would tell the street we don't have to raise money again. So that could actually have a squeeze, but I don't know about squeeze potential, but it could have a dramatic effect on the value of the stock. This contract for C2, we don't have the numbers. How big is the Chinese vehicle market for emergency response? I have no idea. That's a research report would help. We know it's exclusive, at least that's what the news said. We know it's for all vehicles. So there is a change. And I don't know how to explain this to you, but in the NVIDIA space or in the Apple's going through a transition. That might be a good example. Apple early on was in a huge multiple on its earnings or whatever metric. It still has a huge one, but Apple's becoming more of, people aren't buying as much equipment. Can Apple still charge the premium? Will Tesla's phone beat them? Their innovations aren't coming. They've already sold to whatever billion people. It's getting trickier. And I know this is for the people that hate Trump. Tariffs are changing the profit margin. It's a one-off. It doesn't bother me. But that multiple can start coming down. And so with Fngr Motion, you've got an ill-defined PE because they don't have E. But you could argue they have a multiple to revenues. The market cap right now is 112 million. So I'm just going to use round numbers from my memory. They trade at 3 times revenues right now. trailing. I don't know what the predicted revenues are. So 3 times revenues, is that expensive? It depends on what the revenues are going to be, right? I think, if they can take their revenues to some huge number annualized this year, you could see the stock dramatically revalued, repriced. But the PE ratio might not be that 40, 70, 100 times earnings, because I don't know what words to use, fabricating C2 vehicles from buying, I don't know, SUVs maybe, buying drones, installing equipment, and then setting up an annual payment stream for access to data, that has a multiple, but it's probably not in that, hockey stick, high tech, AI, LLM range all by itself. But Fngr does have these other areas which could have those hockey stick growth patterns. So it's not knowable 100%. But what I want to make clear, this contract is highly valuable. I don't have enough detail to tell you what it's worth per share, but at least conceptually, it should be worth a lot. But they got to keep it. They have to perform on it. And I'm not being a short, I'm not helping the shorts here. I think Fngr Motion needs to raise money or do a joint venture. And it's all how they navigate those decisions. There's no one correct decision. And it depends how urgently they need the money. And it may be, let me just give 3 choices where there's probably a dozen. Let's just give 3 choices. Out of the blue, they do a joint venture. And there's no shares issued. And it's in return for exclusive contract. I really don't give high odds on that. But that would blow the shorts out of the water if that were to happen. I give it low odds, 25% at best. The other alternative is they do plain vanilla financing with a big fund out of Singapore or with family offices out of Singapore directly. They don't use corrupt American bankers, and they do it above market, and they raise all the money they need. That would blow the shorts out of the water. I also give that at most 25% odds. Why? Because big investors always look at the screen. Everybody looks at the screen. That's the advantage the criminals have. As if the screen, I told you this 3 years ago, that I have it somewhere, the random walk down Wall Street. They convinced you that all you need to know is in the price of the stock. It's just bullshit. It used to be when I was younger, I don't know where all those years went, that people studied stocks. You had to know this and that. And your broker, when they your wealth advisor, when she called you, she had to know a story about the company. Now all she needs to know is, hey, our analyst is saying that with the Trump tariffs on, and we all hate Trump, we need to get into the international ETF that focuses on the stocks that are anti-Trump. So we recommend the the Eurovision Song Contest ETF managed by the women over at Deutsche Bank. And so your money goes into an ETF. She doesn't know any. There's no analysis coming up with the stock price anymore. So that random walk down Wall Street is bullshit. The idea that everything's in the price of the stock is bullshit, particularly stocks under $3, under $5, under $7. There's no analysis going on. The only thing that's going on is the criminals can sell stock without delivering shares. And by the way, the other side of the responsibility is your broker is supposed to ask for delivery. They don't even ask for delivery. They're just happy with the business. Anyway, let's not get all upset about that again. The volume is 3 million shares still. So I really want you to think about the very real possibility. I put it at 75% odds. That doesn't really add up, does it? That's because the math was done by a woman. Oh, no, I'm just kidding. You should know that joke was written by a woman. Now you don't know what to think. No, just kidding. We don't hire women. That's a Norm Macdonald joke, which I thought was funny. And women thought was funny. But anyway, I'd give 25% odds that they arrange a JV, or 25%, not and, or 25% odds that they can come up with a big investor that doesn't care about the stock price. So that leaves 75% that they're going to do a deal with Roth Capital. I think you're going to see them do a deal with Roth Capital. And I give at least 30% odds, probably 50% odds that the Anson Funds is going to be part of that deal. So then you got to say, oh, he's just being negative. He's just working for the shorts. I'm not trying to be negative. I'm just trying to warn you what I see. Then you got to ask, well, where price do they, when do they do it? What price? It's a good question. Maybe they let it run. Maybe they try to do it at $20. My opinion, for what it's worth, the CEO is going to be told by his board and by his attorneys and by Chinese governments, if you don't fulfill this contract, we're going to pull it. So they're going to say, you got to raise the money. And Anson Funds is probably calling Roth Capital right now saying, we'll give Fngr Motion. I'll make it up. I'll be wrong on this. But we'll give Fngr Motion $25 million right now. Well, no, they'll probably say we'll give them $20 million right now for 10 million shares. It's going to be hard decision to make. Like I say, that's a risk here. Now, let me go to the next question that comes. Will that stop a short squeeze? I don't think, if a short squeeze is in place, I don't personally think raising money will stop a short squeeze. If we use the example I just gave, that's only 10 million shares. And there's a lot more behind it. If, let's say they raise $20 million and Fngr could come out with an announcement, we just funded the next I don't know what's realistic. I have no idea. I'm making this up. But we just funded the next 18 months of our C2 contract, and we will never have to raise money again. And our revenues will, once we build enough, once we go through the cycle 3 quarters, the revenues will pay for the next quarter's manufacturing process, and our margin is whatever 40%. So we will be making a huge margin, that might be high, on our process. But after we get through 9 months, we're self-funding. It's all self-funding. That would be huge. I think that would blow the shorts out of the water too. So don't, I guess that I would summarize what I'm saying by, just because the company raises money doesn't mean it's going to be in the hands of the shorts. I think you have, with finger motion, the potential to have, they're not there yet, but you have the potential to have a company, albeit in China, who suddenly, I'll make up the number again, but is suddenly producing 800 C2 vehicles a year for one of the best credited, the greatest credits in the world, the Chinese government. I don't know if people give it a AAA, but I would say a Chinese contract, government contract, is at least as good as a US government contract, I would think. Yeah, I mean, you could debate it. You could debate it, but it's got to be decent. And if they suddenly are doing, again, we don't know these numbers, but if they're doing 800 to 1,000 vehicles a year, that's a whole new company. And if they're able to announce that, get reports out on it, maybe the stock is revalued at, I don't know, $12 a share. I'm making these numbers up, but at $12, if that's a solid base now, anybody that shorted the stock from $1 is in trouble. So you can still have what you're looking for. I'm not trying to be negative at all. I'm just calling your attention. I would expect they're going to finance. And in that sense, I have a different opinion than Ham does. And I'm not talking to anybody. So if you want to pick one opinion over the other, Ham is talking to he has contacts that he talks to directly. I don't. When I talk to Martin, you see the results live. So I could be wrong, but we're now at 3 million shares. Let me see how any other stocks are trading. Nixie, looking pixie. It's up 3 cents. GDC is flat. G-Bucks is down 40 cents. I think Ham's probably right that that'll go over 310 by the end of the day. Railtown sits at 28 cents. Let's see what GME's doing. GME is down a little bit. Oh God, here it comes. Here it comes. Why is William contradicting Ham? Ham said he spoke with management and they said they're not going to raise money at this point. They can wait until the price run up. So KH Droid 123, which is probably a droid, is trying to get you to think I'm full of shit. I might be full of shit. I would trust KH Droid over me. I would. I think KH Droid has put a lot of thought into this. I bet KH Droid has raised money for hundreds of companies, or at least sat in on meetings to raise money with hundreds of companies. And I would go with KH Droid. There's no question that KH Droid has your interests at heart, and I don't. And I probably could leave my answer at that. I'm not trying to contradict Ham. And I just told you I think Ham's information is probably better than mine. But KH Droid, since you do not have a brain, since you are a droid, which means you just go beep, 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 ding, bong, ding. And you don't really have a brain. You can't see patterns. I ask you this, why did Fngr raise money in December? Oh, they needed the money. Ah, okay. Why did they need the money? They ran out of money? Well, I don't know about that. They had some cash in the bank. Why did they need it? Oh, G&A. Yeah, they had some of that. But that's G&A is mostly covered by their top-up business. Why did they need money in December? Ah, their C2 contract. They had to fulfill orders under their C2 contract. So why did they raise money at $1.50 than $2.80 if they could have waited, could have delayed until the stock price went up? It's hard to hear you. Oh, they didn't want to lose the contract. I see. New Year's was coming. They figured they might as well take the money at a discount, because after New Year's, they would miss out on those, whatever number, 2 or 3 contracts, and they might have to do the deal even lower. So you're saying that in December, they did a $5 million deal with Roth Capital. You think it was a little bit about G&A. You think it was a little bit about the insurance businesses. But the insurance companies, as you know, because you studied it, are paying the costs of the laboratories, and the minutes business and the messaging business basically covers overhead. So your theory is the reason they raised $5 million at a 33% discount to the last market price was because they needed to fulfill the C2 contract, otherwise they would lose it. It was such a valuable contract, they didn't lose it. That's your theory about why they raised money in December instead of waiting for the price of the stock to go up? Yeah, it's hard to argue with your theory. Oh, in December, the shorts were winning, and now the shorts are losing. So what you're saying is the CEO is now a hedge fund. He's now going to trade his company in the stock market as if he's a hedge fund. That's what you're saying now? Android 1, 2, 3? Whatever. If you want to invest your money based on what you hear on a call without thinking about it, well, then you truly are an android. But I think it's reasonable. And we don't know these answers, so that's in your favor to be a deck. We don't know these answers. But we're now May 1. We're now May 1. Let me just see. So we're now May 1. And so that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 months. It's 5 months after they raised money with Roth Capital. So we have to say, well, maybe they're delivering those vehicles that they raised the money with Roth Capital, and they're getting their payment now, so they don't need to raise any capital. That's possible. I admit that. That is possible. Is it likely? 5 months. The first month was New Year's, so that's 4 months. That's 120 days. Probably takes at least a month to 60 days to buy vehicles, buy the equipment, and install it. I don't know the answer. 30 days, 45 days, 60 days, and then deliver it. So I'm going to go with 60 days. So the government probably hasn't. Those vehicles they built may have been delivered, but it's likely the government's, plural, haven't paid their invoices. So I'm going to guess the company, it's at least a reasonable argument, but you're just a bloody computer, so you don't have a brain. But it's at least a reasonable argument that the company needs capital. And I don't think that contradicts Ham. It does contradict what you say Ham said, which is you say that Ham spoke with management. I didn't hear him say that. And that they said they weren't going to raise money at this point. I guess I'm quibbling with how you wrote the sentence. I did hear Ham say they're not raising money now, but I didn't hear it in the context that you described. And then you're saying that they can wait like a gambler, they can wait like a hedge fund, they can wait and bet the entire future of the company and this contract on the stock price going up. That's not my number one. This isn't one person that runs this company. Number two, I don't think that decision making is very good. And number three, I don't think Martin is a gambler. I think he's a very talented CEO, but he's not a gambler. So KH Droid 123, you may be right, but I think I would not be doing my job if I didn't, whatever my job is, if I didn't point out that I think there's 75% odds, and maybe much higher than that Fngr Motion is going to raise money. So I stick by my guns. I'm not contradicting Ham, and I'm not talking on behalf of the short sellers. I do not think, in fact, I'll go farther, K-Droid, if the company followed your advice, they could get in trouble with the short sellers. So I'm going to move on from you. I'm just going to move on from you. Tony De Niro is implying Ham is only pumping the stock. I respected Tony De Niro's input on COSM. I think it was his. When he called out Lou, he called out the CEO, and he called out Frank Benedetto. And I think Tony was right. I haven't followed Tony since. I think I've gone across some of his comments on MMTLP and maybe other things. So I guess I come down on the side, and I've stated it before, that I think I respect Tony De Niro. But Tony is implying Ham is only pumping the stock. I mean, that's like reading a bumper sticker from George W. Bush. It's kind of meaningless. What has Ham been doing for 3 years? He's a cheerleader for finger motion. I think he's been pretty open about what the criminals do on the other side, which is the risk. Is that pumping? I don't know that that's pumping. So it gives me pause when Tony uses the word pumping. Pumping is a word that short sellers use. Pumping is a word that people paid by the short sellers use. Pumping is a word that people who are in cahoots with the short sellers use. It comes from an expression that was used in the 60s, 70s, 80s, pump and dump. So a lot of CEOs would pump the price of their stock up and dump it. It really comes from a practice which was carried out in the 20s of stock pools. And one of the most famous practitioner of stock pools was Joseph Kennedy, the father of John F. Kennedy, Robert F. Kennedy. And Joe Kennedy and his buddies would, and this happens in crypto to this day, Joe Kennedy would start a position in a stock, start spreading rumors, keep buying, and they would run the stock price up in a stock pool and pump the price up. And then as soon as everybody started talking about it, they'd sell their shares. They'd dump their shares. And this was probably the source of Joe Kennedy's original wealth, might not be the right word, but outsized capital. He was in a lot of things, and but so Joe Kennedy, when FDR became president, FDR established the Securities and Exchange Commission, and Joe Kennedy appointed, FDR, Franklin Delano Roosevelt, appointed Joe Kennedy as the first chairman of the SEC. And everybody knew what Joe Kennedy was and did. And when FDR was asked about it, why would you appoint this guy? He's nothing but a criminal. Something to this effect, FDR said, well, it takes a crook to catch a crook. That's where it all comes from. Now, what the criminals do is they've convinced everyone that anybody supporting a stock, like a research analyst, like a CEO talking about Tesla, or a wealth advisor telling you to buy the ETF, which invests only in semiconductor stocks, that's all pumping, that's all promoting. But they don't use the word pumping. The term pumping has a term on it like Donald Trump is a racist. Donald Trump is a misogynist. It has an edge to it. It has a meaning. And that, for Tony Denaro to use that, makes my respect for him to go way, way down. Way down. It makes me doubt whose side he's on. I don't know Tony, but I don't know, Nikita, I don't know where you're from, but in the United States, in the 60s, there were riots over civil rights. And they were triggered mainly by the killing of Martin Luther King as a young man, which was a tragedy. When Martin Luther King died, that was a tragedy for all people, whatever the color of their skin was, in my opinion. That guy had the bravery to follow the logic, I guess, of where his compassion led. I mean, he said that the jailers, the slave owners, were just as trapped by slavery as the slaves. And that's a little hard to understand if they're the ones doing the whipping and the destruction of families and the selling and the sexual rapes and the other abuses. But on the other hand, the human being caught in that hatred, caught in that control, there's a point that Martin Luther King had that makes sense. But he was killed. RFK, as you know, went to Indianapolis, and I won't repeat it, but he basically said, I too had a close member, someone I loved, killed by a white man. And if we want to go down the path of racism and hate, we can make that choice, or we can make the choice of living together. And what I believe the shorts have done, much like Hillary Clinton and the Democratic machine today turns on Donald Trump, they turned that civil rights racism, where you had German shepherds attacking peaceful protesters who happened to be black. You had people who couldn't live in the same neighborhoods, who couldn't work in the same jobs, who couldn't date white people. And they'd have hoses turned up. And Governor Wallace and Bull Connor. Well, those are the 1960s images. And by the way, Hillary Clinton worked for Barry Goldwater back then. Hillary Clinton worked for Barry Goldwater back then. But she uses, in her emotionalism that she uses against us, she uses that pattern to get us worked up. Oh, he's a racist. She thinks that white men still treat black men that way. I'm not saying everything's perfect. I live in a city called the Chocolate City. There's a lot of young black women and black men and middle-aged and older. They have great jobs, beautiful homes, beautiful families. Their kids, I just walked by St. Albans the other day. Two young men, St. Albans football. I don't have to fill out the rest of it. Things have changed dramatically. Are they perfect? No, but they have changed dramatically. The reason I bring this up is pump and dump is left over from when the SEC was fighting those things. And the SEC to this day will respond to a phone call from Tony DeNaro, who very well may work for the shorts now that I hear him saying pumping. I don't know. But the SEC responds to the pump and dump, the pumping. They go after the CEOs. That's out of the 70s. That's out of the 70s. That's not the crime anymore. That's not what needs to be addressed anymore. So people using the term pumping, one, are probably with the shorts, two, are talking about a crime that doesn't exist anymore, in my opinion. The crime that exists today, by the way, I'm reading this book. I read this book the last 2 days. See if I can find, I'm not sure I highlighted it. Written by a guy named Samuel H. Sloan, and he writes really well and directly. And this book was written before Bill Clinton changed the rules on collateral. He talks about the DTC. This is what he says. This is before Bill Clinton changed the rules. He's talking about when you try to take over a company. So you're going to want to announce your tender offer, and then the depository trust company is going to call you. They will want to set up a, quote, book entry system for your tender offer. This book was written, I think, in 1992. Let me look it up. Yeah, it was published in 1992. Bill Clinton changed the laws in 1994. The depository trust acts as an agent for almost every broker who is a member of the New York Stock Exchange. So you set up, the way it works is this. The depository trust, when you're buying out a company, will want to set up a book entry system for your tender offer. The reason for this is that most of the shares which will ultimately be tendered through your tender offer will come from the depository trust company. And I already told you, they act as an agent for every broker or broker-dealer on the New York site. The way it works is this. A typical customer comes to a Merrill Lynch branch office with 100 shares of AT&T that he wants to put in his account. This doesn't happen anymore, but it used to. Merrill Lynch branch office sends the shares to the Merrill Lynch head office. Merrill Lynch head office sends the shares to the transfer agent. More than likely, though, they'll just send the shares to the depository trust company, the DTC. The DTC will send the shares to the transfer agent with instructions to transfer the shares into the name of said & co. This is known as a nominee name. The reason for the use of a nominee name is that it is somewhat harder to transfer the shares held in the name of a corporation because of corporate resolutions. Anyway, people use said & co because it's a limited partnership. So after getting the shares back from the transfer agent, the DTC will put them in their vault, along with all the rest of the securities. From then on, all shares held by DTC become a computer entry. Brokers buy and sell these shares between each other. However, they do not deliver the physical certificates. Instead, they settle the transaction with computer entries through the DTC. Any broker can order delivery of physical certificates. But usually the broker asks for physical delivery of shares only when the customer, their customer, is asking to receive her shares. Otherwise, the broker would prefer to leave the broker-dealer shares with the DTC to supposedly to eliminate the possibility of the shares being lost or stolen. 2 years before Bill Clinton changed the law. 2 years. So I don't agree with Tony DeNaro that Ham is only pumping the stock. I will point out that Ham has been promoting the stock, talking about the situation nearly every day for 3.5 years, 4 years that I know of. So it's not new information that Tony DeNaro is giving you in the context of Ham is a supporter of the stock of Fngr. It's useless what DeNaro just told you. And it makes me think he's a short seller or a shill. And that's a guy I thought I respected. I don't think Ham is only, as you put it, pumping the stock. I think Ham sees this. We just listened to him. I think he sees it as he's always seen it, that this is on the verge of going out of control to the upside. We'll watch it. And we should know more here at 2:30, 3 o'clock, 3:30. And just to be on the record, I hope everybody out there that's long Fngr and long calls makes a shitload of money. And I think Tony DeNaro, by saying pumping, is a paid shill. And if, that's how he might be better versed than others. But if he's using the word pumping, he gives himself away. I don't know Tony, and I've respected other answers he's given. And so I'm willing to change my mind. But he's got to have a better vocabulary than saying pumping. That's like calling Donald Trump a racist on the scale of a Bull Connor. I see no evidence that Donald Trump is a racist. I see no evidence that a Bull Connor could exist today. I see no evidence that CEOs pump and dump their stock. I think you could argue Ryan Cohen did it, but he did it with the board vote. He did it out in the open. It was fully disclosed. You all know that GME is worth $5 a share in cash, but you still buy it, and you know he's doing deals, but you still buy it. It's all fully disclosed. So is he breaking the law? I don't know. Is he pumping his stock? He's a CEO. He's promoting his stock. He's promoting his story. I think Ham promotes Fngr. That's all I'm going to talk about on that. We have God on our side. Yeah, it's true. We have God on our side, but I'm not sure God's goal is to make us rich on the planet Earth. God's goal might be other things. He's just asking a question. Give us a break. Don't take it personal. Well, I don't know which question I took personally, Steve. I have no idea. But if you guys think people come on here and everyone on here's motives are innocent and they're just asking a question, you want to be an amateur. You want your money stolen from you. I learned when I trained at Merrill Lynch, and I worked hard at Merrill Lynch, and I always ask the hard-ass questions, and I'll continue doing that. When your money's on the line, I'm going to ask the hard-ass questions. But if you want me to give you a break so you lose money, so I don't take it personally, all right, I'll do that. I'll play the fool. I'm not saying I'm always right, but gosh, guys. GME is always down. It's a loser ticket. Yeah, that's probably right. He isn't just asking questions. He's making declarative statements. Oh, I can't make statements? I can't make statements. All right. You know, guys, I think you should, I'll keep going down, but I think you should be more like Steve. Don't worry about anything. And follow KH Droid 123. He's got your interests at heart. Haven't been on here for a while. Hello, app. I'm an app. What's the deal with Fngr? Was today's bounce it, or is there more fuel in the tank? Thank you, Badr. I don't know if it was it. The volume is already 4 million shares. So it looks like they'll do 5 or 6 million today. My guess is there's more fuel in the tank. And, oh, I'm looking at GameStop. Sorry. Let me look at Fngr. Yeah, sorry. The volume is 3.11 million. Still a very good day. And I do think there's more fuel in the tank. Obviously, you follow Fngr closely and you follow your position closely, but you haven't been on in a while. So I'm going to suggest to you what you should do is there's a website called Yahoo Finance. It's www.yahoo.com, and you can click the finance button, you can type in FNGR, and you will get a series of news stories from a third party about what's been going on at Fngr. I think you should pull those up and read those. You can go to, I think, Fngr Motion's site, www.fingermotion.com. But you can also go on YouTube, and you can, or just Google, you can listen to the latest Martin Shen interview, the CEO of Fngr Motion. I suggest you do that. And I'd say you can go listen to some of the recorded calls from Ham. You can rewind this call and listen to what Ham said. And I think that will give you information you need, particularly for your lackadaisical attention that you pay to your portfolio. I think there's more in the Fngr tank. Only you can decide if it's going to happen in 24 hours or it might take several weeks or several months. But I think Fngr Motion has the story in place to be a significantly more valuable company. But Badaram, only after you show that you even care about your account am I going to spend a lot longer on your question. Thank you, Giuseppe. It's very kind of you. And thank you to Flying Bus Driver. Very kind of you. Aaron says, short squeeze time. Yeah, could be. Could be. Tony was right a lot. Sold 8 AMC and many long before they all crashed hard. Well, that's impressive, Potter, particularly since you called me an app. You're clearly a shill. But that's impressive, but they've all crashed. Name one stock out there that hasn't crashed. So it doesn't impress me that Tony was right. Orville was right, and his brother Wilbur was right. Doesn't impress me. Every single stock that goes up when the shorts are involved, they crash. So I'm not impressed, Potter. But I've also told you that, look, I respected some of the work Tony did. I think I still respect him, but I'm not impressed with his vocabulary pumping. That just shows me it's a red flag that he's paid for by the shorts. They needed money. Yeah, Fngr needed money. That's why they did the deal with Roth Capital. Absolutely. And you don't think they need money now? You might be right. They don't need money now. They can wait. Let's gamble. So, Android, this is what you suggest to Fngr Motion. Wait for the prices higher. It's going higher. Don't worry. It's going higher. The shorts have to cover. It's going higher. Why don't you wait? So they wait. And then when it comes time to go to the market, hopefully the stock is higher. But what if it's come down? What if it's come down significantly and the contract is lost? Or they have 10 days to act before they lose the contract. And then your friends over at Anson Funds know the stress and they offer $1.50 again. What do you think the company does then? It's a stupid way to manage an entire company. But KHDROID123, I'm sure you're here with the best interests of the company and the shareholders in mind. Why don't you call in to the company and tell them, wait till the stock squeezes before you raise money? And, make that proposal to them. I think it's complete idiocy. Any CEO that would do that should be fired. But hey, you're the smart one here. I'm not. Tony De Niro might be right or wrong, but I do respect him. Yeah, I've said I've respected him, Julie. I don't like that word pumping. Everybody in this space, everybody has had my doubt directed against them. Why? Because I think everyone is here working for the criminals. Slowly, I've built, I'd say 6 people that I trust. Maybe it's 10. Why? Because I take what I'm trying to do seriously. And when I was younger, and when I admit it, I'm still that way. I like being liked. I like being included. I like having friends but this is serious. It's your money. And when the guy comes in with the drumstick and the dyed hair, and this is my short selling fight, and everyone runs over to Genius company that just has shit contracts, and then he does a reverse split and you lose your money. Should I have gone along with him because he was a good guy and he got on the Twitter? I didn't trust that guy from the start. Was I right? Maybe not. Is he a good guy? Maybe not. I don't know him, but I certainly called it. I met Jeremy Frommer. I liked him, even though he blew me off the first time I said hello to him. It was only after somebody told him who I was that he came up and was, very nice. I even did a video about him, but then I've got to really wonder on some of his decisions. Were they just innocent or were they on purpose? I don't know. But Julie, if you want to be well liked, go to a bar. If you want to be well liked, join a knitting club. But if you're talking about money, the other side, they want your money. They want to steal the entire market cap of company after company after company. Fngr motion goes to benchmark. They're introduced to Lynn Partners. And what transpired? Look at the stock price. That's not Ham doing that. It's not Ham doing that. And when Ham fights back, Julie, do you think Ham read this report? I don't. I think he might have seen it. Oh, okay, $5. I read this report 10 times. It's a crap report, but I read it 10 times. I highlighted it. They're repetitive. It's just slapdash. It's to fulfill a contract. To me, it's a meaningless report, but I've read it to you. But this isn't Ham's strength. Ham goes into action. He tells the story. He has 400 phone calls a day. He doesn't get dissuaded. He's been offered other companies, offered to pay him. He said, no, I'm just focused here. But I don't want to get in a, I don't want to say that Ham's judgment is 100%. Nobody's is. I mean, I might be able to find you, Julie, if I can do it quickly. I don't want to waste time. But if I can find it quickly, of course I can't. Oh, I see what I have to do. I have to go there. Well, I know what, I can Google it again. That'll be quicker. You can just Google it. You can Google the Basher's Handbook. Basher's Handbook. And it'll come up right away. Is the bashing of a stock an essential part of online investing? Our Constitution guarantees free speech. Unless you talk against Netanyahu. It is easier to scare people into selling than into buying a stock. Anyway, it's multi-page. I don't want to read it all to you, but I want to find the bit about pump and dump, if I can. Basher's Handbook. Be anonymous. 10% fact, 90% suggestion. I'm not saying that about Tony, by the way. He uses his real name. And I think his facts in COSM were 100% correct. While everyone was panicking to buy in, he stood strong as the only person that said, I can't remember the numbers, but what Benedetto was putting out there, he was paid in lieu that there was, I can't remember, 2,000% short or something. I remember Tony said this doesn't add up, and it didn't. So I don't think this applies to him at all. But if I can find pump and dump, enter with humor and reply to all who reply to you. Give the appearance of being open-minded. Kill the dreams of profit. Discourage people from believing press releases. Use many aliases. I don't see it here. So it must have been a different, here it is. Bashers will trash the stock by saying such things as, it's a pump and dump. That's just the thing. It's part of the whole bashers game. That's all I'm reacting to. But Julie, I just spent quite a bit of time disagreeing with him on the idea. Well, it's not disagreeing. It's just presenting a different opinion. I think finger motion is going to raise money. And so I think you have to be wary that Anson funds and Roth Capital are Anson funds are using machines to drive the stock price up. And yes, Fidelity might be caught in it and might have to buy back stock, but Anson Funds is sophisticated enough to know how to turn on the computers to buy versus the short selling that's in their own shop. If they get the stock price running, Roth Capital gets excited, people are excited, the stock goes up. What does it sound like? GME. Hey, get on with Roaring Kitty. He's a genius. And he grunts and moans his way through nothing. That's all a scam. These criminals want to steal and they will do anything. And I'm not smart enough to know who is a criminal and who isn't. So I don't trust anyone. And when I see words like pumping, that's where it comes up in the worry comes up in my head. It is possible, Julie, that Anson funds, who bought the majority of the last offering, are driving the stock up to get momentum. And it's equally possible that shorts are in trouble. It's equally possible. But I think I wouldn't be, what's the word? I wouldn't be, I can't think of the word. Fair-minded is the wrong word. I wouldn't be thorough maybe in my thinking. If I can tell you that GME, they ran the price of GME up to 85, and I told you, sell calls, sell the stock, just do something. And then they did a deal, I forget what, at 45 or some number. Then they ran it up to 40 something. It did a deal. Then they ran it up to 30 something. And I've told you all along, I think they have that under control. I think they're manipulating everybody because at the core, they need you. They always need somebody to jump into the pool with real money. They need the fuel of retail money, moving the price, and then the computers can take over and do whatever they do. But they need real money coming into the system, too. And let me just finish my thought, Julie, and I'll continue with questions. We have to assume that it's at least possible that Anson Funds, with Philip Vallier and the rest, that Anson Funds are priming the pump to get, and that's a different word than pump and dump. Priming the pump is, I don't know where it comes. It must come out of the oil and gas business, but it means getting the price up. And maybe it's fair to say that that's, I didn't mean to use that word in a basher sense, but maybe it's fair to point out I used that word. It's a saying. I think it's at least possible that the Anson funds are gearing up to put in a phone call to Roth Capital. I've already said this, and say, hey, the stock's trading at whatever 309. We'll give you 10 million at 2.25. And I think you have to be aware that could be going on. Why? Because I'm anti-short squeeze? Because I'm anti-Fngr? No, because I don't trust anybody. That's why. I don't trust anybody. We'll see what happens. It's coming on 3 o'clock. Let's see if the volume picks up and we go to 4 or 5 or 6 million. Doesn't look like it. We'll see how it trades tomorrow. By the way, Julie, even if Anson Funds is doing that, it doesn't mean Fidelity's out of trouble. It doesn't mean other shorts are out of trouble. So it's hard to get it all right. I do think if Ham hadn't been working so hard over the last 2 or 3 years, it's quite possible Fngr right now would be 50 or 75 cents. It'd have the same game plan, but it'd have many more shares outstanding. So I think we're just arguing about words. I think Ham is a four-square supporter and promoter of Fngr Motion and Fngr Motion story. I think he's also a believer that Fngr Motion is a trap short over the last 3 or 4 years. And if that means that he's a pump and dumper, I don't see that. But of course, I don't have all the facts. But I've never seen the other side of that equation coming from Ham, like it did with Joe Kennedy, and like it does, frankly, to me, when Benchmark brings Fngr Motion into Lynn Partners, to me, that's a pump. And then when Jeff Easton sells Lynn Partners and Philip Vallier says we are terribly pleased to be investors in Fngr Motion at this point in their business plan, that's a pump. And then when Lynn Partners calls up Moez Kassam and says, hey, we locked it down, and Moez Kassam says, all right, we'll give you the money, that's the dump. So it's easy to pick on like that woman Guaffier who just killed herself, supposedly. I don't believe she did. It's easy to pick on the one that's brave enough to stand up and fight, particularly if his tools aren't always what the lawyers would say. But remember, the lawyers are part of the scam. The lawyers who work for the SEC are the same lawyers that back up the Kramers. Same ones. When everything is done just perfectly with propriety, as if we still lived in the 70s, which we don't, the stock market of the 70s no longer exists. We have a stock market now organized to benefit a few people at the top. And if your stock is trading under $5, some number, if it's trading under $1 billion market cap, some number, if it's trading on Friedman's NASDAQ or Chucky Cromwell's over the counter, No one cares about it. There are no investment bankers. There are no research reports. There are no research analysts. There are no wealth advisors selling your stock to their clients. That doesn't exist. There are no buyers of your stock. The 80 to 100,000 registered reps out there, they do not recommend your stock to their clients. There are no buyers. There's no uptick rule. There's no disclosure. There's no investment banks. There's no enforcement of securities laws. And on top of that, when the other side starts selling in volume from Canada, from Germany, from offshore, even in the United States, no one cares. If you are caught, it's a slap on the wrist. Look at the Kramers last time with the SEC. Again. Who facilitates that, Julie? It's the lawyers. The lawyers facilitate that. They tell the board, oh, you better take this deal. There's not a lawyer out there that has the courage to do the right thing. They do the expedient thing. And the lawyers at the SEC are part of it as well. Either by active collusion, it's probably rare. Implied collusion. Hey, you want a job at Baker Hostetler? You want a job at Dewey, Cheatham and Howe? Go along with this. Build your resume. You've got to be a zealot. You've got to be a rebel. You've got to be rough at the edges to fight all this. But anyway, oh, you say you do not respect him. I don't know enough about Tony to really say I respect or do not respect. But anybody using the term pumping, it raises my alarm bell. Anyway, Julie, I'm sorry I went on so long. I'm going to answer the next question. Oh, Tony. Hey, William, you're actually covering, this is from Tony Denaro, you're actually covering some sensible point about Fngr cash rate needs. My concern as price runs up is 5 million shares of warrants. I didn't even think of that. I don't remember those warrants. I think they had a 1-year term. No. They had a 5-year term. They had a 5-year term at $1.50. The reason I didn't think about them is I believe those warrants were used to protect the destruction that Roth Capital's clients did to the stock under 150. Remember, they took it from whatever, 280, did the deal at 150, and it went to $1, whatever the number was. Though, to me, those 5 million warrants were to protect the risk of those shorts. And make no mistake about it, those clients were trying to get that stock under $1, to get it down to 75 cents, to get it down to 50 cents. So the next time Fngr went to the market, it would be a MULN. as good as any story is, you and I are investors in a share of stock. So the question is, how much of that value comes down to my share of stock? And the key that the criminals know at Anson funds, just keep increasing the amount of shares out there. I don't think Fngr wants to do that, and they've been fighting back. But that's an interesting point. My concern is the price runs up. 5 million shares of warrants that'll be dumped. The real word you want to use is exercised, of course, and then the shares don't. I think those shares against those warrants have already been sold. My opinion, nobody can prove it. So the exercise of the shares would just be to bail out that failure to deliver position that's already happened. That's my opinion. So I don't think it would be catastrophic to the stock price. On the other hand, I see your point. 5 million shares is a lot of either short covering / volume / frankly, newly issued shares from the company to absorb in the marketplace. And combined with a coordinated attack on the stock, that could affect it to the downside. But I'll stick with my initial point. I think those shares have already been counted in the fully diluted number. And I also think those shares have already been used as an offset against shorts. So I think it could be a push. And then finally, you have to remember, even if those shares get exercised, which I don't think they will be, those warrants get exercised, that works out to, I guess, $5 million. Is it right? 5 million at $1.50, $7.5 million worth of cash to the company. So that's a benefit to the company. And it depends what they do with that money. I think the $7.5 million over the next 2 years could be turned into $25 to $50 million in revenue, or better by compounding. So it's not all negative. The price of those 5 million warrants is already in the stock, probably. It's certainly in the calculations of investment bankers. So I'm not as worried as you are. And I guess my final point is, I don't think anybody that short the stock, let's say the Anson funds, the largest purchaser of the warrants on the last deal, I don't think they'll exercise. I think they need that to continue their crimes. By the way, guys, I tried to read it here to you prior to Bill Clinton's change in the UCC. I want to get to the end of the questions. I may read it to you again before I sign off. It may or may not be strictly legal. And I would argue that it's simply illegal because they do not disclose it. But there's no question in my mind that Bill Clinton allowed, the Clinton administration allowed Wall Street to use all stocks, securities pooled at the DTCC. The Clinton administration allowed all of those shares to be used as collateral against derivatives and against the stock loan desks. Now you can get into arguments, and lawyers love to get into arguments. That's how they get paid, as to whether the definition of is. But there's enough in that argument, I think, for the bad guys, that the bad guys are not going to jail. Wall Street has the right to leverage your position of finger motion 10 to 1, 15 to 1, 20 to 1, 100 to 1. Because the Clinton administration changed, I think it's Section 8 of the UCC Act in 1994. Now, I don't know how that causes short squeezes, because obviously short squeezes occur. My opinion is you have to have news or an event that's so dramatic that it revalues the price of the stock essentially overnight. Or you just have to have the stock take off and the guys at the prime brokers ask for more collateral. There is no more money coming in, and they buy it in. That still happens. It can get out of control. But my argument to you, GME is in control. And I think Tony's arguing here that those 5 million warrants might be a way that at least one of the shorts can have some control here. And I think I hadn't thought about the 5 million warrants right now. My opinion, those 5 million warrants have already done their damage. And it was considerable damage. And now that the stock is above $1.50, they might be moot. But I admit that I'm not clever enough to figure out what strategies they would use in conjunction with those warrants to try to drive the price lower. I don't know, I guess I'd have to say. My instinct, my suspicion is those warrants have already done their damage, and we've ridden it out. But I don't know what else they can do, so I will share. I'll acknowledge your concern on it. Will the next financing contain warrants? Those warrants I'd be worried about. Let's say they do 10 million shares and 15 million warrants or something like that. Then I'd have concern. Other than that, make your money, everyone. Don't get stuck. This statement I agree with. Last time in Fngr motion, which is trading at 240 right now, Last time, for me, I'm just talking about me. I owned a lot of Fngr motion, and I really bought in just based on price action that this thing was going to be covered and it was going to squeeze the whole story. So I didn't sell. I think I sold 1,000 shares, which was a small part of my position. You know, at 16 or 16.98, you know, it's essentially $17. But I did that because I bought something else. I forget what else. But I thought Fngr was going to run. Based on everything I was hearing, I was caught up. Also, based on my experiences from when I was on a desk, when I would, you know. But I now think Wall Street's changed. I don't think there's the same automatic buying in, because they're buying in. Obama split the firms. So Fidelity has trouble on its retail firm, and it apparently has trouble on its broker-dealer firm. Maybe. They don't want to bankrupt their broker-dealer. Plus, the broker-dealer has a way of, over time, making it back, just like GME. So anyway, I'm going to try to move on to another question. I do agree with Tony, and we've talked about it. Ham talked about it. If you have calls and you have profit, Ham's suggestion, which makes perfect sense to me, but you can do it also. You can go up to a higher strike price, but sell your calls, maybe double your money that you take out and put in your pocket. Use the remainder to buy cheaper calls. Ham says that, and I agree. I've also said to you, I don't know if Tony would even still be on the call, but if he's still listening, earlier, before Ham came on, I was suggesting that you might consider selling calls. So let's just look. Let me just look. Okay, earlier when Ham was talking, the May $4 calls were trading 20-cent bid, and I think it was 30-cent ask. It might have been higher than that. Might have been 35. I don't remember, but I know the bid was 20 cents because I started to interrupt and then I kept my mouth shut. You could have sold 100 May 4 calls at 20 cents against your stock 2 hours ago. You'd bring in $2,000. I know it doesn't sound like a lot, but it's real money. Right now, you could buy them back for that same price, so it'd be a push. But right now, the bid's 10 cents. And another day has gone by. They're going to expire next Friday. I think it's next Friday. No, I'm wrong. No, I'm wrong. They're going to expire 2 Fridays from now. 2 Fridays from now. But I'll tell you what, once you get to Monday the 5th, the premium will go down, all things being equal. Anyway, it's just something to bear in mind. You can start taking premium. Instead of paying premium, you can start taking premium out of the market. And then I also agree with Tony, and I've been trying to change the message that I'm saying. The whole idea is to try to make money. And if you're making money with Fngr right now, you can. All right, Tony, I doubt Tony's still listening, but I will. I'll take this opportunity. Somebody asked me, it's on my list. Somebody asked me about as he put it, our 4 stocks. All right, so Fngr has essentially doubled from the first time I started telling you that I thought you could get a double or a triple in Fngr. And I said that with a high degree of confidence at around $1.04 in the stock. $1.10, you know, and I kept saying it. I still think you could get a double in Fngr, but it's a lot harder. I'm not as confident now that Fngr can go to $5. I'm ignoring the squeeze part of it in the short run, as when it was $1.20, I thought it could go to $2.40. So anyway, you have to have your own idea of what Fngr can do right now. But that's what I'd do tonight. I'd sit down, I'd pull a pad of paper out, and I'd say, maybe with a beer, in your case, my case, a glass of water. And I'd say, what do I expect Fngr to do between now and, let's say, the end of May? What do I expect Fngr to do? For me, I think Fngr could go to $4, but it could also go to, it could be at $2.50. That's me. Could it run? Yes. If Fngr suddenly announces a joint venture or announces an investor indifferent to the current stock price, yes, it could explode. But I think that's unlikely. It's more likely they do a deal with Roth Capital. And then inside Roth Capital, do they do a good deal or do they do a deal with Anson Funds? I don't know the answer. Nobody knows the answer. So I guess to me, and I'll do it tonight before we have a call tomorrow, just as an investment, I would say it's possible over the next month that Fngr Motion doubles. I wouldn't give it high odds. I'd give it 60%. I'd give it 100% that it goes to 350, but 5, I don't know. Okay, so that's what I feel about Fngr. I would write down on my pad of paper. I'd write down, of course, you've got your GDC and ZJYL. On my pad of paper, those are stocks of interest, but I'm going to say they're not going to do anything much, or I'll take the risk if they do for a month. I'm just going to say neutral on those for a month, knowing that at any time they could squeeze, but I'm just going to put them aside. So that leaves me G-Bucks, Nixie, and Railtown in my parameter. Now, I need to tell you, my whole goal is to make profits so I can buy silver under $40. And the more time goes by, the more urgency it is to buy silver while it's available, in my opinion. But anyway, let's leave silver off the table right now until we have profits. Okay, so we've got Fngr, which all right, I'll use 4 cards. You have to do your own thinking, but month of May, I'm going to say Fngr. That's what I'm going to say for Fngr. Month of May, my gut tells me you could double your money, but 60% odds of that. What makes me wrong? A squeeze. A squeeze makes me wrong. And everything I'm hearing from him is I agree with him. if it's going to happen, it's going to be now. It ranges from Trump, Devin Nunes, Fidelity. He quoted Dr. Trimbath. He's got meetings in Singapore. He's got meetings tonight. There could be a JV. So there are wild cards, but I don't know how to grade those wild cards. All right, so then there's Nixie. All right, let me pick a number on that one that I think can happen. Yeah. I think Nixie can go up 5x in May. And I think the odds are 95%. I think Fngr could start its move tomorrow or tonight, right now. I think Nixie, it's probably next week it starts. And we can talk about the reasons afterward. I'm just going to go through these 4 stocks. G-Bucks. Based on what I'm hearing Ham say recently, after Fngr will go to G-Bucks, I'm going to say for the month of May, I've got to get the quote. I can't get a quote. Oh, 272. G-Bucks needs to finish their announcement, and they probably have to do it prior to the dividend being released. It's very expensive on a market cap basis, but they're apparently doing a financing away from Wall Street. I don't like that Ham says we'll come around and work on G-Bucks next. That's a tough one for me to call. I'm going to say G-Bucks in May. That's so tough. I'm going to pass for now. I'll have an answer tomorrow, but I'm going to pass for now. With G-Bucks, it's already taken longer than everyone expected. I don't like the fact that Ham has said after Fngr we'll come back to this one. I don't really like it now when the stocks say we're going to do a dividend, because I think it's a bit of a gimmick. I do like the G-Bucks. We need more news. That could be great. I do like that they financed it. It looks like really well. I do like the revenue numbers and all that. So I think G-Bucks could go to 9. It could go to... I also think G-Bucks is the only one of these that actually, because of the amount of time that's gone by, you could actually see a short squeeze in. I think you could see G-Bucks go over 100 or higher in a short squeeze. So that's a difficult one for me to answer right this moment. And then there's Railtown. This is ridiculous, but I'm saying 100% that Railtown can 10x. Nobody is 100%. And my handwriting. I'll say plus or minus May. Plus or minus May. It might take a little longer. But I think Rail F is 10x. Okay, so I sit down and I say to myself, I've got this investment in Fngr, and I don't know, let's say I put 10 grand in it, and now it's worth 20 grand, and my goal is to make 200 grand. These are all fantastical numbers. So I look at it tonight and I say, well, all right, from now, beginning of May, yes, Fngr can squeeze. So that would be the answer to all my prayers. Or I can maybe double Fngr by the end of May, but I give that 60% odds. June's a different story, but I'm talking about May. So 60 times 5, that's $3. Hell, 60. If I risk it, it's around $3. Anyway, so you can see where I'm going. I've doubled my money in Fngr. Where do I think it's going to be in 30 days? And you're hearing me. I kind of think there's a chance it could be right around here. Not here, like 350. All right. Then I look at Nixie. And Nixie, I think, same thing, has news has to come very soon, I think. Very soon, based on their previous announcements. And sitting down right now, I think at 5x's. So my 20 grand, I started with 10 grand. I could leave it in Fngr, and my 20 grand might be worth 25 grand at the end of the month. Or if I put it in Nixie, if I'm right, and at 5x's, I gave myself 95% odds. Let's call it 90% odds of being right. So maybe it goes to $7 something, call it $7. Let's say it does 4x instead of 5x. My 20 grand would go to 80 grand. This thinking I have, my Fngr in my most calm sense maybe goes to 25 grand. If I put it in Nixie, it might go to 80 grand. G-Bucks, I'm passing right now because I got to sit down and think out the pros and cons. But it's clear to me that if I were to put money in G-Bucks, that would be primarily trying to catch a short squeeze. So I probably wouldn't put it all in there. But I'll have an answer for you tomorrow morning on that one. And then Rail F, I come to Rail F. Well, I've already given away to you that I think Railtown could take longer than Nixie or Fngr. So I have to factor that into my thinking. Any of these could start tomorrow morning, but I have to factor in Railtown's taken a long time. It feels like it's going to take longer because everything indicates it's a big deal. And it's regulators. It's regulators. So my 20 grand, if I put it all, if I sold Fngr at a double and I put it in Railtown and I'm right, maybe it's 6 weeks from now instead of 4 or 8, it's worth 200. Now, what else could I do? I could wait for Fngr and see what happens until next week. But if I'm really concerned that Nixie or G-Bucks or Railtown might also go next week, I have to factor that in. So in my thinking, I think Nixie's next. Am I right? I don't know. I'm just telling you. I think Nixie's next. So I could sell my Fngr, 100% of my Fngr, double my money, and tomorrow buy Nixie. Then I'm out of Fngr while everybody else is in Fngr. I miss out on all the excitement in Fngr. But what if Nixie starts a 2-week run, 3-week run next week and does go 5x? My 20 grand turns into 100 grand. If you want to discount it, maybe 80 grand. But I missed out on Fngr because Fngr was going. Fingers was going. Fingers was going. So that's my risk. Or maybe I do half and half. I sell half my Fngr and buy as much Nixie as I can with half. Then if Nixie starts going next week, maybe I don't wait for 5x. Maybe Nixie doubles next week or triples. Maybe I sell Nixie then. Maybe I buy back Fngr. But what I really want to do over the next, this is me. What I really want to do over the next 2 weeks, if I get that long, is I want to buy Railtown. Because I am highly confident Railtown goes up 10x as soon as they revalue it. Anyway, that's my thinking. And so I agree with Tony. Don't freeze. Sit down tonight. You got a double in Fngr. Think about it. What are your ideas? Should I take the money now? Is there something better to do? Or do I want to stick with Fngr because I believe it's going to squeeze and the shorts are in trouble? And that's a judgment call. Let's see how Fngr's trading. I can't get a price. $242, 3.2 million. Korean Union called me a shill 3 years ago. Oh, I called you a shill? When I questioned this guy saying GTII could go to 2,000. Here we are again. And I believe GTI is in the 9 cents range, but let's not talk about that. Yeah, I think talking about GTI is a waste of time. I appreciate that you use the word could, because I was always careful to say that GTII in a squeeze could go to unbelievable numbers. I also I don't want to waste time on it. I came on here 2 Augusts ago, and for a period of about 9 months, every week, I suggested people sell GTII for a tax loss, buy something else, and then if you wanted to go back into GTII, establish your tax loss. Now, that brings up another thing I wrote down here. I did make the mistake based on this guy that worked at the American Stock Exchange's confidence and knowledge. And also, I met with Brent in New York. So I'm not blaming anybody, but I made the mistake of recommending Logic and the Aubrey SPAC, which, Michael, I'm sure you were part of on the short side. I believe Aubrey Advisors set up a sting operation, and I believe they took 200, or their client did anyway, $250 million out of the market in Data Logic and Logic. So my alternative went completely bust, just like GTII. So at the end, that wasn't a good swap, but I did tell people to get out of GTII. I've also said, Michael, that GTII was in the middle of a squeeze until you and your friends, and yes, I'm calling you a shill again, hired Gus Fliakos, I forget his name, at COSM, hired Frank Benedetto and hired Lou Bravo to puncture the squeeze going on in GTII, and it worked. Squeezes are a matter of emotion and panic, and in the moment, it has to be taken care of. Once there's time, the energy goes away. And so you guys did a really good job of busting it. And then you went into the Alpine dance and the delay and the courts and moving money offshore. And now you're in the expert market, and you've got a receiver. I'm not saying you hired the receiver, but you have a receiver stalling that out. And that's not bad. It's just the process. It all works in your favor. I think GTII is completely worthless. I think anybody that still has it has lost their entire money. It is a waste of time to talk about. I never recommended buying GTII. I did talk to friends when it was under $1. But I never recommended buying GTII, Michael. That was a decision, if you bought it, you made, but I never recommended it. And I did caution 2 Augusts ago that that thing was going to go down, but people didn't hear it. I had to be blunt. And I do think you're a shill. I believe you, Tony. I believe you. I think this guy probably was just quoting you. Somebody was quoting you in error. I believe you, and I base that on I think it was COSM, but anyway, I followed you on one stock, and you were entirely credible as far as I could tell. So I believe you. I believe you. I agree with that. So now what? But I think Tony makes a good point. The warrants are not 5 million warrants are not per se 5 million shares. 5 million warrants allow the criminals to expand their position. And my belief is it's some sort of computerized number, some sort of ratio of risk reward that they, with lawyers' help, can get through the prime broker. And, I have no idea. It can be 5 to 1, 10 to 1, 15 to 1. I just think the warrants become a tool that the lawyers or clerks fill out the forms and give to the prime brokers. It's still illegal. Still illegal. You're not supposed to sell stock you don't own. But they do it, and they look the other way. And I think they multiply those 5 million warrants, as you imply, at least 2 times. It could be more than that. I agree with Candy. You can go to not legal advice. And I think Ham said it really well today. It doesn't help you make money. Fngr might be making you money tomorrow morning. And if Ham's right, it could really run. I'm not saying Ham's wrong, by the way. I'm not saying Ham's wrong. CNBC. That's it. That's it, kid. See, you say it. The news is a pumper. Fidelity. Anybody that allows this criminality to continue is a pumper as far as I'm concerned, because it allows retail, and we all believe the system works. I grew up when the government was honest, mostly. It's not anymore. I used to believe the Democratic Party. Anyway, I agree. Anything that greases the wheels for Anson funds is a pumper. Am I buying any Fngr yet? Well, I've been thinking about it, but no, I don't have that much. I just have my IRA account. And we'll see what happens tomorrow. If I had money, I might play that option game. But Benjamin, it's just how I think. If I were to go spend 30 cents on Fngr motion options, any strike price, let's see. If I went out to buy the $3 May calls on Fngr motion at 25 cents. Let's see what June is. Let's just see if it's 30 cents. I can't buy them at 30 cents. It's 45 cents for June. Or here, I could go out to $4 in June and pay 30 cents. So after tomorrow, I'd have 6 weeks for the stock to go above $4. Right now, the bid is 25 cents on the $4 June calls. The ask is 30 cents. So the way I think, Benjamin, is if I had the money to buy those calls, what would I be expecting? Well, maybe the stock runs. And maybe it goes to, like Ham says, it goes to $10. It'd be huge. Those calls would be worth $6 each. That'd be incredible. I paid 30 cents. Those calls would be $6 each if it went to 10. I make 20 times my money. 20 times my money. But I got 6 weeks. And if for some reason the stock comes down in 2 weeks, the bid goes away. So then I'm just hanging with my ass out the window for 4 weeks, waiting for something good to happen, and I probably lose my money. So you're hearing that I'm a bit skitterish. On the other hand, if I bought Railtown at 30 cents, there's no expiry. And could those shares go to $6? Yes. I think they will go to $3, $3.50. Could they go to $6? I think so. And they don't expire. So, yes, I feel badly that I'm missing out on Fngr. I'm very happy for you and everybody else in it. But I think if I suddenly had money, I'd buy Railtown. If I had money tomorrow, I think I'd buy at least some Nixie, and I might trade some Fngr options. But by the end of next week, the end of the following week, I'd want to be in Railtown. That's kind of how I see it. Let's go through the prices as the market's closing, because I'm going to end at 4. I haven't eaten, and you probably can tell that. Fngr's 240, G-Bucks 270, down 50 cents, so it hasn't had the rally. GME is down. Railtown is 28 cents. Nixie's up a little bit. Hey, let's see what Nixie's doing. Decent volume, 114,000 shares. What else? I'm not going to quote GTII. I want to be clear. You should not be buying GTII. I don't see any other stocks here. Well, we'll look at Barrick Gold just for the hell of it. Barrick Gold's down 64 cents, 1839. I have Logic down here on my list to talk. As you know, Logic is dead. You should be pissed. Pisses me off. Yeah, I wrote Logic. Somebody asked me, I don't know if it was you, asked me about Logic earlier in the call, but Ham was talking. Ham does not do business with Brent Sun, and Ham is not going to give you an opinion on Logic. I'll give you an opinion on Logic. I thought I wrote down what the guy's question was. All I wrote down is the symbol, so I don't remember what the question was. I think talking about Logic is a waste of time too, in terms about making money right now. How can I do this quickly? Brent Sun is the guy coordinating and running Nixie. And I expect there to be follow-on news from Nixie's previous announcements soon. Brent Sun was in charge of Logic, Data Logic, Go Logic, and Recruiter.com. Although there was a CEO at Recruiter.com called he wore shorts. All I can think is Gaines, Wainwright, Gaines, whatever. He's gone now. He got 250,000 shares of Nixie for doing jack shit. Well, the technology from GoLogic is now in Nixie. I don't know how important it is. It's also confusing. I think I'm right in that. Yes. Yes. And Brent's 100% consumed by Nixie. 100% consumed by Nixie. So he's written off Logic. He's not involved there. He handed it off. Now, I'm not going to pull up the press stories because it'll take too long. But over the last year and a half, Brent put out stories that Logic was going to reverse merge 7 to 8 companies. And I'm not going to go through the arithmetic, but it was around 50 cents a share, as much as $1 a share. When the Aubrey advisors got involved and the Amex guy was talking to me, the plan was to reduce the amount of shares outstanding for Logic. This is when Brent was running it, to under 100 million, about 80 million shares. And oh, this is going to be great. Aubrey's great. Blah, 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 blah. I lost my shit when I saw the deal they signed. Now, Brent Logic made every filing on time. The SEC asked question, Logic did it on file. Aubrey advisors and Chandron advisors, who had done 100 SPAC sponsorships, they delayed. They delayed. So Logic ran out of money. DLQ ran out of money. And so Aubrey advisors raised $5 million. This is multi hundreds of billions of dollars fund. They raised $5 million to give $2.5 million to the lawyers, $2.5 million to the bankers. You don't think they could have raised money for Logic and for collective, what's now collective audience? They didn't. My first indication that they intentionally set out to steal the market cap of Logic. Aubrey advisors. Secondly, when the de-SPAC occurred, somebody called into NASDAQ to FUCK it up. The stock opened at $44. Hey, they don't have enough shares to be trading. They stopped trading. Well, the next day they did have enough shares. It was just a mechanical thing. Nobody at Aubrey could call in and say, hey, SEC, we have enough shares. Just overnight, it's not going to look that way. They did it on purpose. The stock opened at 10 and on its way to $1. Thirdly, they put 3 people on the board of Data Logic. Chandron, 2 from Aubrey, there to continue the punishment. Fourthly, they convinced them to sign an at-the-market financing. So Data Logic is worthless. I fought that as hard as I could. I wrote emails, I called in, and I was the only one. And the Amex guy tattletaled, put a circle, put me outside the circle, and tried to be do goody goody with the CEO. Where did it get him? I don't know what words to use. But my reward was to be kicked out of the, and to be disparaged. Well, that son of a bitch's predictive abilities were 0. Oh, there's systems in place. Oh, they're good guys. Oh, you don't know what you're talking about. Well, I'd say my predictive abilities were much better. Then Logic had no money, so Brent started focusing on Data Logic. They sorted that, which went to 0. Came back to Logic. He announced 7 to 8 companies. And at the end of the day, he chose the one company run by an Israeli, which was set up at the same time as the SPAC was set up for what was called then Data Logic. That company is called Med Lab Essentials. It's run by a guy who speaks Russian, German, Hebrew, and it's got a crap website. Crap website. My opinion, Aubrey Advisors, Chadron, the lawyers, set up Brent, and to be fair to Brent, he fought in the boardrooms. He got kicked out too at Collective Audience. He fought it. But somebody there set up from the start, and I'll be clear, in my opinion, it's Aubrey Advisors, Chadron, and their lawyers set it up to steal the entirety of the market cap of Logic and Collective Audience. And this company, Med Lab Essentials, I think was set up by this Israeli or this Russian to finish it off. He lives offshore. I think the principal guy involved with Aubrey, I'm told he's Iranian. I bet he's Jewish. This guy's Jewish. And I'm sure the other bankers prior were Jewish. Does it mean I'm anti-Jew? No. What it means to me is there's a group of guys that worked in concert to steal the entire market cap, and Brent didn't know better to not sign that deal. Now, in fairness to Brent, I don't think Brent signed the deal with Aubrey Advisors. I don't think he did. I think it was somebody else. And I know Peter Boards didn't sign it. But these lawyers and these CEOs constantly follow the rules that the SEC sets up because they don't want to be sued, and then they allow these criminals to steal everything, and you're going to be mad at Brent, as I am. But it's not even really fair to be mad at Brent. He's just an idiot guy. He's smart. I think he's honest. He works hard. But at the end of the day, if somebody comes up to him, hey, attaboy, you did a good job. We'll buy your company. Sign here. I feel like I did a great job. So where I'm upset with Brent is instead of sticking with Logic, where I think he owed his hard work, he moved to Nixie. The assets that rightfully partly belonged to Logic went to Nixie. The brain power, the contacts, the investors all went to Nixie. Why the hell did he spend it on Logic? It's the same deal flow. My guess is there's a bigger payout in Logic. So I had a bigger payout in Nixie. And I think the people who are close to Nixie are going to become multimillionaires. And I think Brent made a decision to abandon Logic to this Israeli CEO who works with the Jewish Iranian guy to steal all the money out of Logic and Data Logic. That's my opinion. I'm willing to change that opinion, but that's the evidence in front of me. So Brent said, this is where I can look out for my family better. And fair enough. I think Brent's going to get rich beyond most of our dreams on Nixie. And I think there's probably a dozen people that'll get very wealthy on Nixie. My belief is a lot of that hard work, a lot of the contacts, a lot of the initial technology anyway, came because of logic. And I don't think it's illegal, but I think it's a real moral issue. It would be if I were the CEO of 4 companies, I couldn't abandon the CEOs and logic, particularly when I put out in press releases that I was going to have 8 companies come in. And instead, I signed with the Russian Jew. Again, I love Russians. I love Jews. I'm talking about a certain subset of people that share certain characteristics that have set about stealing the market caps of over-the-counter stocks. They're not Chinese. They're not Catholic. They might be atheist. They're not women. They're not even Nigerians. So excuse me if I point out the bloody obvious who it is. And I would use that as a CEO. A guy walks in and his name is Iskowich, and he speaks Russian and Hebrew, and his company just opened at the same time as the SPAC. I'd make a lot of phone calls before I signed that deal. Is it because I'm an anti-Semite? No. It's because my job is to protect my shareholders. All right, I'm going to go down to the end, and I'm going to go down to the end of the questions and sign off. Look, my single largest position is logic. Did I lose in the last 3 or 4 years? Did I lose the most in logic? I would say that was GTII, and with Fngr a second, but I lost a lot in logic. And to answer your question, I think logic is dead. I see no recovery. If it starts trading and there's news, optimistic people tell me logic can get to 20, 25 cents a share from this guy who has 10 likes on LinkedIn. His company has 10 likes on LinkedIn. You can do your own research. If it got to 20 cents, I'd be out of it. So the question is, does it go to 5 cents? What do you do? I don't know. That's your call. But I would, if there's any news out that's positive for logic, I would just liquidate. The guy's goal is to get on NASDAQ. Do you think he's going to do a 1 for 100 reverse split, or a 1 for 500, or a 1 for 1,000 reverse split? Brent gave up all control to this guy. Logic is finished. Brent abandoned logic. Brent stopped sleeping with logic so he could go fuck Nixie. That's how it is. Nixie lets him do whatever he wants. She's got some sweet smelling perfume, and he gets his yum yum there now. Nixie logic sits at the bar and gets drunk by herself. Brent moved on, and I think you should too. Logic is worthless. Worthless. And if it comes to life, it'll depend on the story. I guess there's hope, possibly. but I wouldn't expect it out of an Iranian, a Russian, and a Canadian. A Russian, an Iranian, and a Canadian walked into the bar. What happened? They bought Brent a beer and walked out with his wallet. Hey, Nunya. Julia said he does not respect Tony. He wears his cowboy hat backwards. Yeah. I never wear a cowboy hat because it makes my head look too big. And he smokes his cigar effeminately? Well, I might smoke my cigar effeminately if I were wearing contact lenses. It's nothing like getting smoke in your contact lenses. Never cared for Tony. I'm acquired taste, more into financials, filings, reported short interest than naked short. Fair enough. Financials, filings, and reported short interest. It's fair enough. I think, I don't know how to say this, but I think naked shorting is essentially legal. You're going to go, no, it's illegal. Yes, it's illegal. But I'm not a lawyer. But if I were a lawyer on the other side, the bad guys, I would say to the SEC, hey, you let this happen. You let this happen. You let this happen. You let this happen. You settled here. 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 You ignored this for, I don't think in court there's much of a case against naked short selling. I really don't. I think see, I'm not a lawyer, but I think they broke the law. But the pattern of enforcement misled players into thinking it was acceptable. I would argue that way. Now, where things are illegal is collusion. Even if it's two people meeting in a mosque, or two people meeting in the steam room, or two people meeting at a deli, and they say, hey, I want you to sell the stock down and I'll guarantee you don't lose money, then go to jail for that. And even if you can argue the SEC looks the other way, that is against the law. So there are things that are illegal. But I think Tony's point, and I'm not a guy that enjoys reading financials. I can do it. I don't like going into all the filings endlessly. I can do it, and I do it. And maybe Tony's more of an accountant than I am that way. But I can't tell you how many prospectuses, and I used to go to the SEC and get documents out of the stack and have them copied. I did a lot of shit, but it's not where I think my strength is. So it's good that there's guys like Tony. I just don't think naked shorts are, I don't know what to compare it to. Naked shorts are the marijuana of securities laws. Naked shorts are the going 3 miles over the speed limit of traffic laws. Naked shorts are getting caught after you drank one beer 2 hours later of the drunk driving laws. Naked shorts are like the I don't know. There's got to be some other law out there that's laxly enforced. They just don't enforce it. So I agree with Tony. You should trade. We should look at all the, if that's the one thing, if you look back on everything we've done, everything, the stocks have gone up. And if we had sold while everyone else started buying, we would have made a profit. If you want to use GTII, bought it under $1 if you were one of my friends, and it goes to 9. Sold. I didn't do it. I mean, I told you I bought some MMTLP and I bought one other stock. Same with Fngr last time. Even Vocal went from something up to something. Sell it. Just take it. Take the profit. There's a friend of Ham's, a woman. She does that every time. Every time. She consumes his time, so he handed her off to another guy. But every time it's up, she sells. Yep. Good luck to you, Tony. De Niro is not his real name, and he bashed you in Handle 4. Well, you can see how much it matters to me. I don't follow him. One of the reasons I don't go on Twitter, I don't want to read the bashing because I don't want to react. Every now and then you see how I can overreact. Look, I don't know why I'm doing this anymore. I don't make money at it. YouTube's always threatening to demonetize or whatever the hell. I don't even understand all the emails they send me. I do it every day. I mean, I do think it helps organize my thoughts, and there are many good people here, and that makes me feel like I'm doing something good. But not only do I not make money, I've lost money by doing it, by going down to the bloody movie, by being on here, by getting so worked up, I'm not thinking clearly. I've also lost money. I'm not complaining because it's my choice to do it. But I feel like I made a commitment when I started, and I haven't finished. So I keep doing it. But I don't care if he bashes me. I'm not here to pump and dump a stock, as he would call it. I'm also not here to blow smoke up your ass. I think we'd all be much better off if we just took quick profits. Do you know, to double your money is massive? Each of you, on a portion of your Fngr position, have doubled your money. It's amazing. But we want the squeeze. I do too. Look, I'm hoping next week, Mitchell, on Nixie, it might not be next week, it might be the following week. I'm hoping in my small IRA position, I double. But then I'm going to go, you know what's going to happen? I'm going to start, and there's going to be volume, and I start thinking, oh my gosh, this could be the one that's going to really go. It's going to be so hard. Like I said the other day, I feel like I didn't do it on purpose, but I feel like I punished myself by not taking profits in GTII by not taking profits in Fngr. And it hurts. It's been 2 years of hurt. I think the next time I'd like to punish myself by leaving some of the profit or a lot of the profit on the table, but at least I booked a profit. We'll see. We'll see if I'm strong enough to do that. Meanwhile, Fngr, could it pull back to 234? Let me see if I still have that stupid chart I pulled up. Is that it? This doesn't include the last 2 days trading, but I can see you say the 200-day moving average 234. I think it's lower than that. Has it come back up? Do you see, Steve, what I said the other day? I said it had broken through the upper red line, broken through the 200-day moving average. And I said I thought it would get through, it would fill that gap, that's that yellow line, and it would break through there. And then I drew 280 as my target with 320, that range, those two green lines. I admitted that I thought with those 3 green dots that there could be some backing and filling around 240. But reading this, I thought 280 to 320 was where it could go. I'll have to do another chart for tomorrow. But what's your number, 234? I think 240 is stronger than 234. And I even a little bit higher than 240. If you can look over here on this side over here, where that stock gap down, I know it didn't, there's no gap, it just dropped like a rock. That price is about 260. And then those green lines and another one, a black one there, are all 240. I think 240 is a stronger support than 234. But yeah, I think it could pull back. I think it already did it. I think it did it this morning, Steve. So I think in a way you're a little late. I think the low today was 230. So I think it's already fulfilled your test. But that's my basic point. As you break through resistance, that becomes support, and they always come down and test it. The other side is computerized. They don't talk with each other. They don't doubt each other. They don't call each other names. They don't say pump, and they just set their computers. Tony said today, you still mad I called the top on GTII and G-Bucks? I want to see people make profitable trades, not become bag holders listening to some crackpot on X. Well, I agree with Tony that people should make money. I don't think it was hard. If he's paid off by the shorts, it's not hard to call the top on GTII. I also don't believe he did call the top. I don't remember Josh. It's so long ago. But I never told everybody to hold everything. All the way up, I said, take some money off the table, trade, I just don't, that simplistic argument. And look, maybe I am a crackpot. I'm not impressed that he called the top on GTII. Three guys were paid off to bust that. And I think if Tony isn't his real name, he might be on the whole thing. And remember, they run stocks up so they have something to steal. And he wants to be your friend. That's bashers do that. But he might also really mean that you make profitable trades. Did he tell you to get into GTII? Did he tell you to get into G-Bucks? G-Bucks, Ham brought it to you at 75 cents. G-Bucks did 10x, 12x. Did Tony bring you an idea that went up? I don't think so. He's just here to criticize. And you know what? There's a place for critics. It's called the stands. There's a place for people that do things. It's called the field. You want to be in the audience? Be in the audience. You want to be in the peanut gallery? Be in the peanut gallery. You don't need to call me a crackpot. But if you do, I don't care. I don't care. I don't care. YouTube giving $1,000 price targets. Well, Josh, I started my YouTube, I don't know, about I'm going to say 4 years. It could be 3, it could be 5. I've had my father die. I lost my house. My dog died. Lost a love. Had a lot of other disappointments as well. So my sense of time is all out of whack. But I did make many videos of, I think, GTII, CRTD, and Fngr. Projecting what could happen in a squeeze. I didn't say the squeeze was going to happen for sure. I just said in a squeeze, what could happen. And I believed what I was saying based on my experience on Wall Street. I left my desk in, just before Bill Clinton changed the rules. So I experienced buy-ins. I experienced sellouts, and it used to cost me a lot of money. So I really believed that there was enforcement, and I believed Ham's story primarily, but a lot of people. So I did make those projections, and I've said many times, Josh, and I'll say it again, it embarrasses me that I did that. Not that I was trying to mislead. Not that I was wrong. I'm often wrong. But because I still believed the system was the way it used to be. And so in many ways, I was ill-informed at that time. Now, where did I get the numbers from? I took charts of, I think, 20 or 30 different short squeezes. I Googled them, I printed them out. I drew lines on them. I tried to suss where was the breakout. What was the typical move. I did, and I did this on my videos. I said, well, this could be 10x, this is where it is 5x, but a lot of these on average, they go 30x, but if it really runs, it can be that. So for Tony to summarize my entire presentation as a $2,000 price target, he's full of shit. Because that's not what I did. I spent an hour on a video. And if his brain has such a short attention span that all he can focus on is, I said, it might go to 2,000 if it breaks this, and if, then I wouldn't trust his detailed financial analysis and his reading of financial reports. But he just might have a millennial brain that only has an attention span of picking out the facts that ridicule me. Why would he ridicule me? Because he wants you to sell the stocks. Why would he want you to sell the stocks? Because the guys that hire him are the shorts. Why does he want to appear reasonable? So you listen to him. Because he's a basher. He's a shill. He works for the shorts. Otherwise, he's a shithead. He doesn't know him. He doesn't know me. He does not know me. And if he's calling me a crackpot, he doesn't know me. That says all you need to know about him. The right joke. Racism still exists, you'd be surprised. Yeah, up north they have it, and I know racism still exists, but it's not. I don't know how old you are, John. But there were 2 race riots or race melees in my high school. Police were called. Anyway, I don't want to go back into that subject. It's not as bad as it was. That's all I'm saying. But people are still people, and racism exists amongst people. And you'd be surprised, racism exists amongst the same color. People are shitheads to each other. No, I went to a meeting the other night, and without alcohol, meetings are different. And just realized it's hard to like everybody you meet. And the people I hate the worst are white people. White people are the blame. Having been a lawyer for 51 years, I find your general characterization ridiculous. Well, I'm not attacking you, but if you've been a lawyer for 51 years, you know that you cannot accept any evidence that's not in black and white. You just can't do it. And I think a large part of the problem on Wall Street is the lawyers. So I don't know what kind of law you do. I'm not attacking all lawyers. But Jim Cramer, not Jim Cramer, Kurt Kramer's lawyer, this guy Richard Nadish and her daughter, they aid and abet the crime. The lawyers that set up the documents aid and abet the crime. But you, as an attorney, are going to look at the documents. You say, well, it looks all right. Why? Because there's a precedent. You don't care about truth. You just care that it will pass the legal smell test. And I'm sorry, that's your profession. And I would say that if you've been a lawyer for 51 years, then you started when the profession was still honest. But it's evolved. My brother is an attorney. My sister is an attorney. They're both as honest as they can be. But they're not securities lawyers. I've had to hire securities lawyers. And my experience with the securities lawyers, they can argue both sides of a flat piece of paper. And when it comes to the end, they're on the right side. And if you lose, you got to pay. And it's a rigged game. So I'm sorry. You may find it ridiculous, but maybe you should know what some of your customers feel like when they deal with securities attorneys. And I'm not mad at you. I'm not mad at you. I just get frustrated when I think about all the situations. And it's because of that. It's because the sheen lawyers give to CEOs. Oh, you shouldn't listen. You shouldn't listen to him. He ran into trouble with the SEC. Therefore, what he's saying can't be true. You should listen to Tony DiNapoli because he says ham is a pump and dumper. You should listen to Tony DiNapoli because he deals with financials, and William is a crackpot. Whatever. CEO, you should follow me. I've been an attorney for a long time, and this deal from Aubrey Advisors, you should do it because it's in best interest of the shareholders. But I'm not a securities guy. I'm just an attorney. But when I read this, if you want to prevent being sued, you should do this. Who gives a shit what happens to the stock price? Because I'm an attorney. My ass is covered. I'm getting paid. Your ass is covered because I'm giving you a legal letter. Who cares what happens to the shareholders? That's the moral issue. But you find that ridiculous. I don't know how to fight it. I don't know how to fight it. I don't know how to fight it because you're wrong. It's the legal structure that allows this to go on. Gibson Dunn represents Kurt Kramer, and Gibson Dunn represents the SEC. You find that ridiculous? Oh, they don't speak? There's a Chinese wall? Really? You don't think the lawyers that represented Alpine knew what they were doing? They filed in Florida, and then just before they're going to lose, they file in Washington, D.C. on a completely asinine argument because they're just stalling for time while assets get hidden. And you don't think the lawyers knew that? You think that's ridiculous? I don't know what to say. I agree, fighting amongst ourselves doesn't do anything. Looks like Canada is going to suffer more. Yeah, Canada is going to go right into the communist wall, the womanist wall. I'm afraid we're going to do it too, because I think we're going to lose the House, and the press is gunning for Trump. So I back Trump 100%. percent. Hey, Richard, except for when he stands next to Netanyahu, I can't support Trump on that. I cannot support Zionism, Christian or Jewish Zionism. I cannot support. They won't sell the warrants, Michael. They'll exercise them. And I really cannot see a reason why they would exercise them before 5 years are out, because that requires money. On the other hand, if they need to meet a capital call or they run into a short squeeze, they might do it. And that helps the company. Company will bring in $7.5 million. It's pretty good. Oh, here, Tony said the same thing. Cash from the warrants being exercised for Fngr would be good, yes. I am only noting it as a potential limiting factor in a run-up. Well, I try to do that too. I think there's things that can kneecap run-ups. I just, Tony, I don't. I have to think about that one overnight. I'm not ready to say that that would be a limiting factor. I really think the warrants have already been a limiting factor. And I think that their damage is done. So it might be, if they throw in the towel, that's a positive. I just have to think that through. I think the warrants are moot at this point. The purpose of those warrants was to keep the stock under $1.50 and try to drive it below $1. That's my opinion. And they did their damnedest. And I think Roth Capital did a shitty job on that offering. I think Roth Capital represented, whether they meant to or not, they represented the shorts at Anson Funds, and they destroyed the price of Fngr Motion stock. I think it's the skill of Martin Shen and his team and the hard work of Ham that have kept the stock price up so that Fngr Motion is in a position to take advantage of the contract they have at a price in the stock much higher than 50 cents. I think Roth Capital and Anson Funds wanted Fngr Motion stock at 50 cents or below. That's my opinion. They've taken the buy button away. Amazing. So there could be something going on. And that's a good point. If there's truly a squeeze going on, what'll happen is it maybe tomorrow Fngr goes to, I'm making it up, I'm not predicting, but maybe tomorrow Fngr opens at $7. Shorts will come in and sell it down to $5. There'll be new shorts. There'll be day traders. They'll be underfunded. They'll sell it down to $5 or $4.50, and then it'll start running. Let's say it goes to 10. Well, they all have to start covering, and it just feeds on itself, and it can really run. And to be a crackpot in that kind of situation, you can get a short squeeze. There were stocks that went to 2,000, and all of Tony DeNaro's stocks that he prevented from, that did the reverse mergers, and I'm not saying he was involved in terms of being paid, but he saved you from, and he did his analysis on. You can go right now and look at the stock charts, and they traded at $4,000 because of the reverse splits. Throwing out numbers and calling people crackpots, yeah, I'm sorry, it's childish. It's not professional. And it shows me a very non-serious man. Anyway, finger motion is up 245. I gotta finish this. I'm short-tempered. See, this shows that Tony has a complete lack of understanding of what goes on from the criminal standpoint, or he doesn't want you to understand it, or he just wasn't thinking when he wrote this. Once the warrants are exercised and sold off, then things clear up for the long. That is a sentence of horseshit. I mean, Tony might be dumb, or he might be misleading you, or he might have made a mistake. Which one would you rather it be? Tony is hoping that you believe the system works as advertised. And that's what the CEO probably believed. They have 5 million warrants. They're just sitting there. Roth Capital bathes with ivory soap. Anson Funds, great guys, awesome. Anson Funds works with frickin' Lynn Partners in all likelihood, but the lawyer here that's for 51 years would find that conclusion ridiculous because you can't prove it. Can't prove a lot of things in life. Anyway, what happened with those warrants, guys and girls? Roth Capital raised $5 million at $1.50 in December after shorting the stock from 280 down to 150. Who shorted it? Roth Capital's client, Anson Funds. Maybe Roth Capital joined in. I don't think Roth Capital is an honest firm. Oh, that's ridiculous. You can't prove that. I find what you say, I'm a lawyer for 50 years. Yeah, I find that ridiculous. Well, what the hell is happening to all these stock prices? Are you going to believe your law books or what's right in front of you? I don't know. I get so frustrated. I'm not mad at you. I'm just so frustrated that people, I was trained this way at Harvard, and I worked at White Shoes and Red Sox and Cheatham and Howe for 51 years, and that's not the way we did it. It's the way it's happening now. Anyway, they raised $5 million at $1.50 a share. Where did the $5 million come from? They sold stock that didn't exist to you from 280 downward. Now, maybe they didn't sell enough for 5 million. Maybe they sold it for 3 million. Maybe they sold it for 7 million. You don't know exactly. Oh, it's ridiculous. You can't prove that. That's what they did. So they gave Martin Shen your money by selling non-located, non-delivered, non-received shares illegally, with collusion, and they took a third of the stock price out of the market cap, and they gave Martin Shen $5 million. That was the stock. Well, it's at the market. Well, they created the market. So they took cash they created out of thin air, they stole from you, by selling shares that did not exist, which is illegal. They gave that to Martin in return for, I can't do the arithmetic quickly. I guess it's 3.25 million shares, whatever the share number is, and 5 million warrants. 1.5 warrants per share, priced at $1.50 with a 5-year maturity. What happens with those warrants? They sit in somebody's drawer, and they represent a threat. When the price goes up, they're going to exercise them and sell them off, and then things will clear up. That's out of a textbook. That's not what happens. It's not what happens. Roth Capital and Roth Capital's clients used the 5 million warrants as a backstop while they continued to short sell, naked and otherwise, the company they just raised money for, down another third. They tried to steal another third of the market cap. What was the backstop? 5 million warrants. How many shares did they sell? I don't know. Tony's a detail man, but he won't look up those details. You can look at the volume, you can go look on Fngr, and you can probably calculate it out reasonably. But Ann Wagner doesn't want you to see it. Every time you go into a train station, every time you drive on the highway, every time you go into airport, they know where you are. But she wants to protect your privacy, which is what the lawyers, oh, you're being ridiculous. The lawyers worked it out that they could protect this criminality by arguing for privacy. That's how the big hedge funds, the short sellers, Wall Street gets away with all this shit, is because the lying lawyers argued for privacy. I find your argument ridiculous. I've been an attorney for 51 years. That's ridiculous. That's what they did. And that's now codified. In the security system, if your business plan, so-called, is criminal, you can protect it because it's your privacy. It's a trade secret. It's a trade secret. This is all bullshit. It's all this gentleman nicety. You got to call it for what it is. Anyway, the 5 million warrants are there because Roth Capital, make no mistake, Roth was part of it, and their clients shorted the stock to $1. What was the backstop? The $1.50. So you can argue your way. I would tell you the damage is already done. Why? Because that 5 million warrant, they sold probably, I don't know the number. And I also don't know how much they sold from 280 downward. And how much Roth Capital and Anson funds is short from Roth Capital days. I don't know any of these numbers. Ann Wagner wants to keep it secret. But make no mistake of it. They already sold those 5 million warrants. They didn't exercise them. That's true. But they acted as if they did. And they sold those shares into the market. People that listen to you, Tony, bought those shares. And just because you don't know anything doesn't mean it didn't happen. They bought shares against these warrants. They bought shares that didn't exist. So while you pretend the system works, you're leading sheep to slaughter. Now, I do agree with you. This system is what it is. Just because a 51-year-old lawyer, 51-year service lawyer doesn't get it, he's no different than the 50-year service guy at Amex. He doesn't get it. He's no different than a guy like me whose experience got wiped off the table the day that Bill Clinton changed the collateral rules and opened up the DTCC to become a hedge fund and opened up derivatives to have no regulation and said it's okay if the security system regulates itself. That's Bill Clinton. Who executed a mentally ill black man to show he's tough on race. Anyway, now, if the hedge fund exercises those warrants, it's going to be to offset a margin call, a collateral call, or to settle up against an open position. When they exercise, I suppose it's possible, as long as there's no call out there, that in addition to all the stock they sold, that when the new shares are given to Anson funds, they'll just go sell those shares in addition to all that they already did. Alternatively, they could take those new 5 million shares, give them to Goldman Sachs stock loan desk, or give them to Roth Capital stock loan desk, and let Roth Capital lend them out 10-1. Or they could give them to Roth Capital to put up at the DTCC so that under Bill Clinton's strategy, Roth Capital could lend them out 20, 30 times. This analysis of those warrants is simplistic, it's childish, and it shows a blind faith in the system that I don't think you have. If you do, stay in the system. Just stay in it. Now, Tony seems to be a trader. I'm not a trader. I'm not a trader. I'm willing to trade. But I don't wake up in the morning wanting to find a stock to buy that I know nothing about, buy it, and trade it up 10%. That's not me. Seems to be Tony. I don't see any ideas from Tony. Anything I've ever seen from Tony has been a criticism of other people's ideas. Now, from my experience, every stock you buy can go down. Every single one you buy can go to zero. Every single one. So why buy them? Well, you got to have an idea of why you're buying and what the upside is. Tony, it seems, does all his analysis, but he doesn't know what's going on with the warrants. He does all his analysis, and then he buys the stock, keeps it to himself, doesn't tell you about it, and then trades it. But he calls the top in other people's ideas. Not before it happens, maybe right when it happens, or maybe after his buddies convince Lou and Frank to trash the stock and go to COSM. Or maybe he really legitimately called it. I don't know. But he doesn't understand this. That's fine. Nobody understands everything. But I'm not calling him a crackpot. Although, to quote Donald Trump, there's plenty of material there. I'm just telling you, if you're listening to Tony, you're listening to somebody that gives you pats on his own back after the fact. He doesn't give you a reason why to buy anything. He gives you a reason why other people's ideas are wrong. There's a place for that. There is a place for that. I try to do it myself. But it's always good to hear the other person's, if it's honest, reasons why you might be wrong. But I'll tell you what, the only reason to buy GTII, the only reason, and I think I told you over and over again, it was a piece of shit stock. People laughed at me. The only reason to buy it was for a short squeeze. And stocks do short squeeze. They do. It's a long shot. It didn't work. I think all of the stocks down here where Tony criticizes other people's ideas, all of these stocks are at a disadvantage. Why? There's no price discovery. There's no investment bankers. There's no disclosure. There's no enforcement of securities laws. There's no uptick rule. There's high frequency trading for some reason. There's trading from offshore. You can make a market in a stock by trading one share, and then you can flood the market. There are dishonest lawyers. As a lawyer for 51 years, I find that statement ridiculous. There are corrupt lawyers. There's corrupt congressmen, corrupt journalists. There are colluders, racketeers. Every company that's on the over-the-counter or NASDAQ has a severe risk over time of going to zero. Adina Friedman doesn't care. Chuck E. Cheese Cromwell doesn't care. Ann Wagner doesn't care. And then the criminals just short. And they get smiling faces on here to say, well, I only look at the details. I'm not going to make up wild-ass projections of $2,000. I'm not a crackpot. I just look at facts. They want you to believe in the system. There is no system. The only system is there's a group of Jewish guys out of New York, Jewish guys down in Florida, and there's some guys out of Canada, and there's some guys out of Europe, many of whom are Jewish. Some aren't. Iranians are Jewish. Somehow they meet. There's a guy that runs the big hedge funds, Jewish. Runs the big banks, Jewish. Does it matter? I have no idea. It's a characteristic. To my mind, it's not about their faith. It's not about their greed. It's not about their moral, the whole race is morally bad. None of that. To my mind, that's how they met each other. That's why they understand that the rest of us are the source of money, but they attack themselves too. It's all about the money. And I know they don't trust each other. Jews don't trust Jews, and they don't trust, I get it. But there's a trust factor. I know this. I've worked with Jews all my life, and Arabs, and Chinese. They'd rather do a bad deal with each other because they trust each other. It's just human. I'm not trying to make any statement, but this is the characteristic of these people. That's all I'm saying. Well, what they've done over 20 years is pushed all boundaries with lawyers who are, I wouldn't say they're all Jewish, are they? No, they're not all Jewish. With SEC chairmen who were, just one of them was Jewish. I don't know what it is, but this is a group of people that are working together to steal your money. And if you think it's all the niceties of, well, I've been a lawyer for 51 years, and I am appalled that you would think lawyers would lie. I'm Tony Denaro. I study details. I don't come up with crackpot ideas. Look, I studied short squeezes, which are moments of panic. And I extrapolated the numbers that those squeezes made and came up with numbers. And you know what? Your friends, Tony, who do the reverse splits, 500 for one, who successfully steal the money, the ratios are the same. The ratios are the same. You guys drive the stock at the end of the day from 2,000 down to pennies. But you have the panache. I'm reasonable. I just study the details. I call tops. I'm always right. I never give you an idea. I just criticize other ideas, but I want you to make money. Look, anybody listening here, I don't know what to do. I would rather not point out to you that these are all Jewish men doing this. I'd rather not. Because the last thing the two jokes that I never allowed spoken in my presence were those, and you can imagine the other. If they were Catholic jokes, short people's jokes, Irish jokes, I didn't get upset. But I'm not anti-Semitic. I'm not racist. I'm none of that. But does that mean I have to be rolled over to show I'm a good guy? Guys, they've warped the rules. And it is with lawyers, 51-year-old. It is with lawyers, law firms, brokerage firms, hedge funds, prime brokers, offshore. They're all working together. Oh, it's just ridiculous, the things you say. Whatever. So what it boils down to, I don't think we should be trading any of these stocks. And I agree with someone earlier said that Lou was looking out for you guys and me and everybody, trying to teach the things Ham is. I think Ham is looking out for you. But should you trade these stocks? Probably not. What's your alternative? NVIDIA? Apple? Buy an ETF? Go into a tiger fund? You know what that would involve? Waiting. So what's your other alternative? Bitcoin, XRP. From what I read, they already have a technology that's better than blockchain. But don't trust me, I don't understand it all. Hashtag or something like that. Go over there. You'll make all your money. Listen to Tony. It's easy. Read the filings. And when it's up, sell. But you'll never lose with Tony. That just doesn't make sense. It's a tough business. So why do you buy these stocks? Why did you buy Logic? I'm really sorry about it. Like I say, that's the biggest. Logic took me flat. Because I trusted Brent. Brent sold everybody out either because he was stupid, impatient, distracted, or somebody told him to do it. I don't know. But he gave Logic away. He's going to make his fortune in Nixie. That's my opinion. People that still want to believe, like the Amex guy, oh, it's going to be great news. Logic's toast. Which, Tony, is exactly what your friends want to do. They want to steal the entire market cap, 20 years of life from people, all the money, lifetime of savings from people who come into a marketplace where Adina Freeman doesn't give a shit. Chuck E. Cheese Cromwell couldn't see a loss that would knock the shit-eating grin off of his face. Ann Wagner doesn't care. Congress doesn't care. And you come here, I just want people to make money. The markets used to be different than this, Tony. They've always had arrogant assholes like you. But markets used to have rules that were enforced. When it comes to stocks under $1 billion, $500 million, there are no rules. There's rules, but they're not enforced. There's guys like you will come on and say, I'm a crackpot. Whatever. I admire what Fngr's doing, because they're fighting back. They've listened to him, and they're doing other actions too. They don't listen to Tony Denaro, because Tony Denaro doesn't know jack shit about finger motion. Unfortunately, there's only one place for capital. It's from the thieves, like Roth Capital, like Lynn Partners, like Yorkville. I don't know how to change it. I've made my suggestions. I think the over-the-counter market should be nationalized. It should be a government division. Get rid of Charlie Cheese Cromwell. Enforce the rules. Make it like Monopoly. Everybody can play, but the rules are on the back of the box. Guys, the warrants are not an impediment for the stock going up. This is just distraction. Those 5 million shares represented by the warrants are in what is called fully diluted shares. Those shares are already in every calculation of earnings, of financings, and if we ever get a research report of any research reports. Tony's exercised and sold shares is bullshit. They have a 5-year maturity. And even Tony Hun knows that you could just sell the warrants. No manager of money is going to tie up her capital exercising those, unless it's part of a strategy, which is always possible. There is no material difference to Anson funds selling 5 million shares out of thin air, or Anson funds giving those, exercising those shares and selling them, or giving those shares to the stock loan department at Roth Capital so they could lend out more. Tony is trying to give you something you can worry about. Not only is it pedantic, misleading, I think dishonest, but it shows he's either stupid or intentionally does not pay attention to detail. But it takes your eyes off the ball of what they're really doing, what they might really be doing. Guys, I agree with everything Ham is saying. I think Ham has access to information. This could be the time. Just like it could have been before when Tony called me a crackpot, saying, "Oh, I'm on Twitter saying it can. I mean, on YouTube saying it can go to might go to 2,000, could go if this, and this happened, and the odds of it happening are X%. Very low, very low. But in a squeeze, Volkswagen did it. Pinky Pig or whatever it's called did it. A bunch of them did it. Oh, but those aren't facts. Those aren't details. I like to look at filings because I'm Tony Detail the fuck Denaro. I just wonder what you can do with details. Look, there's no question, guys, today, everything trades by computer. Something like 98% of all trades are by computer. Even when you put in your orders, it's routed to a computer. There's no human being involved. So when the computers come on, they can trade to the Fibonacci and the 200-day, and they all do it, and that's part of the reason it works. That's part of the reason guys like Tony can come on and say, oh, this is the Fibonacci here, Fibonacci there, it's going to pull back. And the fact that he was right on calling the top in GTII has a lot to do with Lou coming on and telling you to buy Cosmo. I'd be better impressed if Tony Denaro could give me his predictions on something that's not manipulated by the criminals. All right, I'll go through these. I'm too worked up. I haven't eaten since 8 a.m. And all I had then was a donut, which is not good for you. But this guy is trying to make you worry. By the way, he's distracting you from something I think you should worry about. It's possible they're turning on the computers to get Fngr to run, bail out Fidelity, at simultaneously getting us to suck in to buy it, and then they do another deal via Roth Capital to Anson funds, and they give some money to Tony for his help. That could be happening. I don't know. I really don't know. But you should know that you have a good man in Tony. He's here for you to make money. Ask him what stock he recommends you buy. Likely they are some percentage of daily volume as price goes up. Just adding to due diligence with my thoughts. Well, you're adding something to yourself. I've already thought through the warrants. I'm trying to understand what you're saying, but it's senseless. The warrants served their purpose already. Your friends shorted the FUCK out of finger motion, and it's been 3 months of hell making sure Anson Funds made a profit. And a bunch of other day traders. That's how my due diligence reads it. If the stock blows through $1.50, goes to $3, go to $5, there's nothing those warrants are going to do to stop that. If you've ever traded, if you've ever been in a real company, $5 million warrants do not hurt the squeeze. Obviously, I think you're totally wrong on that issue. Just seen this many times in other tickers. Unnamed tickers, and he's seen it many times, whatever the hell that means. Guys, let me just tell you, as soon as that deal was done, factored to the extent that investors spend time studying anything anymore, factored in every decision from the moment that deal was done were those 5 million shares. The exercise of those warrants will do nothing bad to finger motion. That hasn't already happened, in my opinion. All right, let's talk about XRP, XLM. Okay, I'm done. GTI's a piece of shit. It's worthless. I look at loans simply. CEOs and CFOs are not dumb. It may have been a bad loan, but the execs signed off on it. Oh, guys, this guy's a short. Tony Denaro is a short. And the lawyer guy might be part of it too. They blame the CEOs. I think there is an aspect to it. You read it, the hot chick that everybody wants to sleep with comes down to you. She's grabbing your crotch, whispering in your ear. She brings you a drink, and she starts asking if we could just leave and go FUCK, and everybody's looking shocked. You go with her. You walk out the door, you're knocked on your head, your watch, your wallet, your car is stolen. Everyone goes, hey, you should have known better. You weren't as good looking as the other guys in the bar. This is bullshit from Tony. This is bullshit. I do not think the CEOs have a responsibility to understand how the criminals work. I think that Wall Street has a responsibility to make sure the over-the-counter markets are a level playing field, and NASDAQ are a level playing field for everyone, and that the rules are enforced for everyone. And that the lawyers are not allowed to draw up toxic, predatory loans that they know are toxic and predatory. Oh, that's ridiculous. I find that ridiculous. They know it. I just wish I knew how to stop this, because Tony's totally wrong. He's blaming the victim because he's one of them. Sometimes struggling companies have to make tough choices. I'm not struggling. I'm Tony DeNaro. Look at me. I'm Sandy D. Part of the game. Oh, it's just part of the game. They have to make the tough choice. Hope they get income. Things get better. What an asshole this guy is. This guy's an asshole. You got to stop listening to him. The young girl, her parents got killed. She's 15. She has nobody. The guy drives up in a gold Cadillac. Got to make tough choices. He said he'd help. You're such an asshole, Tony. GTII is a piece of shit. Don't buy it. Kind of sad. 3 million shares drives Fngr up. Less than my eyesight. 200 shares drives it down. Oh, the humanity. I think what you saw today was computers. I think you saw buying computers against selling computers. And once they took the buying computers to neutral, day trading shorts that work with Tony could get the stock down on very limited volume. And I don't know what to tell you, Bob. During the day, I would have said that pullback was a pause for the cause, and it might have led to a rally. But watching it right now, it's going to need a big ass opening tomorrow, or I'm going to feel like I wish I sold those $4 calls at a 20-cent bid. Symbol is NIXX. NIXX. Steve makes a good point here. One way to look at it is, what are you paying for Fngr? What's the risk reward? I would say the risk at the maximum is back to the level that Roth did the last deal. But I think more realistically, the risk is maybe to $2. I've already told you, I think Fngr could, over the next weeks, could double. And if Ham's right, you're in for the home run of a lifetime. So that's your risk reward. I like that, Toe. I'm going to read it out. Go fly your mother, Tony, you show. You're just in here because Fngr has legs. Fame seeker at best. Paid fudster at worst. Beat it. Yeah, I don't know when Ham's going. I think it'll be I just don't know. I would guess it'll be this weekend. Ham doesn't sit around very long. This guy's a pussy. I don't give specific buy or sell advice, Vince. Good luck. I disclose my buy and sells on AMC and APE to be transparent. I am a transparent guy. Sorry you listened to the wrong people. I'm also an asshole. Guys, this is a risk-reward game. And you gotta enumerate your risk, take your bet, And most of the time, you should be selling before you get your reward. In other words, I didn't do it. In other words, this guy will ridicule me for making an honest attempt to analyze previous short squeeze. He'll call me a crackpot, but he is just the voice of reason. Anyway, you're welcome to listen to him, but he doesn't give specific buy and sell advice. I'm sorry you listened to the wrong person, but I'm just transparent. That guy's about as transparent as a soiled piece of toilet paper. See, he's being an asshole. He's telling you good luck. He doesn't mean it. My videos are still up with timestamps warning about dilution from ape. What stock don't you criticize? You don't give buy recommendations or sell recommendations. You just criticize. I mean, fair enough. I personally was against ape, but then I listened to somebody, might have been Lou, talk about ape, and it made some sense. But it's all, nobody has all the facts until in retrospect. And when you warn about dilution, if it had still worked, you wouldn't emphasize that warning. But when it goes against people, which 90% of the time it's going to, you pat yourself on the back. Brave man. Yeah, do that. I think you should. What's a decent amount of finger motion to have? Well, you could ask Tony, but he doesn't give advice. But he gave you a warning. So if it doesn't work out, he's the man. I'm thinking of buying some, make calls, but your opinion would be, Augustine, I'll answer your question. How much money do you have? Let's say you have $1,000. I'll make a deal with you. I'll make a deal with you. I mean, a deal, not a financial deal. I can't do that. But I'll make a deal in terms of how you approach that. Of course, I can't find. Oh, Lordy. I get all worked up and I lose my thinking abilities. All right, I'll just write it down again. I'll write it down again. All right, Augustine, we'll write it now. Of course, I don't know how it'll open, but we'll base it on how they closed. All right, what I would do, Augustine, I would probably wait till Monday to do this because I think these calls will be cheaper on Monday. But let's say you did it tomorrow. I'm going to write this down, $1,000. And I'm going to do it for May 1. No, May 2nd. And I'm going to do it for August. Do I say it right? Augustine. You want to be in Fngr with calls. My hand, I don't know what's going on with my hands. So sorry about my handwriting. So let's say you have $1,000. Okay, so tomorrow, what I would recommend you do And of course, it's not financial advice specifically, but since you're asking, this is what I would do if I wanted to be in Fngr. I would buy got to make sure my arithmetic is right. Yeah. All right. So buy my I can't write. Is this my future? I'm not going to be able to use my right hand. All right. Those are the May. Okay. Got it. May. Now, this doesn't quite work out. Let me see what it does. All right, all right, I'm going to do it. I'm going to expand the money you have to put up. Okay. Well, all right. Not by much. Oh Lordy. Sorry, hang on. My arithmetic isn't working. That's what I wanted. Okay. All right. Okay, Augustine, this is what I think you should do. But this is what I would do. I can't tell you what you should do. I started with 1,000, but it ended up being 1,060. So buy 20 of the May $3 calls tomorrow morning, 20. They're selling for 25 cents. I didn't write that down. And buy 2,000 rail F at 28 cents. So the total you spend tomorrow is 1,060. I assume that these are going to be worthless, but I think this is going to be 10x. So we'll see. I'll hold this till the end of May, and we'll see what happens. What could happen is that Fngr motion runs like Cam says. Maybe it just goes to 5. That'd be a nice trade. Or it goes to 10. Or it does something amazing, and you have a big profit in that. But the reason I suggest that to you is by setting it up that way, in your mind, you can lose your whole trade on calls, which is the most likely thing. I agree with Ham. If you trade the way Ham does, you're probably not going to. But I don't trade the way Ham does. So you'll make up your losses on Railtown. So it would be like you paid 50 cents for your Railtown. 55 cents for your Railtown. And I think Railtown's going to $3.50. That's my target. I haven't heard it from anybody. As soon as they get through finalizing everything they already announced. I think it opens there. Well, I mean, I don't think it'll open immediately. How do I want to say it? It'll settle there as a starting place. I mean, it might open at lower numbers, but I think the revaluation of Railtown becomes why is it that Tony only has advice on GTII and Fngr? Is it because his shorts got shorts? I never heard him criticize Railtown. Probably didn't have time to check out the filings. He's a detail man. Anyway, I think Railtown's on the verge of a complete jump in value, a quantum jump in value. I don't know what that'll be, but my call is $3.50 a share. So that's how I would break it out. You can play with, you feel like you're a little late in the game to Fngr, which that's how I would feel. You're basically playing for free, if I'm correct, on my call on Railtown. And I think I'm as close to correct on that in a risk environment as I can be, but it's, anything can happen. Both of them can go to zero. But I think that's what I would do. Can they take away the sell button when Fngr runs? No, they can't. A different question would be, can they halt trading? I think they can halt trading when there's moments of order imbalance. I'll try to look that up, Ronnie. If there's a rule on the NASDAQ that they can halt. I don't know if there is. But they basically, exchanges can do anything they want. But no, I don't. What you have to understand is we feel beleaguered, rightfully so. But Wall Street isn't just the criminals. There's honest people on Wall Street, not Tony, but and not everyone on Wall Street is an asshole like Tony. But these are real risks. And so to halt trading might help out Fidelity, but it might hurt. I can't make it up. It might hurt Morgan Stanley. So, and I do stick by it, even though I'm ridiculous. The lawyers have pressed the rules to the edge and the edge and the edge and the edge. These guys get away with murder in the over-the-counter markets. But in the bigger venues, it's long against short. It's honest firms against dishonest firms. And so halting might protect one party, but it is a disadvantage to another. And they can't do that. They can't do that. But yeah, at any time they could stop trading for temporarily, but then they have to open up again. There'll be no U3 halts. Well, not like MMT, permanent. There'll be no permanent halts because Fngr isn't going out of existence. So no, they can't do it. Well, this is, I don't know if he's serious about this, but this is an interesting point of view Billy has. Get to $6 and I'm out. Nothing is going to squeeze until the SEC enforces. This is entirely reasonable. in my opinion. What's the risk? Everything's risk reward. What's the risk? That Billy's wrong. And that for some reason the SEC does enforce. I don't think that's what moves stocks. I don't think it's the SEC. I don't think it's Congress. I think it's when something hits with such a concussive force that it surprises the whole rigged group. These are all criminals. They don't trust each other, but they do. They keep their word, but they don't. They honor their agreements, but they don't. They charge money. They do favors, but then they don't. They pay their bills, but then they don't. They meet their margin calls, but then they don't. And if something runs away from them, they call Tony De Niro to come on and say, I'm a detail man, and I want to call your attention. The crackpot there 3 years ago told you that the stock was going to 2,000, which is not what I said on YouTube. Well, he came on YouTube to tell you that. So you can go with him or with me, Tony De Niro. I'm a detail man, and I think I have a concern after I do due diligence that the 5 million in warrants that only I, Tony De Niro, thought about and studied, because I'm a detail man, I, Tony De Niro. Well, there's 5 million warrants. And you know, all these people buying Fngr Motion over the last 2 weeks, the last 2 months, they didn't think about these warrants. Only I, the detail man, De Niro, did. And so he wants to fill into you doubt that it can't get past 150. Well, it sure as hell blew right past that. So he wants to bring it up now as if it's going to stop the stock from going to $5 or $6. He might be right, but it's just coincidence. It's not because he knows what the flame he's talking about. What's stopping Fngr Motion from going up is a campaign from Anson funds and others to sell stock that doesn't exist into Adina Friedman's markets, where she doesn't give two titties about settlement. That's what it is. And it is the lawyers. Oh, that's ridiculous. It is the lawyers. It's the lawyers at the SEC. It's the lawyers at the hedge fund. It's the lawyers at the prime brokers. It's the lawyers that represent some of the out in the open so-called financiers. It's all the lawyers. Oh, that's ridiculous. I personally think, after listening to him, I would flip the coin. I think it's 50-50 that Fngr squeezes now. He says now or never. But I think it's far more likely that Fngr needs to raise money. And any short squeeze will be delayed. I'm not saying it won't happen, but it could be delayed until after we have clarity on the fundamentals in the company. I'm most of my recent, but not soul at all, but a lot of my last 20 some years has been spent in the resource space, oil and gas, mining, and etc. So the analogy I would give is if the company made a brand new discovery that's irrefutable, that could catch out the shorts. In Fngr's case, That would be a joint venture that gets them to self-funding of their C2 contract. That would be a new contract out of one of the insurance companies. That would be a new contract for something out of the Chinese government. That would be a massive contract with their cloud computing. It could be something we don't even know about. It could be a financing where the financer, the person putting up the money, does it at $5, no warrants, locked up for a year, and ignores the stock price because that person believes in the CEO and believes in the story. Something like that could start off a short squeeze. But as long as you have to listen to the reasoned men who are lawyers and the reasoned detail guys who are Tony Denaro, Tony Cash, Tony Dollar, Tony Pakshish, Tony Shekel, Tony Moneybags Tony. When you listen to them, you start thinking, oh, no. But you got to remember, why do you buy these stocks? And that's why you don't necessarily have to listen to me on Fngr. You're buying some of these stocks because you want to experience this upside of squeezes that happened in AMC and GME. And I think they still can happen. What is Tony Denaro doing? Tony brag about that he's all about money. He's shorting all of these stocks. He and his buddies, they make money, they print money day over day. That's why his name is Money. But they're trying to prevent the one stock that squeezes. And stocks do squeeze. Squeezes are moments of collective insanity. The buyers buy because they can't miss out. The sellers sell because they make a profit, but sellers are also selling because they're trying to make a day trade on the downside. And then comes in just the automatic, the computerized buying from the prime broker that's losing their ass. And they don't stop till it's done. And it happens. That's why Tony's here. Because it does happen sometimes. But it does, probably, what, 93 out of 100 times, 97 out of 100 times, it doesn't happen. So Tony can say, hey, I warned you, good luck. I'm Tony. I was right all the time. But you know what? He's getting paid, and he's shorting everything in the world. So you can listen to him, but I wouldn't. Yeah, that's a good point, Millenbaki, but he was making his best judgment. I think Fngr almost did come down. Enough of the rant. Yeah, sorry you had to listen to a rant. I guess you don't care about what goes on, but I do, and I get worked up sometimes. That's why you should go listen to guys like Tony and guys like other people, because they don't rant. They don't rant. Is it 2,500 or 2,530? Oh, fuck me to tears. I'm not calling for 2,500. So I guess you're just trying to have fun. I don't think Fngr's going to squeeze. Not right now. I don't think it's not going to squeeze So I'm not ready to say I'm not ready to tell you, don't play it for a squeeze. I think based on the volume, based on the charts, based on a lot of the news that's being heard, and based on there are some possibilities of items that could shock the shorts, it could squeeze. Could it go to 25, 30? Sure. I would say the odds of that are low, but I'm not calling for it. So if you're trying to take the Mickey out of me, I'm not calling for that number in Fngr. Railtown, yeah, it's RLAIF, 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 which oddly enough is a symbol in the AI space. And I forget what it is. It's something like real learning AI format or something like that. But anyway, you could Google it. RLAIF, RLAIF. I don't know how to use LinkedIn, but you make a good point. I really don't know how to use LinkedIn. I signed up for it back when I had a client who was on it. And I don't think I ever signed back in. One of my computers kept me signed in, but I don't know how to sign into LinkedIn. I did talk, this is a while ago now. I should call her. I'm friends with, very good friends, a guy I really like, a guy who ran for mayor here. And I supported him and still support him. And he's a good man. He didn't win. Muriel Bowser won. But I think he ended up with a pretty good job. He's a good guy. I hope he becomes mayor someday. But his assistant told me that she would help me with my LinkedIn profile. He just emailed me a couple weeks ago. Texted me. I'll see if I can locate her and see if she can help me do a bang-up job of my LinkedIn and tell me how the heck to sign into it. I think part of the problem is when I sign in, it links to an email I no longer use. So they send me the link there, even though I asked for the link to my current email. And there's no way to get a password. I just give up. But I'll ask her. It's been on my list for a very long time, and I want to get on it because I wouldn't mind having a LinkedIn profile that is styling and profiling. Fngr volume not as high as yesterday's. I didn't know that. SPY is down. Lion's been right about the S&P, but I will continue to tell you. I got to write down my numbers as I make them because I keep changing them. I keep making them higher to be more dramatic because I'm all into drama. Once I got over your mama, I turned to drama. Okay, these are my official targets. Too low. I keep having to go higher. It's unfair. It's unfair. All right, so just so you guys know, while Lion of all trades, I'm not trading. I think by October, it could be January. I think by October, the S&P will be 8,500. The Dow will be 65,000. NASDAQ will be 30,000 or more. Russell will be 4,000. Gold, see, this is the one I have to go higher now that it's already gone up. I'll say gold will be 5,000. Silver will be 120. And I'll put that up here so that you can see it. I'm going to keep it next to Augustin's brand new portfolio. So while you trade for the downside in the S&P, my opinion is you should be buying indexes or calls, or just buy. Look, I think the SMH is going to go up. I don't know where it is now, but I bet it goes to 400, 500. I should put SMH down here. Everything's going to go up. Everybody's going to be buying everything that doesn't move. Yeah, I killed women and children. I reckon I killed everything that ever walked or crawled. But I'm here to kill you, little Bill. Who's the man that owns this shithole? You, fat man. I own this tavern. I bought it from Greeley for $1,000. You better step away. Why, you coward, you just killed an unarmed man. Well, he should have armed himself if he's going to decorate his saloon with my friend Ned. Did Ham go to Singapore? No, he's meeting with 2 billionaires right now. And he'll probably have to pay the tab. Wow, G-Bucks 279. See, I told you I'd put that on my pass and it goes up. It always is like that. It's always like that. That's good. Thank you for all the information on silver. I think that's fantastic. G. Diddy, one of the guys said, once you have your position, read the comic books. And that's exactly right. Just to be clear, what I think is going to happen with this market, these high numbers, I think it'll happen now. It could happen in a month. It could happen in 9 months. But after it happens, and they'll blame, unfortunately, they'll blame Trump, which is unfortunate. That's why I think the United States, we have to see through this womanism, communism, Marxism, socialism, whatever ism is going on. But anyway, after the markets go to these unbelievable highs, I think you're going to see a crash. And we'll have to play it along, because I think the Fed is going to have to lower interest rates this summer. And how can they shock the market to get it jump started? Do they lower them 2%? I think it's possible. Overnight, they lower them 2%. But a quarter point lowering is not going to work. They're going to do something bold because they've been wrong. But once they do that and they build up their balance sheet again, what do they do after the crash? When the crash happens? And there, I'd like to read a little bit more about what happened. And I got to find some book on it, but I'd like to read a little bit more about Hoover and FDR. Because we might follow that, what happened before. But another extreme example, I think the Fed will expand its balance sheet to 100 trillion. You say, I've lost, now I really am a crackpot. Well, let me just explain my thinking. I think the Fed is in charge of all the Western central banks, all of them. So I think the combination of the Fed, Japan, Europe, China, I don't think we're in charge of China, but China will join in, and maybe other central banks. But I think the entire financial so-called central banking system will increase their balance sheet, which is all fictitious, by 100 trillion. 100 trillion. 100 trillion. So what will happen is, as long as people believe in money, which I think they will still believe in money, a lot of that will go into crypto probably. It'll definitely start going into gold and silver. But if you remember one word, and I know it's been a long day, if you remember one word from today, other than Tony Money, show me the money, dinero, remember this word. It's not a word. Reshoring. Reshoring. This is what Trump's trying to do. Of course, the globalists want to continue to bleed our jobs and our resources to China and to Europe. And now, just to be clear, I am not in the poo-pooing of climate change. Climate change to me is real. It's massive. It's a huge threat. I buy into a lot of it we can't control. But I think anybody that says 300 years, 400 years of putting carbon back into the atmosphere that took millennia, billions of years to take out of the atmosphere is not an experiment that human beings... Do you ever wonder why people lived underground, or why they built these massive structures before the flood? Could it be that the climate wasn't calm? I mean, it's a possibility. Could it be that, I guess it could be that when you have insects that are big enough to lift you off the ground. Anyway, my point is, what is my point? What is my theory? Yes, and. Yes, and. We know that it is yours, but what is it? My point is, after we have a crash, which I think the indices will go down by 90%. I think in nominal terms, but one guy said 95% when priced in gold. That might be a better way to do it. But I think the collapse in the financial markets are going to be severe. In that collapse, I think gold, silver will also go down. I think gold will come back to probably maybe 2,500, maybe just 3,200. And I think silver, a lot of people say it'll come back to where it is today. I don't think so. I think silver might come back to 50, maybe high 40s. So if you're buying silver now, Diddy, I don't think you'll ever have a chance to buy silver at these prices again. And I think I'm the crackpot, remember? So Tony De Niro's warning you that I'm wrong. But I think silver will squeeze, but it won't have a Tony De Niro. It won't have a CEO making bad decisions on financing. And it won't have an Anson funds and a corrupt SEC, partially corrupt SEC. I think silver can go to 2530, can go to 3,000. I think silver can go 1-to-1 for gold in a spike. Oh, he's a crackpot. Oh, he's a crackpot. Okay, I'm a crackpot. Just remember the crackpot told you. So I think you've done the right thing. A lot of the move in silver will create wealth for you. The rest of the move will just because everything else turns to shit. Anyway, the one word to remember is reshoring. Bringing industry back, bringing jobs back, bringing highways back, bringing roads and bridges back. The next cycle will be commodity driven. It will be blue collar driven. It will be taxi cab driver driven. Guys that make their money scamming you like Tony De Niro, they won't make any money. My opinion. Remember what Jim Rogers said. In the future, farmers will be driving Maseratis, and stockbrokers, wealth advisors will be driving taxi cabs. It's a good point. All right, Ronnie, thank you for telling me. I thought he was supposed to be a legitimate guy. Yeah, racism goes both ways. But in my opinion, racism starts after you get to know the other person. I think we're wired for all sorts of warnings. Like, I get nervous walking around any teenagers now of any color, but particularly, I get nervous particularly around, you'd be surprised, around the young female teenagers around here. Boy, they can get out of control. It's never, I've witnessed it's never happened to me, but I couldn't defend myself. So I get nervous about things like that. So my alarm bells go up, but I don't act on it. And I think racism is a sign of ignorance, and more than ignorance, it's a sign of, it is ignorance, but it's a sign of hatred and an evil streak. We're all God's children. I know that sounds silly, but we're all human. But we are different. We have different cultures. We have different reactions. I mean, we all do different things. We behave different. So it takes a while to get to know that. But at the core, I guess my grandmother, Fngr, years ago, I was, I don't know, I was in the middle of a, I think I had a argument with my girlfriend over, anyway, it doesn't matter. And it was also tough. Business was tough. It was hard to cold call back then. People didn't know what you were talking about. Now everybody knows the market, but people didn't know. I forget what else was happening. Probably trying to remember. Probably something to do with my mother or something. So I called my grandmother. I used to know the number. It was Hemlock, HE, and she always lived at the same house in Albany, and just an alley away from where Fngr got his undergraduate degree. And I'd call her and she'd pick up. I could imagine she's sitting in her recliner or at the kitchen table, the only two places. And I'd say, "Hi, Graham." She'd go, "Hello, dear." I can't do it. "Hello, dear." I can hear it. "Hello, dear." She know who I was. I was one of like 27 grandchildren. She know immediately who I was. And I would listen to her. We could talk politics, talk about different things. And then she would ask me how I'm doing. And I remember that time I said, "I don't know, Graham. I'm not doing very well. I feel," I was probably early 30s or 30. And I said, "I'm not doing so well. I'm, it's just so hard. And I feel so small. I just feel insecure. I feel all this pain and I'm scared." I don't know what all I said. And then I said, "I just feel, Graham, like I'm 8 years old." I might have said 12 years old, which of course was back when my parents divorced. So that would have had meaning in my brain. But she listened and she said, and she always gave good, clear thinking. She said, "Dear, we all feel like we're 8 years old. Everybody feels that way. I feel that way," she said. And for the rest of my life, whenever I see any human being, anybody, I remember what she said. Everybody's dealing with that child and that fear and all those things. Everybody. Anyway, Fngr is going to 600. It could. And you know what, Chuck Donnell? I think you're a crackpot because you're saying that on YouTube. And I just got from my trusted detail man, Denaro. I'm going to Google Denaro. Denaro meaning. It's in Italian. It's in Spanish. Denaro is the Italian word for money, derived from the Arabic dinar, which in turn was derived from the Latin denarius. Denaro may also refer to a city in Virginia, Arthur Denaro, general of the British Army, Matteo Messina Denaro, a Sicilian mafia boss, or a French denier, which is a medieval coin. Or it can refer to Tony Money. If you believe that's his real name. So anyway, Chuck, I'm just teasing. It could go to 600 if it squeezes. My grandmother used to say, fuck it. Well, Anthony Hopkins, he goes to AA. He stopped drinking years ago. And he gave a short speech or talk at an AA. Somebody filmed it. And he said, the best prayer, or a great prayer, an effective prayer, because people don't know how to pray. He said, one of the best prayers out there is that prayer. Fuck it. I don't know what he meant, but I guess it means something. Any guess on Fngr ceiling? Well, you don't give a time frame. I'm going to run the risk of being the asshole, but I think Fngr ceiling until sometime within 2 weeks after earnings reported. So I'm basically saying 6 weeks. I think Fngr ceiling over a 6-week time frame, 350. I know you're going to get mad. Maybe it goes to 4, but I'd say 350. And I think if there's a financing done prior to the annual report being released, there's a chance that financing is done through Roth Capital. And I think we'll be lucky if it's done at $2.50. That's what I think. One of these financings is going to allow the company to go to profitability, and it might be this one. And that can catch the shorts out. So I'm not trying to be doom and gloom. And financings aren't all bad. They're not all bad. But I don't trust Roth Capital. I think Roth Capital is just a bigger Lynn Partners, at least out of New York City, where the girls are pretty. Doesn't mean Roth Capital can't do a good deal, particularly if the management at Fngr demands it. We don't want you to give this to the shorts. We don't want you to give it to family offices. We don't know who it is. And then if they did that, maybe it just went to some Asian investors. If they did that, all the shorting that would be done from 350 down to 250 and below would have to be covered. That could set off a squeeze. So nothing, don't read anything I say as completely making a squeeze impossible. But you asked me my question. In the short run, I think the ceiling is $3.50. If you're willing to go past the release of earnings, it depends on what they do to finance their company. And I don't have a number that I can defend with fundamentals because I don't know the fundamentals. But I would say if there's just three broad scenarios. One is they somehow get a JV or an investor that allows the C2 contract to become evidently and clearly self-funding within 18 months. I think if that happened, and I don't know the parameters of how many vehicles, sizes of the market, but I think in that scenario, the stock could be a $10 or $15 stock if that appropriate JV or funding came in place that took all risk of future funding off the table and they were going to go to self perpetuating funding of filling out the C2 contract. I think you have a new price. That could happen. Second thing could happen is some big out of the blue, whether it's a new contract, an insurance company. Anyway, I don't want to go through the whole list. Just some big out of the blue thing that could make the stock really jump. And then finally, it's there could be a financing. If they do a small financing, I'm not all that thrilled. But if they do a financing that gets them to their next milestone, for example, if they MK Altenthaler, if the MK, they're able to, I don't know, raise $25 million. And $25 million gets them through 2 years of all their necessary G&A, and it brings their C2 contract to full production and self-funding, and they don't need to raise any more money. Whew. I know initially you'd say, well, that's terrible. They'll have to issue all this stock. Well, you don't know that. They might do part of it in debt, straight debt. They might do part of it as a JV. You don't know. But as long as it's plain vanilla, it doesn't involve Roth Capital or Tony Money and his friends, there's, it's a range of scenarios, but there's at least a few scenarios that Fngr Motion could be a $25 stock, $25. But we'll have to see how that all plays out. If they do a really small, shitty financing, and we're still trying to figure out what Fngr's going to do in 90 days, I don't like thinking about that. Let's assume they're not going to do that. Let's just assume they're not going to do that. Okay, 850,000 yesterday. Tony partnered with seafood. I don't know what Ativan is. Yeah, I might let them get under my skin too much. But you know what? Everyone's so casual. This is a theft that's going on. And uh, they'll use gentlemanlessness. They'll use you're supposed to treat everyone nice. Oh, you're being. They'll use anything to move forward their agenda. And Tony doesn't give a shit about you. Do I? Sometimes there's people here that I get mad at, but at least collectively, I do care. Really, Bill? I do care. I own a wee house in north of Scotland, in Edinburgh. We could be married. Really, Bill? I do care. Tony De Niro is a fake name. He's a terrible actor. Tony and Amy bash because they're short. Amy said she shorted all the Atlas pumps. Tony is a putz. Pop him. Tony is just getting smoked like his acting career. Did he really have an acting career? He looks like he belongs in Personnel. Tony is just getting smoked. Personnel. Tony works in Personnel. Personnel. That's for idiots. I started in Personnel, Callahan. Yeah. Yeah, it is interesting timing that he shows up now. And the only two stocks he comes at me on are GTII and Fngr. He hasn't talked about any of the other stocks that we've talked about. I guess it's, once you get into the details, there's so much there with GTII. I mean, their filings are there. I mean, the reports they filed for the receiver, I mean, they go up to a page or two. I'm just kidding. I like that, Silver. You're right. He gets paid probably $7 every time I mention his name. He's rich. Red Pepperoni. I'm still on. I'm going to go to the end of these questions because I ranted as one guy said, Lou said. So I'll try to at least do the decency of answering all the questions. Yeah, those warrants are long gone, Bill Michael. They might have even been exercised, but it's all part of a scheme. I've got a watch today from the beginning. Well, the beginning is a very nice place to start. Take some B6 for a few days and see if it helps your carpal tunnel. Okay, I will. It's weird, Thomas. It's fine right now, but sometimes I can't move. It's really weird. It freezes and I can't move. I can't hold anything, and sometimes it hurts. I don't know. Getting old isn't for sissies. All right, I'll do that. Tony's a AMC, tried to guide his viewers. Felt bad for them. Knew zero knowledge, like acting like he did. He's a paid YouTuber to push a fake narrative. Thank you, Volkstoy King. I'm gonna take some FUKITOL. FUKITOL. He puts out quote unquote research. That's right, because I don't give specific buy or specific sells. I just criticize. And I'm sorry you followed the wrong person. He's not paid to shill against anything else. That's very interesting. So maybe Fngr really is in trouble, like Cam says. He covers GameStop. A couple months ago, Kuda guy did the right thing. Watch AMC heist of the century at Thai camp. It'll shed some light. I don't know where to find that. Heist of the century. Okay, I'll try to find it. Just do what you can afford to and not cause fire. That's true. He's trying to fame fag by jumping on the Fngr bandwagon. We know what we're doing, Tony. We don't need expert advice. Tony, you said it pretty well. I don't know what fame fagging is, but why don't you tell this cigarette he's a jerk? He's a fellow Texan. Yeah, I like Texas. I like Texans. Yeah, that's my problem, Volstoy King. I don't think anything trades the way I experienced it. That's sometimes why I get frustrated, because it's just endless. And it's so stupid, some of the arguments, but they just come back with them over and over again. And yes, I think the lawyers are part of it. Not all lawyers. Narcissist. Yeah, that probably. Tony Nada Dinero. Tony No Dinero. Well, I don't like making fun of people down on their luck. It can happen to anybody. I think Fngr's getting price adjusted for news coming out. Big guys are ahead of this game. That is a completely logical point of view. Volk's Toy King says, I think Fngr is getting price adjusted for news that's coming out. Big guys are ahead of the game. Nothing more. Maybe some shorts have covered. I think that makes a lot of sense, Volk's Toy. And if those guys know information or have a sense of it and they're offshore, maybe they can do that. I like that. That could be. I was just assuming that any news was being held tight, but you have it could have leaked out. It could be. I'm sorry, Tony cost me money. It's my own decision. I decided to hold on AMC, but he was very, very bullish with that whole ape shit when I wanted to get out. I believe you, Vince. That guy is a prevaricator. You're definitely passionate. I know. I want to go get something to eat. You're still going. Yes, I'm still going because I offended everybody. Is this a crude reference? I have no idea what you're doing. Poor PS71. Thank you for your contribution, PS71. I might go buy myself a bottle of booze. No, I won't. I'm never drinking again. But I need to go do something. I'm over 4 hours. Next time you fly across the ocean, you can turn it on. All right, I'll try to look. I can look at my emails. I don't care for Tony D at all, nor do I trust him. I'll believe you, Colby. I think I met you, but maybe I didn't. I don't have 27 blood relatives. Well, I was the eldest of, I think, 27 grandchildren. Might have been 25, but I think it was 27. She knew them all. She had 6 children, and only 3 of them had children. My dad, my aunt, and my aunt. My dad had 5. Aunt Nancy she died. She had, I don't know, 12 or 13, some big number. And then Aunt Betsy had 4. So 9 plus 13. All right, so maybe I'm wrong. Maybe it was only 22. I might be leaving somebody out. Let me think if I'm leaving somebody out. All right, so maybe it wasn't 27. Maybe it was 20. 13 plus 9. Yeah, maybe so I've been telling that story incorrectly. Tony is no good. Did you eat, drink? No, I just have some water here. As soon as I get to the bottom, I'm going to go get something to eat. I agree with whoever said I ranted, so I feel like I owe it to everybody to get to the bottom. You're still on, go get a steak dinner. Protein, B vitamins, zinc, selenium, creatine, and more. Okay. Blood sugar low. That's probably right. This man stole my Fent. This man stole my Fent. Where does that come from? This man stole my... That's a nice gun for shooting buffalo. Grape juice is a good idea. Great, I'll get some real grape juice. Tony, I think it's fundamental. It's all fraud. Tony, is that his name, or you're just trying to tell him the market's all fraud? Tony, it's all fraud. Dinero, the numbers don't lie. Fngr is shorted heavily, and they have to cover. Yeah, but at what price? One can get it. How? And that's the whole thing. I agree with you, though. I'm not trying to be negative. Listen to this. Fngr's borrow fee is 25%. Very limited amount of shares, so no wonder Tony came back on. I was best buds with Tony in '87. Fun guy. Used to ride in his pickup to the beach to chat up the girls. My family often questioned my sanity. Well, you know what? He chatted up the girls, but you probably had better luck with him. You know? Feels like we're going to make some money. I think that's right. I think you could. I think we could. Fidelity and Schwab doing pre-margin calls to thousands of retail investors. Thanks for coming on every day. Corporate lawyers are now starting to call for... See, this is something bigger. This is something bigger than everything I talk about. So you got to be ready for that. And that's where Ham, you got to listen to what he's saying. I'm 10 toes down, pull up. Kombucha. Kombucha is good for dehydration. All right. I made it to the end. Let's just see if anything happened in the aftermarket. I hate sarcasm. Oh my gosh. Somebody fell 21 feet watching a baseball game. That's not good. Amazon tumbles. All right, I don't really see, I'd love to finish on something that's not a rant. Oh, Lord. GM CEO is a woman. I guess she's probably really talented. Mary Barra. She says that GM faces billions of dollars in earnings losses from new tariffs the Trump administration has imposed. Oh, God. All right, let me just see. One more place. And then I'm going to have to think of something to tell you. Um, That'll take too long to tell you. That would take too long to relay to you. I guess let me see what page I highlighted here. Maybe I can tell you this. Oh, I told you that. All right, I'm just going to read a couple of paragraphs because I like the title. This is from David Morgan. Gold's real value is after the crisis has passed. And that's what I've been trying to get across. If we can get through the panic and be on the other side as independent financial units, that's what I wish for everybody. even Tony, nada dinero. Sometimes you hear a remark, you can't eat gold in a crisis. Well, that's true. But where gold and silver really shine is during the period after a currency has been sharply devalued. Think Venezuela, Mexico, Argentina, or has collapsed outright. Think Zimbabwe or Argentina. When the old currency is removed from circulation, your precious metals, which will still have the pre-revision value, can be exchanged for the new currency. Ask a Zimbabwean citizen if they would rather have traded 1 trillion old Zimbabwe dollars, which at one point had been worth $1.27 each, for a new one called a banknote, or for an ounce of gold for 1,400 US dollars. It's not a very good sentence. Ask a Zimbabwean citizen if they would rather have traded 1 trillion old Zimbabwe dollars for a new one called a banknote, or an ounce of gold, or for an ounce of gold for 1,400 new US dollars. I don't know, that's not very compelling. Think about yourself someday in a similar situation. In Venezuela, in late 2016, it was reported that 1 ounce of silver would buy 6 months of food. 6 months. And 1 ounce of gold could buy a house. That was in 2016 in Venezuela. Don't think it can't happen here. I hope it doesn't. I like this advice. Maintain your physical and emotional health. Do whatever you can to make yourself independent of the government. Keep some cash outside the bank, but within your reach. Hold physical gold and silver either in your own possession or in an allocated, segregated account. Work to increase your marketable skills that others will pay you for. It's all about confidence. As long as people retain faith in the banking system and what politicians tell them, the charade will continue. Greece is near default. The Chinese stock market meltdown, where investors were told they could not sell stocks for 6 months. This was written in 2016. Cyber attacks, which have laid bare the personal information of tens of millions. How much more will it take? On Wednesday, July 8th, 2015, there was a glitch, a technical hiccup on the New York Stock Exchange, the world's largest, forcing a 3-hour trading halt. The Washington Post said, quote, "So what exactly went wrong? We're not 100% sure." NYSE officials called the problem an internal technical issue early in the day. There are some reports that the exchange was planning to update some of its software. It may be some of those updates went awry. It may have been a big deal, or maybe not. Don't forget, you've heard this before. Don't forget that the word confidence begins with con. The authorities understand once confidence evaporates, the game is over. So they will do and say anything in order to keep the masses believing while lining their own pockets. This sounds like what I tell you. Study history and you'll see this is not new. People for thousands of years have understood this, and the more alert among them have taken steps to prepare accordingly. Just remember this absolute truth. Don't fully believe the government is going to do the exact opposite on something until they officially deny it. Expect for the event to occur immediately after the government's third denial. All right, I'll leave it at that because I'm hungry. Oh, there's more. Please fund my Unit 731 construction. I have vibranium in my toenails. Thank you. Thank you very much, Xi Jinping. Hello, wankers. That's very nice, Matthew Mall. So where do you go? You go to IBKR, okay. Pharaoh, what's your price target? I don't, my old posts, you know, it's amazing. Jerks like Tony Nada Nero can pick one thing, but things change, markets change, information changes, understanding changes. Old posts are irrelevant. I think Fngr is a different story than it was then, and I think it's largely under control. However, when I listen to him and all the information, everything coming, you know, I keep my mind wide open, but I don't think it could go to 70, I suppose. It could go to 70, I suppose. But that's, I just described. I think Fngr is a double. But from here, that double's going to be difficult. I think the stock goes to, 350, maybe $4, but I would be more comfortable telling you 350. And I think they do a financing. $250, maybe 275. So you come in with humor, and then you behave like a nice guy. Oh, if it's squeeze. I mean, we would know more at that time. Pharaoh, I no longer believe that Wall Street uh, buys people in or enforces any of these rules. I don't believe it. So, what would cause a squeeze has to be a dramatic change in circumstance that's a surprise, and the price goes up with volume so that the prime broker gets panicked and buys people in. Then the question is, how many shares are short? Are all the shares overseas? Are they here? Have they had time to move them? Will all the shares be bought in at the same time? All of those things. You can get high projections by following Ham. And Ham studies it. He knows the short position. He's dealt with it before. So I would go to Ham's Twitter to get the projections during a squeeze. I'm nervous that it's going to squeeze and I won't be fully involved. But at the same time, I just don't think Fngr is going to squeeze. I don't see anything happening before the earnings come out that's going to make it squeeze. Now, in that answer is a possibility. In other words, a surprise might come along. And that's the whole thing. You don't know. All right, I'm going to sign off soon. I'm not ready for tomorrow. Baba deal, Trump ban Norcid shorts. Probably. Yeah, yes. I agree with you, Pharaoh. I guess I'm answering two different questions. What do I reasonably think Fngr can do? Reasonably, I think it can double, but maybe I think it's already doubled from when I first said that. I do think they're going to raise money potentially, even though I'm not a short basher. But Ham didn't say that, so I could be wrong. And I think Fngr does have a chance of squeezing, but do I have to repeat it? Something has to surprise us. More importantly, it has to surprise the shorts. And the prime brokers have to be losing their ass big time quickly, and they don't see any way out. All right, guys. Barbara, I'm going to say goodnight too, because it's all getting very negative. The computers are on. It's all very negative. So I wish everyone well. We can wait one more minute. See if there's any news. There's no news. All right. Peace to everybody, even the people I appeared to get upset with. I'm not upset with anybody. And peace to all the children in the world. Prayers for Robert Weiss. Prayers for Jenny L. Prayers for Czech Peach. Prayers for Ham's nephew. Prayers for Ham's son. Prayers for each of you. And Ham is going live at 9. I'm not. I'm going to go get something to eat. Maybe I'll come back at 9, but I'm not. Yeah, I'm sure a lot of people say your name very rapidly, particularly when they're mad at you. All right, let's leave that there, Barb. Ham is going live at 9, so there's that. I doubt it. If I'm back, maybe, but I'm going to take a break. Going to take a break. So peace, love, and happiness. Tail wags and doggy breath. And I hope good things happen to everyone. Ciao.